A technological space emerges before our eyes. The story of this book is as follows. The towers collapsed under the onslaught of chaos, and one day the world changed dramatically. Huge Xenos attacked the inhabitants. Towers and dungeons that appeared out of nowhere began to generate monsters, and they immediately began to attack people. And the world plunged into chaos. The continents were shining with threat, and in particular the Korean peninsula, which became famous as a region where towers and dungeons appeared continuously. The subway stations were in ruins, and here the monsters were much more aggressive and stronger than in other countries. It was a real hell. The mother tried to protect her child from the monster. A huge wolf opened his mouth, preparing to attack. But then lightning pierced him, and yet even the pitch darkness can be dispelled by bright light. The mother and child looked at the savior with joy. He extended his hand to them, and in this novel, with such light. It was a man in a cloak and fingerless gloves. Heroes could destroy the darkness. The news was full of headlines, and thanks to the power of heroes, Korea began to fight monsters, and gradually people were able to take control of dungeons and towers into their own hands. The charts of countries jumped, and cataclysms were used as an engine of industry. Dawn came over the city, and gradually humanity began to emerge from the dire situation. And time passed, and Korea, along with the USA, entered the ranks of strong countries, which attracted famous heroes from all over the world. Cities flourished, and in order to prevent the emergence of new monsters and dungeons, Korea founded the best hero training center in the world, which taught advanced magic and magical technology. A hexagonal symbol appears before us, and this is how the Cube Academy came into being. The most diverse awakened appeared before us. Cadets from all over the world studied there, who were able to break through despite the high competition. The sky was crystal clear. The young man was honing his attacks and using powerful magic. Among them were the heroes who would save this world in the future. The man with the sword was emitting a powerful red aura from himself, and the guy with the spear was standing with a slight smile. These were the ones who were competing with them. This was an overview of the world situation. If you wonder how he knew all this, then this world was not invented by God, but by the person who is telling this story. But there was one problem. The sun was shining brightly above the Colosseum, and a festive atmosphere was playing. Suho approached the pedestal, and he was told that the first place among the first-year cadets was. After a short pause, the hero was handed a sheet of paper and called by name. But then, for some reason, he was overcome with anxiety. The author realized that he had ended up in his own book that he had written. The audience looked at the banner with him and admired him, and he thought about what was right before his eyes. Information about the participants was displayed on the screens. The time traveler read about the hero's name and the cadets, after which he understood exactly what world he was in. The settler was instantly seized by panic and wondered what had happened here. He heard many offensive phrases addressed to him from every corner of the arena. The protagonist focused on the people sitting around and did not move. The guy realized that he could hear everything that was said in the distance. Several human figures were visible in the distance, one of which said that all the first-year students were quite capable this year. The narrator tried to take a closer look. Among them stood a woman with brown hair and, smiling, said that Suho was among them. She put her hands on her hips and said that she could not even believe that he was only 17. The author became alarmed and thought about the name of the young genius. He imagined him and said that he was the main character in this world. Then the guy imagined a sword and said that he was a hero and the one who would lead the world where monsters ruled, namely a kind and fair one who possessed all the qualities of a hero. Immediately after, the blue-haired man appeared in his eyes as a man behind broken glass. The dark-haired man still did not move and thought that it was the one who competed with that one. Suho looked away in surprise, and the narrator continued and said that it was a cadet who took second place. In front of us stood a blonde man with luxurious golden eyes, whose name was Jonghak. This impudent guy was the grandson of an oligarch, the owner of a large company, Jisen. Looking at the golden-eyed man, the narrator immediately said that he had similar skills to the main character, and was an arrogant rich man to the core, who would become a negative character in the future. Imagining how they fight with the main character of the novel, he thought that now they were all cadets, but later the blonde, experiencing his inferiority because of the blue-haired one, will have to become a villain, and their fight will be like a fight between light and shadow. These two guys were standing in front of the column, and the narrator thought and realized that there were two main characters of the story. It seems that he definitely ended up in the world of the book. Realizing that he was watching them from the side, he realized that he did not know who he had become. And a hand reached out to him while he was thinking that if he was a character in his book, then he should at least have a name, but then he was called out. A small chubby guy turned to him and asked if he fell asleep late yesterday, and then the question arose about what was happening. The narrator, confused, asked if he was being addressed now, to which he immediately agreed with a gentle and kind look. And then an alarming thought struck him, and the hero wondered if there was another one like him. He immediately imagined a banner with that name and wondered if there was a character with that name at all. But then the guy had an idea and he thought about how he didn't remember calling anyone that and thought that maybe he would remember when he saw the face. He looked at the screen in the sky and seeing himself with a question mark on his face, he wondered who this person was. And then he had more questions than answers. The dark-haired man grabbed his face and wondered in horror why his face had become a question mark, watching the festive extravaganza and wondering what it was. At that moment, he realized that he had become a character that he hadn't written about in the book. Watching the others in the audience, he thought that this person had no appearance, no role, and his name was kind of old-fashioned. Hadun clutched his face and thought that even his presence was somehow unclear, and without a face no one would pay attention to him. Imagining himself against the backdrop of the main characters, he thought about the fact that he was only called a cadet, and he had no friends, and he was the one who had no points of contact with the main characters. The reincarnated one tucked his legs and thought that he was just a character to fill the audience seats. The dark-haired man covered his face and finally realized who he was. There were many such unremarkable personalities sitting around him, and he thought that he had become an episodic character outside the plot. But then an even greater truth dawned on him. The author, realizing the scale, thought that he had become dust inside the book. One day, he received a message. The dark-haired man was surprised by the strange glow and wondered what it was. He received a letter asking to make a remake of his work. He immediately imagined the cover of his book and thought that the sequel to his book The Return of the Hero had not been published for 6 months due to stagnation in the creative process. The author sat down at his laptop and anxiously wondered if that person wanted to make a remake of a novel that had stopped being published, and thought that there were still weirdos in the world. But then something interesting caught his attention. The letter thanked him for his interest, and Hajin said that he even felt awkward in front of him, and he did not even think that the answer to the request of a strange fan. The hero sent the letter by mail, and while particles were flying out of his dorm, he realized that this would cause the subsequent events. Water splashed. The protagonist looked in the mirror with surprise and said that he had been looking at this face for 2 weeks and even got used to it a little. Looking again at his reflection in the water, he thought that this strange question mark was also 2 weeks old, and it seems that this is not a dream. The transported one imagined the many pages of the work he was walking through, and thought that he was in the world of the book he had written, and Hadun, whose body he had entered, was one of the many episodic characters in this book. Standing in front of the mirror, the guy thought that over the past 2 weeks he had tried a lot of methods, but still could not figure out who, how, and why had placed him here. Having imagined the main characters, the protagonist thought that he might have to stay in this world for a long time. Holding onto the edge of the sink, the hero thought that by the time the plot reached the point where the release of chapters had stopped, he had about 10 more years. And then the dark-haired man exhaled heavily in horror. His face expressed extreme indignation and he wondered how he could spend so much time in the book and also wondered if he would have to laugh with teenagers all this time. The guy immediately imagined his work supplies and thought that he had his own life and did not want to stay in this book forever, trying to survive. The protagonist held his hands on the sink until a star hit the back of his head and said meaningfully. The dark-haired man began to get up little by little and thought that he needed to figure out a way to get back, and now nothing came to mind except following the main plotline. Remembering his book, the hero thought that if he reached the middle of the story, then the chapters would stop coming out anyway. The author took a towel and thought that he needed to try to hold on for a while. But then he remembered the cover of his book and said with anxiety that for this he would have to. Looking out the window and seeing a thriving city, the hero said that he needed to go to Cup School. Imagining that location, he thought that this place was located on an artificial island near the Eastern Sea, and about 5,000 cadets, including future heroes, were studying at the academy. It was a high-tech city where magic, advanced industry, and talented personnel from all over the world were concentrated, and thanks to the academy, Korea was called one of the most powerful and influential countries in the world. He stood holding his backpack with anxiety and thought that this was the center of the city and the main stage where the plot of his book unfolded. In front of him was the Hero Training Center. The guy imagined strong warriors surrounded by energy and said that among those who hoped to become a hero and had special skills, only a small part of the elite could study at this place. Looking at his hands, the hero thought that the owner of this body was also a cadet. As he continued to walk and squeeze his hand, he thought that he didn't know what skills he had, but it must have been something special to be able to get in here. The protagonist began to worry even more and thought that whatever it was, he hoped that these abilities would help him. When he approached the door and raised his head, he thought about surviving in this terrible school. Entering the classroom, he found many students sitting at their desks. The guy got into the truth classroom, which was the central place in the club. One of his classmates began to yawn, and he thought that this was a place where there were positive and negative characters. Looking at the other part of the classroom, the hero thought that there were also allies and rivals there. But when he saw Suho smiling, he immediately thought that this was the main character of the book. Looking at his comrades, the guy realized that they would soon begin to form groups, which would entail various events. Hadun sat down and thought about how he would have to be with them for 10 years, and without a face, and then thought about how lonely he was. He arrived at his dorm in the late afternoon. Entering the house, the guy said that he did not even notice how the days passed. While the hero was climbing the stairs, he noticed something while thinking about how he could study all day in high school. There was a huge box from the academy on his desk. The guy began to remove the tape, asking what kind of package it was, thinking that he was not told that something should arrive. Almost removing the tape, he thought that these were Hadun's personal belongings. But then something really surprised him. His laptop from the real world was there. The hero hurried to open it and wondered what he was doing here. The system began to slowly load. Synchronization began. He covered his hands with bright light, not understanding what was happening. The system showed 2 images with the transition from Hadun to Hajin. The settings began loading, and immediately after that, a lot of status windows flew out. The protagonist immediately remembered how he worked behind him and Earl and thought that this was the same settings log that he himself created. The guy extended his hand a little forward and wondered who could have sent him such a thing. But then something suddenly stopped him. The core began to crack and emit energy after the synchronization was 99% complete. And then the laptop unexpectedly turned off. A notification appeared about receiving a unique right to change the settings. The crack went through the space itself. Suddenly, the hero took his image from the real world. He was wildly surprised, and then a notification appeared about resetting all indicators for the purpose of synchronization. And while he was trying to come to his senses, a notification appeared about the completion of synchronization. He immediately grabbed the lid of the laptop. There was a reflection, and the guy immediately said that this was his real face. The dark-haired man looked around and wondered what had happened and where it all came from. Looking at the notification, the guy began to gradually guess what was happening and suggested that it could be an epiphany. Hajin imagined a person with an aura and said that this is an awakening phenomenon that occurs when one overcomes one's own boundaries, and in this world such a phenomenon is called an epiphany. He imagined his body with statistics and said that after it, one can see one's abilities, techniques and skills in numbers, and also become stronger in a much more effective way than before. His report card appeared in front of him, and the reincarnated man thought that, to put it simply, he now sees a status window. A window about the observation and viewing skill appeared, and then information about variables and static indicators appeared. The dark-haired man swiped his finger across the screen and said that first you need to look at each indicator. Synchronization and reset immediately caught his eye. The newly minted member of the story became more serious and thought that he did not know what it was. But because of this, his face changed, and he became weaker than the former owner of the body, but the indicators increased. He looked straight ahead and thought that the next thing that bothered him was looking at his unique right to change the settings. Hajin wondered what it was. Looking at the bottom item, which said that as Hajin's importance in the world grows, he receives SP, and the hero immediately said that he did not remember having such a skill and wondered about the importance. The gray-eyed man was immediately surprised and wondered if he really needed to increase his importance in this book. Remembering the battles with dungeon monsters, the protagonist immediately thought about whether it was possible that he was given his laptop back and given abilities so that he could join the plot of this story. The hero moved his hand to the side and wondered what kind of nonsense this was, and at that moment a blue window appeared. It said about the undisclosed information of the main story. The dark-haired man frowned and asked if he would have to interfere with this story to return to his home world. He immediately sat down at the table. The guy started looking for something on the laptop and thought that even if he had to wait until the plot stopped, it was not a fact that he would get out of here at all. Remembering his characters, the author thought that if this hidden information did not help him in any way, then perhaps he would be able to find some kind of clue while communicating with the main characters. He selected the investment of points in the window and thought that he needed to become stronger in order to withstand the conditions of the main plot. The guy immediately clicked on the pop-up window and said that his book had no concept of leveling up, and you couldn't increase your stats at will, and the only way was with points, which were considered very valuable here, and for the most effective way to use them. He imagined a casino and thought about investing in luck. After that, the author imagined everyday things where luck was used and said that it could be obtained not only by opening unknown rewards in the dungeon, getting money, extra points, personal relationships, and so on. It was an ability that could be used in everyday life. The hero looked straight ahead and thought that of course, the constant luck stats couldn't be increased, but he could exchange them for SP. He started typing and suggested that he should try exchanging 10 points for SP. The protagonist invested 9,000 story points in luck, increasing it almost to the maximum. And then the mysterious luck was applied. The dark-haired man was immediately surprised. The monitor said that it was used and that the indicator would increase by 0.1. And the reincarnated man was immediately surprised that it affected this too. He leaned back in his chair and put his finger to his nose and thought that the main character's magical powers were about 9, which meant that he was very lucky. Gray-eyed began to enter new values and thought that he needed to invest the remaining SP in patience because he had to endure training in Cub. And when the hero invested points, then a huge luck was applied and patience increased from 6.6 to 7.207, to which he said that he had become lucky after all. But suddenly artifacts began to appear on the matrix. A warning popped up that an error was detected that could affect the probability of increasing the indicators, which made Hajin furious. The next inscription said that he could no longer change SP using unchangeable points. The hero immediately became disappointed, asking what kind of mockery this was. He again sat back in his chair, upset, and said that there were restrictions on tricks, but he still managed to increase luck and patience, and this was already a lot. But then something caught his attention. Looking at the window of the special right, he said that he had another 10,000 points. The dark-haired man leaned back once more and fell silent. It was clear outside, and the guy said that he needed to think about how to use them. The doors to his class were open and someone was saying that they all tried hard at the morning training. Hajin was listening attentively to the lectures, and their teacher decided to introduce himself. The man in glasses put his hands on his hips and said his name, saying that he would be their instructor for the whole year. The cadets talked among themselves, discussing their places in the world rankings, while the hero sat silently. Suhike calmly looked at them and said that it was time to stop talking about him and get down to business. He imagined a pyramid and said that Cub is not a place for entertainment, and if they do not achieve the main goal, high grades, they will begin to lag behind. According to statistics, less than half of the cadets graduate from the academy without ever repeating a year. The white-haired girl looked without emotion, and he continued and said that heroes are raised here, which means they will be assessed according to strict criteria. The brutal man nodded sternly and told everyone to stand up and follow him, because the first thing they will do is determine the main weapon. The teacher put his hand to the sensor. A heavy door began to open in front of the protagonist's face, and the contents surprised him. It was the armory, which was all glowing with neon and shining. There was a wide variety of choices, for example, katanas. In another row, axes and spears lay nearby. But then the instructor put his hand behind his back and began to shout that he did not give them time to admire and told them to choose faster. When Suho grabbed the katana, the brutal man with glasses mentioned that the chosen weapon cannot be changed for 6 months, so he should think carefully. The blue-haired man looked at his blade with a soft smile. A woman's hand raised a bow. She pulled it, knocking an arrow and pointing it to the side. A beautiful white-haired lady picked up a rapier. A dark-haired girl picked up a whip and immediately pulled it. Our protagonist looked at them calmly and thought that all the main characters made their choice without any problems. He leaned over the safe and thought that it was his turn to choose. The gray-eyed man looked ahead and the thought came to him that he needed to think carefully. Having examined the naginata and spear, the guy thought that with his indicators, he would not be able to stop at the weapon that the other cadets use. After examining the shields, the hero thought that even if he wanted to increase them, the efficiency of investing points would only fall, so he had several conditions for the main weapon. Hajin looked to the side and thought that he should have experience using it in the real world, and he should quickly adapt to it. And then his hand itself reached for the right option. The other cadets looked at him with great surprise and called everyone to look. Even their instructor, seeing this, strongly thought that he was joking. Suhike widened his eyes in surprise and immediately turned to the hero with a question about whether he would really take this weapon. In the hands of the protagonist was a Glock 19. The hero stood in the center of the hall, holding a pistol in his hand. Suhike looked intently at the document and told the cadet that, as he remembered, he used a sword in the cadet school. The guy, looking at him, explained that he decided to change the weapon. A question was heard, and for this he entered the cube. An agreement in response. The man looked at him over his glasses and agreed, saying that in the cube, the choice is always up to the cadets. Crossing his arms, Suhike shouted that it doesn't matter whether it's the right choice or not, the responsibility lies only with you. Let them keep that in mind. Hajin looked at him silently. He looked away, hearing someone say that he's completely crazy. The classmates around him were whispering, asking why he entered the cube if he chose a gun. It's not clear. He'll have to do it during sparring. Maybe he wants to attract attention to himself. Touching his burning ear with his fingers, Hajin thought that even in this world, a gun is the best weapon, especially for an ordinary person who doesn't know how to use magic. A bullet flew out of the gun, leaving a trail of lightning. Magic bullets are mainly used here. They are much stronger and more destructive than simple steel bullets since they contain mana. However, despite this, guns are not very popular. The bullet rushed forward. The man waved his hand, deflecting the bright flash. The metal part on the student's glove was smoking. The instructor behind him was calling the next cadet. No matter how strong the owner, the gun already has a certain destructive power. This is the first reason. Ancient symbols were painted on the wall. And the second reason is that the gun does not have any deep and significant history of origin. Imagining a fresco with a man watching a dragon, the hero thought that in this world there are myths and legends, as well as artifacts from these legends. The warrior on horseback raised his sword. The longer and deeper the history of a weapon, the higher its rank. The blade glowed next to the outstretched palm. Therefore, the cadets of the Cuba generally preferred not modern weapons, but those with their own history. They believed in their strength and did not rely only on magic bullets, all for the sake of becoming at least one step higher, even if they reached the limit of their capabilities. Looking ahead, Hajin thought that naturally, it had nothing to do with him. He walked down the hallway, thinking that he was not some kind of comic book protagonist. He had never held a sword in his life, so there was no comparison between him and the other cadets. The guy looked at the metal case in his hand and thought that maybe a gun wasn't such a bad choice. He could handle it right now. Plus, it was a great way to earn points. Looking to the side, the guy thought that since he had chosen a weapon, he now needed to acquire an ability. An ability was a skill that could easily be called a supernatural ability. The blade was surrounded by a blue glow. The katana was attached to a sheath on the person's thigh. Usually, everyone is given one ability, but there are exceptions. The blue-haired guy walked down the hallway with a katana in its sheath, the owner of an undisclosed skill and the revealed skill of the Suho swordsman. Naeun held a bow in her hand. Hearing his question, did she also come to train? The girl frowned irritably and asked, what else is the training hall for? And he is also an elite. Suho awkwardly scratched the back of his head and said that there are usually just few people here after school. Coming closer, he remembered that another shooter appeared in their class. The girl asked again, Hajin or whatever his name was. The guy confirmed. Naeun wrinkled her nose in displeasure and her friend asked, what's wrong with your face? In response, he heard that she did not recognize him as a shooter. She remembered the image of a serious Hajin and said, what kind of shooter is he with a gun that has a firing range of 1 kilometer? Exhaling, the girl turned her gaze and said that he simply refused to be a hero. If you leave the academy early, there will not even be a record of expulsion. Perhaps this is what he is trying to achieve. He heard a question, how did he refuse? Naeun looked at the guy. Looking at her, Suho said, you shouldn't throw such words around. The archer turned around with displeasure, looking at him questioningly. The blue-haired man smiled sweetly at her. The girl was furious and shouted at him not to tell her what to do. She didn't want to hear it from him. The blue-haired man apologized in surprise. The girl shouted that if he didn't let her train, then she should leave. His fingers touched his ear. Hajin rubbed his ear in dismay, thinking maybe someone was talking about him. If only gossip wasn't included in SP. He sat with his arms crossed in front of his laptop, thinking that the main character Suho would become the best hero just because of this skill, which meant that abilities were very important. On the screen was a description of the unique right to change settings, which allowed editing or creating skills or products, as well as points and abilities. By spending SP, the hero thought that there was also the first ability that could bring 10,000 SP. He couldn't miss such a chance. The sniper skill appeared on the screen, allowing him to handle ranged weapons well, and the guy decided that he should try it first. The system reported that he used 10,000 SP to create the skill. Hajin's eyes reflected the laptop. He asked in surprise, so he was fixing everything himself. On the screen was a purple window describing the permanent sniper skill, average level, growing type, mastery level 10, mastery points 0%. The skills were listed. Bullet time, every 4 hours, 3 seconds are allocated to use bullet time in real combat. Marksmanship, wields any ranged weapon. Foresight, the ability to see far and predict the route of the object. He imagined a bow with several arrows and thought that any ranged weapon was not bad. He would be able to use not only a pistol, but also a bow. The guy thoughtfully touched his face, thinking that on top of everything, the growing skill. Now the level is not too high, but he will be able to develop it, and that's a plus. In the long run, it was even better. He reached his hand towards the keyboard, saying that great, he would choose this. Stretching, Hajin said that he seemed to be ready now. Blooming, he thought that he had only to hold on to his abilities, until the main plot of the book ended. The cadets walked along the paths near the tall buildings. A woman stood at the lectern in the classroom, saying that there weren't many small problems, but they needed to pay attention to the examples of clearing the tower and the dungeon. Hajin ran his finger across the screen of the tablet, thinking that just a few illegible lines, but it turned out to be a whole textbook. The woman pointed to the question on the screen, what is the reward for clearing the tower by the Holy Apostle Guild? The answer appeared, that the Holy Apostle Guild cleared the sea tower and received the sea stone. The guy thought that if the main characters found out about this, they would cry tears of blood. Thanks to his skill of observation and viewing, he listened to this lesson in its entirety. He imagined the silhouettes of people in the room and thought that he was literally watching and watching. He could hear their words, what they were saying. He was just amazing. He was just lucky. And this Kim Suho was a handsome man, didn't she think so? Hajin thought that he could watch those in his field of vision, and even look through smart watches. He remembered the image of the article with the description window and the planet and thought that he could open the settings tables without any means at any time. The teacher's voice was heard that they should review what they studied today. After all, they know that there is very little time left before the exam. Naeun sat with her chin resting on her hand. Finally, she lost her patience and clasped her hands and shouted, "Why should they study this nonsense? After all, it is enough to demonstrate the abilities in a real battle." At this moment, the door to the office opened. The man who entered shouted to the students of the truth class to go to the square in 20 minutes. Naeun froze with an enthusiastic wide smile. Yona and Jonghak turned their attention to the speaker. Words were heard that this was a real combat training. Hajin awkwardly leaned on his hand and thought that this moment had come. The silhouettes of the cadets were standing on a round platform. Words were heard that they hoped that they all knew what kind of lesson this was. Accordingly, they would skip the introduction and immediately proceed to the formation of teams. Introducing the figures of the participants with weapons, the teacher said that each team would have 4 people, 2 warriors, 1 shooter and 1 assistant. The blonde girl listened along with the others that if nothing happened, the teams would be in this composition until the midterm exam. Each team would include both low-level and high-level cadets so that it would be fair. Suhaik, with a tablet in his hand, announced that in order to avoid unrest, he would immediately say that they should get used to their team. So now they will check who got where. Hajin's eyes widened in surprise. He looked at the written names and thought that it couldn't be. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, the boy thought that he was on the same team as her. On the screen, there was a list of the team members, which included Hajin and Yonha. Staring at the screen, the boy smiled wryly and thought that he was on the same team as Yonha. It was always like this in books. He imagined the figure of the boy surrounded by many silhouettes, and thought that the main character was surrounded by numerous characters who encountered him, talked to him, and got into the same stories. And among all these characters, strands of dark long hair flew up. The girl looked forward confidently. Yona was special. The hero imagined the guild logo and thought that she was the successor to the #1 best Korean guild, the Strait of Essence, as well as the heir to a famous clan. At the beginning of the book, she was at odds with Suho. The hero imagined their hands holding each other and thought that she then fell under his influence and became a reliable ally. Looking at the long-haired girl's back, Hajin thought that this is why Yona is a very important character. The more often he is involved in the story of the book, the more points he can earn. Resolutely clenching his fist, the brunette thought that today during training he must definitely find a way to get her attention. Yona turned around when she heard someone greet her. She saw a guy in a hood who said that they were on the same team. It was Hosung, next to whom stood a green-haired girl with pigtails, Heizuki. The girl looked at them indifferently, and a pattern appeared in her head. This is a team member, yes, so it cannot be ignored. Smiling sweetly, Yona said, "Very nice, Mr. Hosung, Miss Heizuki." The guy thought, they are the same age, why is she so formal? Turning around, the long-haired girl asked, "Where is the other one?" Words were heard that it was him. Hajin confidently walked towards his teammates. Yona said with an inscrutable face, "He." Looking at her, the hero thought that he should not mumble. She dislikes insecure people the most. Hosung looked at him with admiration and exclaimed that he was the one who chose a gun for himself. With a wide smile, he said that he had managed to become famous among the freshmen. A gloomy man appeared behind him and asked in a frightening voice, "Do they have time to chat?" The frightened cadets turned to the stern Suhaik. Near the light building, his cry was heard that he had sent the location of the monsters that the teams would have to fight to the smartwatch. Let them begin. The bright sun illuminated the grass by the seashore. The sun's rays flickered between the yellowish blades of grass. The 3 heroes quickly ran across the field. A map with an arrow appeared above the smartwatch on the wrist. Turning around, Yona said that they would soon be there, let them get ready. Looking at Heizuki, she said that they could look up the information about the monsters when they got there. Hajin bent down, thinking that it was possible to die. He was exhausted and sweaty from running, thinking that his physical abilities were above the level of an ordinary person, and he was just dragging himself behind them. Hosung with an axe confidently ran forward. Heizuki, focused, did not look tired. The hero thought, is this the average level of the cube cadets? Stopping, Yona looked ahead and said that they were there. This is the training ground, beach number 8. A small boat was floating in the sea ahead. A purple tentacle appeared. A ghost monster. The monster struck the water with its large tentacle. A black humpbacked octopus. The heroes watched as the octopus splashed in the water, approaching them. Standing on the shore, Yona suggested that they start discussing their plan. A diagram of an octopus appeared from her watch. She said that it was a low-ranking monster, a black humpbacked octopus. It did not have such a strong attack power. The growths on the monster's body were marked with colors on the diagram. She explained that the problem was in its hump above its head. Black creatures were rapidly spreading from the monster. When it senses danger approaching, babies emerge from this hump and suddenly attack the enemy. Several dozen blood-sucking octopuses fly out at a time, and each of them is capable of turning an ordinary person into a mummy in 1 second. Hosung looked at the projection and said that as soon as the battle begins, first of all, it will be necessary to destroy these babies. Heizuki added that if it is necessary to cope with several dozen, then Hajin, who is a shooter, should try. Yona said that no, she will take on the octopus babies herself. The boy glanced sideways at the shooter, hearing her tell him to step back and conserve his magic power. The black octopus has a very fast recovery speed. He needed to destroy its hump with 1 blow. Hajin looked at the girl in surprise, thinking that she was trying to exclude him from training. Turning to the hero, Yona asked, "Is everyone ready?" With a serious look, she sternly said that they would proceed with their plan. The hero looked at her darkly, thinking that she was a pest. The tentacle strike smashed the floating ship. The monster grabbed the cracked boat. The axe hit the rock, breaking it. Hosung raised his weapon, attracting the attention of the monster. He rested the axe on the stone, standing in a confident pose. Looking at the monster waving its tentacles, he thought that he should first lure it to the shore. The octopus's horizontal pupil trembled. A huge splash of water rose. The guy tensed up, seeing an approaching shadow under the water. Raising a wave, the monster was approaching. Looking with a burning eye, it climbed to the shore, forcing the guy to run away. Team, the training fight with the monster has begun. Opening his mouth, Hosung ran away from the shore. Heizuki anxiously touched the hilt of the sword. Hajin, blue with horror, held a gun. But Yona moved forward with a determined look. It has begun. The purple hump on the monster's body trembled. A bright flash appeared and many cubs flew out of it. Hosung turned around and said with a grin that he was already bursting. Many small monsters were flying above the guy with the axe. Between the tentacles was a round-fanged mouth. The guy turned around, running away from the octopus babies. Gritting his teeth, he looked at them. A swift movement of the whip. Yona chopped the monsters with sharp movements. Flashes of its babies remained against the background of the octopus. The wind fluttered the confident girl's hair. Sitting, Hosung looked at her and thought, "This is power." Ranker Yonha, who took 7th place when entering the cube. The blue-haired girl calmly looked ahead. Running further from the shore, the guy with the axe thanked her. The growth on the monster's head became larger again. The heroine swung the whip. The octopus became furious when she hit it. It reached out with its tentacles to her. They dug into the ground, forcing the heroine to jump back. A small octopus appeared behind. It spread its tentacles, opening its mouth. Heizuki saw it in fear and screamed, warning Yona of the danger. The long-haired girl froze, noticing it. She turned around to face the approaching toothy monster. Suddenly, it shattered into pieces before reaching her head. The shell fell to the ground. Hajin, kneeling, clutched the gun. His face was determined, and smoke was coming from the barrel. Yona turned around indignantly and called out to him. Hajin looked at her silently. Silhouettes of heads surrounded the hero's head. SP, which can be exchanged for stat points, increased every time Hajin's importance in this world increased. Like a small ball, he was squeezed among the large heads of the characters, taking up all the space. However, from the very beginning, he was outside the plot, so it was difficult for him to expect high value. The hero imagined a light haze, thinking that, accordingly, he had only one option to personally intervene in the events that the main characters of the book go through. Just like now, Yona turned to the guy holding the gun. Heizuki opened her mouth in surprise. Hosung turned around, calling out to Hajin. While the octopus towered gloomily, the girl indignantly exclaimed that she told them not to interfere. The hump on the monster's body burst, scattering many cubs. Baring their round mouths, they flew forward. Cursing, the girl clenched her teeth in displeasure. Hajin sat on the ground while the tentacles approached him and thought that there were several dozen monsters here. Their intelligence was so low that their trajectory of movement was clearly traced. The guy closed his eyes, concentrating, and thought that there would definitely not be a second chance like this. He opened his eyes wide, frowning ahead. The monster's body turned green. The hero used bullet time. Imagining a clock shattered by a shot, the hero thought it was a skill he had created. When used, time slows down for 3 seconds. The monster's cubs seemed to be painted in a negative range. Many small monsters were flying away from the large octopus. This meant that for 3 seconds he would be able to see where these creatures were moving. And then it was a matter of technique. He just had to shoot them. Hajin resolutely squeezed the gun, firing. The seconds began to count down. Bright traces of bullets pierced the bodies of the monsters. One of the bullets flew straight into the round mouth. The seconds passed, the shells fell down. Hajin inserted a new clip and aimed again with a stern look. The seconds melted away, coming to an end. Yona turned around, surrounded by bright flashes of monsters shattered by bullets. 0 seconds. The bullets pierced the octopus's bodies, leaving a bright trail. They flew in the other direction as well. The girl froze against the bright light. Her gaze was surprised. The growth on the monster's head trembled. The swift whip approached it and wrapped several times around the vile hump. Pulling the whip, Yona shouted for the others to attack. Hazuki and Hosung soared into the air, approaching the monster. The guy swung his axe with a smile. The girl took out her katana from its sheath. Flying from above, they prepared to attack. Behind the gloomy Yona, Hajin continued to shoot at the small monsters. A bright blow cut the monster's body. Struck by the bright red rays, it began to dive into the water. The tentacle flew up. As a result, the octopus with a crushed head lay on the shore. Breathing a sigh of relief, Hajin thought, did they destroy them? The long-haired girl turned her attention to him. The hero fell tiredly to the ground, saying how hard it was. A loud beep was heard. The results of Team 5 were being counted. Hosung held the purple octopus, saying that it had returned to its original size. Looking at the guy, Yona was silent and listened to the total time of Team 5 being 58 minutes 58 seconds. They were currently in 16th place. Hajin was breathing heavily, putting his hand on his forehead. The fight with the monster was over. Information appeared. Team 5, total time 58 minutes 58 seconds. 16 out of 100. The girl looked at the number 16. Yona's eyes widened in shock, as if pierced by lightning. The team rankings were on the screen. A voice was heard saying that the video of this battle was filmed by a drone. It would come to the smartwatch. Let everyone analyze it for themselves. The long-haired girl clenched her fists until she was shaking, thinking, only 16th place. So she heard everything correctly then. Personal achievements will still be assessed separately. She looked at the blonde girl sitting in front of her with a bored look and thought, why did Naeun overtake her? The second team, Naeun and 3 others, the rating is 4 out of 100. Looking sideways at the white-haired guy, Yona thought that she was trying to close the gap between their teams. Is this all she can do? Jonghek, crossing his arms, looked to the side. The blue-haired girl noticed that he was looking at Naeun sitting in the row below and clenched her teeth. Her palm slapped the table. Yona resolutely moved towards her classmate. She noticed a gloomy figure looming over her. Immediately, Yona with a sweet smile hugged her friend from behind. Calling out, the girl recognized her. Standing next to her, the blue-haired girl asked how her practical lesson went. Did it go well? The girl answered that she was in 4th place, which was a pity. Jonghak and Rachel really wanted to win. And her. Yona awkwardly answered that she was in 16th place, but mentally she was gnawing on her whip, furiously exclaiming, how annoying. Surprised, her friend pointed her finger at Hajin, saying that 16th place with that shooter was cool. It was good that at least it didn't drag them down. Yonha looked at the yawning hero and mentally repeated, it drags them down. It was definitely because of him that they spent 50 minutes getting to the place when it could have been done in 10. Although, on the other hand, his contribution to the battle with the monsters was significant. Hajin touched his burning ear, thinking that it seemed like someone was discussing him. The girl remembered the monster and thought that several dozen babies that crawled out of that octopus, it destroyed them before they even reached the ground. And this is with ordinary magic bullets. She remembered how Hosung happily slapped the stunned guy, telling the shooter that thanks to him they did it easily, and Hazuki exclaimed that it was amazing. Seriously looking ahead, the long-haired girl wondered who he was. A loud scream was heard. Tired Hajin was lying on the floor of the training room, breathing heavily. Scratching his head, he looked at the laptop and said that due to training, he was unable to check the notification. How much has he grown? The system reported that he used luck. The enemy is a low-level monster, so the accuracy of hitting the target increases dramatically. All hits were accurate. Skill mastery increases by 20%. Sensitivity increases by 0.03. Notifications appeared on the laptop screen that he had used luck. Now it would be a little better to see and hear. SP indicators increased by 27. Hajin remembered how the girl turned to him in surprise and thought that today during training he had used luck as he expected. And he had also increased the indicators. It was not for nothing that he had interfered with Yona's plan. Thanks to exercise, he had also increased other indicators quite well. The system reported that thanks to exercise, muscle strength, endurance, and health increased by 0.02. Mana is miraculously absorbed into muscle fibers. Muscle strength, endurance, and health increased by 0.03. The guy touched his fingers to the keyboard and thought that all this was due to inspiration and luck. Standing up, he took a bottle and thought that since the indicators had increased so much, he had enough of training for today. He looked at the exercise machines, thinking maybe he should go back. The light was on in the house with the traditional roof. On the door was a sign with the name Yonha. The girl sat at the table with her arms crossed, using a laptop. On the screen were shots of a guy shooting. The bullet quickly pierced the monster. The finger abruptly pressed the space bar, stopping the recording. Looking at the monitor in surprise, Yonha thought that it was 2.76 seconds until this moment. Here he fired 60 times from this gun. The girl waved her hand, as if aiming a gun, and thought, I wonder, is it possible to pull the trigger 20 times in 1 second? Or maybe there is a continuous fire button. Imagining the image of the shooter, she thought that his reaction was not like the others. But his health is low compared to other cadets, and he suddenly changed his weapon. There are too many weird things about him. The smartwatch on the girl's wrist lit up while she was wondering why she hadn't seen him at the Military Agent Academy. Turning her hand, the girl saw that she had received a message from Jonghak. The guy was asking what she was doing. Yonha looked at the message with a sweet smile. She replied that she was analyzing the video. The blonde looked at his wrist and said that he was messing around again. The girl's message said that if she wanted to take over the guild later, she had to learn to spot capable personnel in advance. Jonghak leaned on the rubble in the training room, typing a message. Where did the capable personnel in her team come from? Only scum. By the way, how is that guy with the gun? Yonha chuckled. With her feet up on a chair, she laughed sweetly, saying that he pretended not to be interested, but he asked. After all, there was something cute about him. Her message said that he could handle one task. His abilities were exactly at the level of 934th place. Jonghak wrote, maybe she was lucky with him. The girl gloomily looked away, saying, lucky. In the city, there was a tall, twisted building of the office of the Creator's Grace Guild. On the table was a nameplate with the name Seung-ah, the deputy head of the guild. Words were heard that the visit to the guild was scheduled for Friday in 2 weeks. The girl with the folder heard the deputy chief agree and suggested taking a better look at it. On the screen was a smiling Suho. The girl in the chair turned and asked that there was something about him, didn't he think so? This was Seung-ah, the deputy chief of the Creator's Grace Guild, ranked 307th. On the screen, the guy was chopping up a monster in flight. The woman continued that his smooth movements were like the flow of water, and his sharp sword technique was unmatched by any modern technique. The blue-haired man on the screen was looking forward. She continued that it was like dancing with swords. Seung-ah crossed her arms and spoke of this extraordinary force with which he cuts. It seemed as if he was chopping not just a monster, but space itself. Suho stood half-turned, as if surrounded by a halo. The woman said that the Strait of Essence, the Red Moon, recognition of cold. Now it makes sense why the big guilds in Seoul were trying to get him. Holding the document, Seung-ah said sweetly that she would like to take him with her. It doesn't look like he's already in any guild. The cursor moved to the next image. The deputy head summed up that, in general, they would keep him in mind. The next cadet. The brunette's eyes widened in surprise. She said to wait. Hajin on the screen was resolutely squeezing the weapon. Seung-ah asked, so he uses a gun. The assistant standing next to him confirmed, saying that the guild community was also talking about him a lot. Thanks to the fact that he ended up on the same team with Yonha, many people saw this video. The guy on the screen was focused. Words were heard that this was not even an automatic rifle, but he fired 60 shots in 3 seconds. Of them, 59 hit the target. The bullets pierced the monsters with bright beams. The man continued that even if he had excellent reaction and pulled the trigger, a regular gun simply could not withstand it. On the screen was an image of Hajin standing. The voice said that he was behaving quite eccentrically. At the academy they called him a heretic. The woman thoughtfully heard that as soon as he entered the cube, he changed his main weapon of the sword to a pistol and said what this insight meant. She imagined many different weapons. Insight, awareness of one's own abilities, special skills. Before insight, it is impossible to know about one's abilities, so sometimes there are those who change their main weapon since it does not coincide with their skills. The instructor with a pointer shouted something to the students, in which case career growth begins to lag behind by 3 years. At the academy, cadets were advised to use different weapons. Crossing her arms, Seung-ah said that inside at 17, he develops quite quickly. But if he is limited to one pistol, then there is nothing unusual about him. Sitting in the chair, she said, be that as it may, we should take a closer look at him too. Are there any free scouts now? The assistant answered that of course not. This time there are many outstanding individuals. Everyone is very busy now. The deputy head nodded, saying that then they will leave him for now. If he is a diamond in the dirt, he will start to sparkle on his own. The light of the screen reflected in her eyes. She said that it will soon be clear whether he is a heretic or not. At this time, Hajin was sleeping, hugging the pillow sweetly. Wednesday, Suho was clutching a sword in his hand. The guy swung his fist with a grin. The opponents clashed in the attack. The day of one-on-one training fights. The instructor watched with a whistle as 2 students fought. One-on-one fights were held in teams, each of which consisted of 2 cadets. Rachel thrust her blade forward. Behind her was a scoreboard showing 16 points and her opponent's 2. All the cadets used their main weapons. It was easier to assess and not as painful. However, the girl with thick triangular eyebrows shouted 934th place Hajin. She was hanging over the guy, having already won 18 clean victories and shouting for him to get up immediately. Trembling, the guy thought gloomily, why was he the only one fighting the instructor? The red-haired instructor said that he probably had a question. She would explain it to him. The training pistol was still in the manufacturing stage, and training with a real pistol was too dangerous. She walked towards the guy lying on his stomach, saying that that's why he was put with the instructor, that is, with her. In horror, he exclaimed that he could not do it anymore and surrendered. Clenching her fist, the instructor shouted that it would not be possible to surrender in a real fight and ordered to strengthen the defense. Hajin watched in shock as she swung her fist. A blue mark from the skill appeared in the guy's eye. He quickly jumped back, avoiding the attack. The girl looked at him in surprise, not expecting it. The hero clenched his teeth in concentration. He barely dodged a quick blow to the body, and then, opening his mouth, he avoided a blow to the jaw. The redhead froze in surprise, thinking that this guy, the position is a little awkward, but he is watching her blows. Hajin's eyes glowed blue. He used the skill Farsight. He saw arrows coming from the figure of the girl standing in a fighting stance. Farsight allows you to see at a great distance and roughly predict the trajectory of the enemy's movement. Curving in horror, he still managed to dodge a new attack and thought that the skill, of course, only helps and he should dodge himself. A classmate pointed a finger, telling his comrade to look at him. Just jumping around. Covering himself with his hands, the hero turned to them with displeasure. However, the system reported that the SP points were increased by 40. The guy thought that attracting attention did have a useful effect after all. The can of cola fell down. Sighing tiredly, Hajin sat down by the machine, taking it out, and gloomily turned to the side. Yona was walking past him along the corridor. She looked gloomily at the guy. He silently looked at her. The girl went on, and the hero thought that even though he wrote it, she had a character. Touching the button on the machine with his finger, he thought maybe he should conduct a small experiment. Yona turned around when she heard her name being called. A can of cola was thrown at her. The girl caught it with a movement of her hand. Holding the can, she asked, was he lifting it up? Getting up, the guy asked, what was she talking about? The girl turned. Hearing that she helped him a lot during the last training, he wanted to be friends with her. It's just an experiment. The boy's eyes glowed slightly blue. He thought that if he got 40 points when he attracted attention in front of the secondary characters, how many points would he get after talking to the main character? Yona closed her eyes and said no, let him drink it himself, and Hajin also caught the cola that was thrown back. The girl pointed her finger in displeasure and said that he shouldn't address her informally without permission. This was the first warning. She turned around, tossing her hair. Yona was walking down the street. Suddenly, she looked ahead, realizing she was holding a bag in her hand, and the girl realized that its weight had changed. The girl picked up the bag, opening it, and took out a can of cola. Hajin smiled in his mind, showing a thumbs up, and he discreetly put the can down. The girl cursed that he was crazy and angrily swung the can. However, she did not throw it. Putting the can back in her bag, Yona thought that the cola wasn't to blame. Hajin stood at the railing of the stairs and thought that Yona liked simple food, cola, ramen, hamburgers, but because of her reputation, she couldn't buy it. Holding the laptop, the guy turned around and thought that if he tried to touch the unknown settings, then even with the help of short dialogues he would not earn many points. Still, he would have to interfere with the main plot. His fingers squeezed the laptop case. Further in the story, the same thing should happen. The attack of human monsters on the State Arms Museum. The hero imagined a wide staircase at the entrance to the museum. Human monsters. The hand reached for a clawed paw. These are people who made a pact with the devil. People stood in the crowd. The girl smiled. In exchange for their souls, they gained enormous power, became subordinates of the devil, and spread in this world. The purpose of this incident was to kill a certain person, for which they hid in the museum. The hero imagined how the blue-haired one attacks, leaving a bright trace, and thought that, however, they were destroyed by the main characters who came on an excursion at that time. Thanks to this episode, the main character Suho will be able to attract the attention of other characters. He imagined a cute picture of the characters and thought that the heroes of the book Suho and Naeun will appear here. And the human monsters are not that dangerous yet, since this is only the beginning of the work. Thoughtfully looking ahead, Hajin decided that great, he will be able to wedge himself into this episode. He thought that first he should find a way to get on an excursion to the museum. Suddenly, a man in a cap called out to him, saying that class time was over. Why was he standing here and not going to the dorm? Hajin put down his laptop, hearing the demand to give his number, and apologized, saying that he was already leaving. Bright symbols appeared on the black monitor. Among them, the envelope symbol was glowing. The word club appeared on a light background. The guy pressed the join button on the screen. There are communities in the cube, which are called clubs. They are small groups of cadets who unite for a common hobby and are engaged in various activities. Someone was fighting in the ring, science, martial arts. Another person was watering the garden, practical classes, hobbies, and so on. Another one was busy with music. The rest were into art. There were about 100 different societies in the cube. The two shook hands. These clubs were not only aimed at self-improvement, but also for the cadets to communicate with each other. The bright sun illuminated the white walls. "Today, I am going to visit this club." Someone greeted me warmly. The red-haired guy smiled widely. Han Hyun, the chairman of the Healing Rain Travel Club. He thanked them for joining their club. The class monitor smiled, looking at Suho. On the other side, a girl yawned. "There are many amazing people among the newcomers to the club this year." Han Hyun awkwardly lowered his head after hearing the support and thought about how he didn't know whether it was real or not when he received the application to join. Walking up to the others, he said that he would tell them about their club again. He presented a map with directions, saying that the club's purpose was to relax. 1-2 times a month, they will arrange trips outside the cube through the portal. Hajin stood and listened that today they will conduct an introduction to the club and at the same time take a mini trip not far from here. Han Hyun smiled happily, saying that they will go to Seoul. But Hajin only frowned. Looking at the others, he thought that they will split into pairs and go on a free trip. This coincides with the content of his book. The hero imagined a pedestal with a sign of the National Weapons Museum, thinking that today his goal is the Seoul Weapons Museum, where the first main story will begin. Han Hyun ordered to draw lots to divide into teams. Hajin looked at the box in surprise, not understanding if this is how teams are distributed. But he did not care who he got, everyone will act separately. The name of the main character was called, and the girl turned around, looking at him. Hajin looked confused. The girl folded her arms across her chest, suggesting that they go separately. She turned around when the hero supported her. The guy looked at Yona in surprise, who wanted to add something else. She looked at him intently, reminding him not to address her familiarly. The hero lowered his eyebrows, hearing that this was the second warning. The sun's rays illuminated the street. People were walking along the corridor. There was a National Weapons Museum with the largest weapons exhibition hall in Korea. Hajin was walking among the display cases. Turning around, he noticed Naeun. Suho was standing at another display case. The blue-haired man was looking at something. Remembering the cover, the hero recognized the main character in him. Hajin approached him. There were bladed weapons on display behind the glass. He asked the blue-haired man if he was looking at the 7 knives and introduced himself. Suho apologized, putting his hand on his neck, saying that he forgot for a second. Looking at the interlocutor, he asked if he was the shooter who chose the gun and if he joined the club. Hajin thought that Suho was strong, cute, fair, but because of him, the readers had many complaints that he did not look like a normal person. Suho offered to look at the hall with firearms, but the hero refused. Shards fell from the ceiling when Hajin said that there was not enough time. People looked up. The loudspeaker announced that monsters had appeared near the museum. Panic began. Everyone rushed to the exit. Someone pushed the child. Someone's fist hit the glass. Everyone turned towards the sound. Suho was holding the girl in his arms. Naeun urged everyone to calm down, saying that the hero would come soon. She took the bow. The system notified about the theft of an exhibit. The girl warned that if they ran outside, they would be eaten by monsters. A new message announced the activation of the barrier. The hall turned red. Naeun put the quiver on her back, telling the guy that they would have to protect the people until the hero came. Footsteps were heard. The girl reached for an arrow, noticing someone. The guy was walking calmly, surrounded by a dark aura. Naeun shouted that someone had already gotten inside. Hajin realized that it was the human monster Lucius Dog, the villain who contributed to the development of the protagonist. Claws appeared on his hands. Suho pounced on the enemy. The hero watched, remembering the plot of the book. Suho would have easily dealt with it, but the enemy threw him back. The blue-haired man smashed the wall with his body. Hajin looked at the lying Suho, realizing that in the plot, everything was different. At first, Kim Suho was losing, then he gathered his strength and won. Naeun called out to Suho. He woke up, trying to get up. The enemy was moving forward. The girl fired arrows, but they broke. She realized that he was only using agility. He smiled ominously. Hajin watched in surprise. When the monster rushed at the girl, she screamed for Hajin to go away. Its claws almost touched Naeun's face, but Suho suddenly struck. Opening his mouth wide, he asked if she was okay. Reaching for another arrow, the girl only asked about him. The monster had already pounced on the blue-haired guy. The guy held back the attack with his sword. Dark marks wrapped around the blade. Something bright appeared among them. The demonic beast held the blade in its mouth. Suho thought that its body had changed. The demon pressed harder on the blade. The guy fell to the floor, feeling fangs at his neck. The enemy suddenly flinched in pain as arrows pierced him. Naeun, holding the bow, was surprised. The monster looked at her and pointed a dark hand in her direction. The girl looked at her in confusion. Grabbing her, he slammed her against the wall. Hajin realized they were in trouble. Taking off his backpack, he thought that at this rate someone might die and shouted for everyone to back off. The demon held Naeun against the wall. Suho tried to hold back the onslaught. The hero wondered why the plot of his book had changed so much. Putting his laptop on the floor, Hajin picked up the clip. There were magic bullets with destructive power lying on the floor. He realized that they couldn't deal a fatal blow. Editing the settings, he increased the destructive power to 6 points. Loading the gun, Hajin ran towards the enemy, thinking about the properties of light and darkness. Firing a light bullet, he asked Suho to back off. The bullet hit the demon, tearing off his arm. Naeun fell to the floor. Suho, surrounded by an aura, swung his sword with symbols, cutting the monster. It collapsed. Suho, leaning on his knee, tried to catch his breath. Naeun waved off his help. Hajin advised her to leave her, saying that her brother would be coming soon. Suho and Naeun looked at him in surprise. The girl trembled, asking what he said again. Later, Seung-ah, having dealt with the monsters, asked about the situation at the museum. Hearing the names of Suho and Hajin, she rushed inside. Seeing Hajin, she greeted him, asking if he was a cadet. He indicated that Suho was inside. Later, Hajin, sitting on a bench, analyzed the changes in the plot, realizing that the world had become a remake of his book. A message appeared on the screen about the increase in the level of villains. Suho asked why Hajin mentioned Naeun's brother. He answered, pretending not to know. Hanhyun wanted to say that he really did not know, but Suho only gritted his teeth. The setting sun illuminated the sky, and he said that they would talk about it another time. Later, Naeun's profile was opened on the screen. Currently a student at the Hero Academy. Family relations: father Chi Senjek, brother Chi Jin-yoon. Hajin, who was sitting at the laptop, said that everything was as he described in the book. But something caught his attention. It said that his brother was now in serious condition. In the photo, rescuers were carrying him away. Below was information that he was in a coma. Hajin imagined several people going to him operation to suppress human monsters' arson. This was the first opportunity for the ally of the main character Chi Jin-yoon to gain fame. Then Jin-yoon smiled widely. At that time, she was 13 years old. She looked at the guy with delight and she was very proud of her brother who became a hero. He said that this was his version of the book. Now the hero looked at the screen in confusion. Another message appeared there. Opening it, he saw a note that the changes would be sent in a message after the subject Kim Ha-jin personally confirmed them. The new message said that Jin-yoon in the story is Naeun's brother and Kim Suho's assistant. Later, Jin-yoon was lying on the ground in blood. Later, it was decided that the main character had too many assistants, so changes were made. Tears streamed down the blonde's face. 4 years ago, when Chi Jin-yoon became a hero during the first mission, he received a devil's mark and became a demon seed. Hajin's eyes widened. He didn't understand what was written there. The board was dark. Glows reported that today at 13 in the middle of Seoul, a whole flock of monsters appeared. As a result of the unexpected appearance of the monsters, 50 people were injured, 7 people died. The hand touched the radio when it managed to report that the deputy head of the Strait of Essence Guild, Yun Seung-ae, took part in suppressing the situation. The girl was sitting on the bed. She laid her head on her knees. The man entered the room, saying her name. Naeun turned around, calling him dad, and asked him about work. Coming closer, he only asked again, "Is this a problem? How are you feeling?" And the girl replied that she was fine. Looking at her, the father clarified, "Don't you need to get examined?" But Naeun refused and asked, "Why did you come?" She lowered her head, hearing that he was worried, and said that she was really fine. He looked closely at his daughter when she addressed him. Hugging her knees again, the girl asked if she could meet you again before being discharged. Her father only looked at her sympathetically. Taking her hand, he agreed. Meanwhile, Hajin put his head on his hand, imagining a monster and reading about how demons were creatures higher than humans. Monsters? They left marks on people and turned them into demon seeds. After that, the incubation period passed, the seeds sprouted and people turned into strong demons. This period lasted 5-6 years. Naeun stood in front of the door to the ward. Half of it had already passed. Her brother's name was on the plate. The hero continued to sit at the laptop. The girl went inside. In this confusing situation, there was only one answer. Both lowered their heads. Until the demon awakened in Chi Jin-yoon's body, it was necessary to kill him as quickly as possible. The sister stood in front of her brother lying in bed. The light from the monitor illuminated the face of the protagonist, who was thinking about how to do this. Who should do this? Imagining their father, the hero thought that it was impossible to hire a person. No mercenary would undertake the murder of an oligarch's son. Naeun sat next to Seung-ah's bed. He showed no signs of seed germination, so it was impossible to do anything either. Afterwards, he imagined the battlefield, arguing that there was no way to stop the demon that was about to manifest in Kim Suho. Even when the active heroes enter the fight, casualties among them are inevitable. Therefore, now is not the time to do anything, because these heroes play a big role in the second part of the book. The sister looked at her brother in a coma. Our hero began to tremble. Smiling, the girl said that it was her. And Hajin, sitting at the table, said that he should kill her brother. Naeun crossed her legs and said that she saw such a human monster for the first time. She almost died. No, but how could an ordinary cadet inflict a fatal blow on him? Then she frowned, talking about the shooter, but she suddenly fell silent. She only said that it was not worth talking about it. Turning around, she heard the word that visiting time was over. Putting her hand on her brother, the girl said that she would look in on him again, and headed for the exit. She lowered her head, and took a step forward, then she stopped. She again remembered Hajin and his words. She remembered his look and words that her brother would come soon and calm her down. Then Naeun pursed her lip. Frowning, she looked forward, repeating his name. Several tall buildings rose to the sky. The Tower of Heroes. At the entrance, it was written that this was an archive and someone addressed the deputy leader. Seung-ah was throwing out documents when a person behind her said that viewing materials from a state organization was illegal. What to do if someone noticed her? But sitting down at the table, she answered nothing. She was going to take a second to look at the records of today's incident at the museum, and the guy thought that this was the whole problem. Remembering the killed monster, the girl said that traces with the property of light were found in the body of the human monster. It turns out that one of those who fought with him used this property. She seemed to flare up, saying that such a person could become a rather dangerous opponent. Alia, a human monster. It is necessary to find him at all costs and drag him to them. But the guy only thought that she was worried again because of her premonition of a talented shot. Opening the camera records, Seung-ah said that they say that 3 cadets who were on an excursion at the time fought with this human monster, and Han-hyun said that one of them used the properties of light. Remembering Suho and Naeun, he said that they were already under his supervision. Lost in thought, the girl put her hand to her face and said that she heard about the latter for the first time and found her in the Cuba rankings, 934th place. Later, Hajin was sitting with a laptop and said that he had recently realized one fact. Seeing the blue windows on the screen, he noted that it seemed that other people did not see this laptop. He added that, at least, he could not worry about the main characters and calmly check the contents of the book. He also added a feature to the laptop when he found out that it was invisible to others. Looking at the blonde, he said that Rachel had won. Then a notification about a change in the settings appeared. Watching his comrades, the hero saw that Demayan's self-confidence was lower than usual and noted that this was such a function. He assumed that being among many people and continuing to talk about if settings that differ from the plot of the book appear within a radius of 30 meters from him, he should immediately receive notifications. Someone stamped their foot behind their back when he thought that this was much more effective than messages from the co-author after his confirmation. Bayoon clenched her fists and offered to fight again. Turning around, he silently looked and the others noticed them when the hero said that he did not want to, but the girl asked why and added that he was talking about other people's families. But looking at the interlocutor, the hero said that these were real bullets and he had to be careful and added that he did not want to be scolded for wounding a classmate. Naeun got angry and clenched her teeth and called him a freak. Then the instructor came in and asked what they were doing, and turning around, the girl heard that Cadet Kim Ha-jin could not fight with other cadets due to the lack of training weapons and that Cadet Naeun should return to his place. In anger, she began to leave and, watching her, the hero thought that he should not apologize to her now. Looking at his hand with scratches, he realized that his primary goals were to try his best to become stronger. After that, he assumed that Jin-eun should be killed and, watching her leave, he realized that even if their relationship improved, then she would only be betrayed by him. The bright sun illuminated the walls of the building and many people gathered inside. Blue light fell from the ceiling and someone's voice asked if everyone was there. The guy had a microphone in his hand and Hyun, the representative of the Truth Science Club, greeted everyone at the introductory lesson of the Truth class. Standing on the stage, he announced that the purpose of their club is to analyze monsters and research strategies, adding that they meet every week to discuss. The girls looked at him with admiration when he told them to read the brochures that were handed out to them. Looking closely at him, someone noted his attractive appearance and ability to keep the audience's attention on himself. Folding his arms over his chest, Hajin noted that all of these were demonic abilities, adding that a long shadow fell from the speaker. From the very beginning of the story in Cuba, where the main plot unfolds, various incidents began to occur with cadets disappearing, monsters attacking, and so on, and Hyun would become the villain who would be responsible for all of these incidents. Imagining Hyun kneeling in front of the silhouette of a girl, the hero assumed that after making a contract with the demon Lilith, he gained the skill of charm and became a human monster. Continuing to look at the speaker, Hajin noted that this was the one he was hunting now, adding that she was the reason he joined this club. He looked at Yona, who sat with her arms folded across her chest, and pressing a button, the speaker announced that today was an introductory meeting, so he would just talk a little about the club's activities. An image of a beast appeared behind him and he said that it was an above-average level monster, a mountain tyrant that appeared during the outcall, and it turned out that it was almost 60 years old. Several dots appeared on the beast's body and, regardless of where the monsters are, outside the cube or inside, information about high Rega monsters is of great value, which can be worth at least several billion won. The girl looked at Hyun when he asked her what the vital information about this mountain tyrant was, and the guy pressed the button on the remote again when she answered that it was unknown and said that the purpose of their club was to discuss such cases. A bright beam came from the spotlight and the speaker informed everyone that those who wanted to share their thoughts were asked to stay for the meeting after the end of the class. The hero stood up from his seat and asked the girl if she would go, but Yona silently walked past. An angry Hajin asked her respectfully and, looking at her in surprise, she replied that yes, she might be able to get useful information, and he thought that this was a place where information about monsters might be useful. The girl glared at the hero when he asked if he wanted to tell the dungeon clearing team in his guild, and on the bright background were the silhouettes of people from the Essence Straight Guild. After introducing the monster, the hero guessed that it was created 50 years ago during an outcall and added that the key figures in it were the Yona family. After he guessed that now it is one of the big guilds that have a lot of influence in Korea, and Yona frowned when Hajin said that recently the influence of the deputy guild leader has been declining, so she, as the successor, also feels threatened. Raising an eyebrow, she heard a question about this, that he wanted to go to the meeting and get information, and asked again what he was doing this for. And the hero said that he wanted to get information, since this information could be useful, and added that it was created 50 years ago during an outcall. Putting his hands in his pockets, the hero said that he would tell about the weak points of the mountain tyrant. Her question was heard throughout the hall and the guy answered that if you want to run the guild without problems later, then you should already be making an effort now, right? Imagining the beast's leg, the hero said that there is a small blue pattern on its heel and if you hit it right there, it will not be able to move. Now calmly looking at the interlocutor, she heard words about the fact that naturally this information is not free and your guild has an arsenal, right? Imagining a gun, the hero said that he would like you to get the Desert Eagle for him there. The girl just looked at him thoughtfully and still looking at him, she asked what is the basis for such a statement, do you have evidence? Then Hajin smiled and a strange feeling appeared between them when he answered that he did not. Yonha looked closely at the interlocutor and, turning away, she got angry saying that she just wasted her time, but the guy said that it would be beneficial for you to believe him. Looking at her, he thought that if she ignored his words, then information worth several billion won would turn into an ordinary piece of paper. The bright sun illuminated the leaves of the trees, but if she believed him, then he would have an army of allies. Someone's voice asked the secretary if she could pass on something to the team that was dealing with the mountain tyrant. Yona opened her mouth wide and said that it was about the next raid. The girl held the bracelet to her mouth saying that the vital place of the monster is the blue pattern on the heel, let them check. Hajin understood that this army would later be called the Kings of Seoul. On the piece of paper it was written that it was a bill for a loan and below was the amount to be paid 300 million won. Hajin was shocked. Imagining a satisfied Hadun, Hajin thought that the maximum amount that a cadet is given on credit is exactly 300 million. What was this Kim Hundon doing more interestingly? The hero lowered his eyebrows in displeasure and then looked at the screen, seeing only 3 million on the bank book, so I am the fact that I will not be able to return to my world. After the guy imagined how he sells organs or fishes, realizing that he risks dying here, paying off debts for the rest of his life. Scratching his head, Hajin thought that he should earn money and now there are 2 ways to legally earn a lot of money. Imagining different graphs, he thought about stocks and then he imagined a high tower, thinking that in this world dungeons and towers appear like mushrooms after the rain. It is necessary to find guilds that are engaged in clearing dungeons and buy shares of developing guilds. Looking ahead, he thought that he knew which of them would succeed, but he had no money to buy shares, so this method was not suitable. Then he had to act himself, go out onto the field. The second method was to hunt on the field, and the hero imagined a map with marks. This was a dangerous zone where monsters appeared. And then he imagined selling things, arguing that the difficulty level here was very different from towers and dungeons, but selling monster corpses could make good money. Looking at his indicators, he thought that his points had only just now exceeded those of the average adult man, and whether he would be able to go out onto the field. He thought about it, putting his hand to his face, and even if he enhanced the effect of the gun with an additional device, it would be a waste of energy. Was there no other way? Suddenly he heard a sound behind him, and someone was knocking on the door, saying that he had a parcel from Yonha. He looked questioningly and, opening the door, the hero saw a suitcase. The guy leaned over, opened it, and his mouth dropped open at what he saw. The bright sun illuminated the city, Gangwon Province, Wonju City, the field area. Smiling broadly, the man thanked the cadet for using the portal services and, walking to the entrance, the hero noted that it was worth saying that he was a cadet and she became so polite. There were many people at the entrance and the hero stepped onto the step. In front of him, a view of the street opened up and everyone was doing their own thing. The Gangwon area is considered to be quite low in terms of field danger. There are many foreigners all year round who come to hunt, so the city is called an international metropolis. Someone shouted that he was looking for a team and the guy put his hand to his face, saying that a recruitment of magicians ready to go together to the Chayak Mountains was underway. Looking around, he heard that they were talking in these areas about some crazy person who hunts monsters with his bare hands. Walking further, he noticed a girl who said that everything together would cost 600,000 won, and he noticed how someone was bargaining for trolls and thought that it would be much more profitable for them to sell monsters to an agent. He heard footsteps behind him when he wondered if someone could find an agent in these parts. He turned around when someone caught his attention. The man in glasses asked the hero if he had come to hunt. Turning around, Hajin asked if he was an agent, to which he answered in the affirmative, saying that he was looking for his business card. After that, he handed the business card to the hero, but he only thought that the man was strange, but his attention was drawn to the fact that it said SN Suhyuk Agency. He remembered the man on the cover of the magazine and thought that he would become the director of the best agency in Korea, and Kim Soo-ho's personal agent Suhyuk awkwardly scratched the back of his head, and the hero thought that he did not expect to meet him here. The interlocutor was surprised when the hero asked again the name of the agency. He extended his hand and said that the inscription convinced him and that he would make a contract. After Hajin thought that this world was just the beginning of a book and that many characters did not yet know their true worth. Suhyuk shook the hero's hand and said that he would provide him with the best service. The hero thought that it would be a good idea to establish contacts with them in advance, but he frowned, wondering if he could intercept Kim Soo-ho's agency. The sun's rays illuminated the foliage, and turning around, Hajin asked if they could really go with him. Suhyuk, breathing heavily, asked not to worry and said that if it became dangerous, they could drop their weapons and run. But the hero thought that agents usually wait outside the field. The man noticed traces on the ground and said that there were traces of hobgoblins. He noted that the difficulty level was low and that one could get about 300 to 400,000 won. He asked how they liked it. Turning around again, the hero expressed doubts, thinking that for one destroyed tower they give about 200,000 won. He suggested that if you think about the price, the monster is more profitable. Then he pointed his finger in the other direction. Standing at the edge, they saw a boar below. Adjusting his glasses, Suhyuk said that it was a steel boar. With a slight smile, he noted that such a boar could not be defeated with a pistol. He added that the bullets would not penetrate his skin, but the hero said that they would not know until they tried. The man looked at the hero in surprise, and he said that he had a very good gun. Remembering the conversation with Yonha, the hero said that he received this weapon in exchange for information about the mountain tyrant. Hajin pointed the gun at the target and a description appeared that it was a desert eagle. The agent looked at the weapon in amazement, and the hero thought that he had used SP and added some settings. When the hero aimed, the man expressed concern that the beast would only get angry. Frowning, the hero aimed the weapon. A shot rang out. The bullet pierced the boar. The beast opened its mouth in shock. Suhyuk did the same as the beast, and he and the boar fell to the ground. The weapon description appeared again with a note that in the case of an enemy, the destructive power amplification indicators double. Hajin took a step closer to the cliff. Satisfied, he looked down and said that the weapon's performance was not bad. Smoke came from the weapon. Kneeling, the agent noted that it was an amazing weapon and that it shot perfectly. However, the hero looked away and thanked the agent. Then he fired another shot. The bird fell down when Suhyuk asked what was there, and the hero replied that there was a black pelican near the rocks. Adjusting his glasses, the man asked if he could really see that far, to which the hero replied in the affirmative. Circles appeared before Hajin's eyes and he said that he could see 1,000 ahead. Then he turned around and said that he was going. The sunset rays illuminated the sky and the agent asked to wait for him. And the bird fell right on the boar. Examining them, the man said that it was just part of the monster and their weight was great, and the hero asked if they could drag them beyond the field. The agent put his hand to his face and said that it would be better to pay the 119 service. He would transfer the money tomorrow. The hero thought that everything was clear with him because it was Suhyuk. Shaking hands, the hero agreed and said that he hoped for a profitable cooperation. The man asked with a smile whether this was the hero's first hunt in the field and asked how he would use his fee. Calmly looking at his interlocutor, the hero replied that he would buy shares. The man only smiled silently. Hajin presented a silhouette and said that the new Packhorse Master Guild was created by human monsters and that it plays an important role in the book. He sat at his laptop and thought that, of course, he should now focus on other settings, but there is a dungeon that this guild cleared. In the book, it is described as a devil's nest. Presenting the graphs, the hero noted that after the clearing, the Packhorse Master Guild shares will grow by 1,000%. Having pressed the buy button, Hajin reasoned that he only needs to buy and he will certainly be a winner. A message appeared about the completed purchase. He looked at the bracelet screen and wondered if there was any more information on the shares if there were no official communities. Then he would have to go to the shadow site Purple Bagot. Then he looked up in surprise. He started talking about colors and remembered something, and he again imagined different people. The group of chameleons. Until the second half of the book they were the main villains. This is a criminal organization about whose members there was no information, only that they disguised the color. Perhaps their data and information about their activities were known only to him, the author of this book. The guy looked thoughtful and reasoned that although they were criminals, they avoided human monsters. He thought that if only he could get into the guild arena, then maybe he could tell something about the incident with Jinyun. Sitting down at the laptop again, Hajin remembered that around this time, according to the plot, one place became free in their guild, which meant they should soon begin searching. But the monitor turned off. The hero looked at the black screen in a panic. His eyes grew bigger with excitement as this was possibly the only way to return to his world. But the image started to appear again. Hajin had already smiled. However, a message appeared saying that 1 month had passed. The laptop's functions are being updated 0.01%. The bright rays of the sun illuminated the room. The girl whispered to her boyfriend to look in someone's direction. Yona and Jonghak were sitting opposite. The guy raised his head and asked if it was possible to stop these high society gatherings. The girl replied with a smile that even if she got tired of it, they would not lose anything if they established close ties with social leaders in advance. Leaning on the table, the girl asked how your grades have been lately and, upon hearing the answer, noted that the Jonghak she knows will not calm down until he achieves first place. But looking at the bracelet screen, Jonghak said that therefore he thinks everything is fine. Feeling awkward, Yona agreed. The door to the cafe opened. Naeun walked inside. The guy jumped up from his chair and greeted her. Yona was confused when he approached her and asked her why she was attending meetings now. She said that if she had known that he would be here too, she would have come. Approaching Naeun, the hero asked how she had been to the hospital, to which the girl replied that it was nothing serious. Yona only lowered her head. Someone put a glass of drink on the table, saying that she was going to tell something. Yona opened her eyes wide when she heard the question if they knew Hajin. The girl looked at her interlocutor in surprise and asked what was wrong with him. Naeun looked away, saying that it was about that incident at the museum. That day, there were 3 of them, she, Suho, and this guy. Remembering the fight, she said that the human monster was stronger than she thought. The battle was brutal and happened right during the fight. Then she remembered how a bright light tore off her arm and called Hajin an idiot. At that moment, the monster man's arm was torn off. Then she watched in shock. She thought that this was even possible with the help of some training gun if he simply tore off the man-monster's arm. She remembered Hajin's look and found what happened very suspicious. Seeing how her interlocutor thought, Naeun remembered that they were on the same team and asked what he thought about him. She was confused, not knowing what to answer. She said that he lived in a shelter, became a cadet of Cuba and owed about 300 million. She added that these are all Hajin's features. She noted that it was unclear how and where he found out about the mountain tyrant. The girl stood by the white wall. She remembered how the hero said that he did not answer questions. She decided that she would have to continue the investigation and considered it necessary to check whether he would be useful to her or not. At that moment, pushing the cup off the table, she said that he was just an ordinary person and thought that in a fight with a human monster, she noticed that he had enough strength to break his arm. Taking a sip, she wondered if this meant that he had something hidden. Naeun leaned closer and asked if he was a human monster. Her comrades looked at her in surprise. Her friend asked if he had started attacking his own. She agreed, but noted that there was something in him, that is. Meanwhile, Hajin was looking at the bright monitor of the laptop. The update was almost finished. Then a light appeared near his hand. He turned around, covering his eye. There was blood on his wrist. Drops of blood fell on the chair. The hero grabbed his hand. A message appeared that this stigmata contains magic, one of the types of power of the creator. The hero put his hand to his head and thought that information appeared in it like a tsunami. The hand hit the table. Jonghak leaned on the table and asked if he liked this guy. Naeun looked away. The hero fell to his knees. He reached for the laptop with his hand. Lowering her head, Naeun again remembered the words about her brother and, raising her head, said that it was something like that. Having fallen to the floor, the hero lost consciousness. But the laptop continued to work. A list of updates appeared on its screen. Seoul, the Association Tower. Sometime after the incident at the museum. After the fight with the human monster, the protagonist, Suho and Naeun received awards for their contribution to the safety of society. The guy squeezed his hand. He looked tensely at his wrist and thought that yesterday's wound was still aching. The hero raised his hand and decided that he should find out what kind of skill this was. Naeun, sitting next to him, crossed her arms and asked him to be quieter with displeasure. The brunette turned to her and replied that he had not said anything. His classmate grimaced and said that he was making noise here anyway. The young man asked if she had forgotten. The archer frowned and asked what he was talking about. When Hajin reminded her that he had saved her, the girl's face distorted with disdain. She flared up and exclaimed, "What does this have to do with it?" Suho stood up from his seat and asked them to stop. He offered Naeun to change places with him, but she refused. The hero looked at her absent-mindedly, not understanding what the girl had done here. Suho sat down next to the young man. The guy coughed in embarrassment and thanked the archer for that time. Hajin turned pale and sighed, thinking that it had started again. The swordsman smiled and said that they would not have been able to win if the main character had not helped. The brunette looked away and replied that they would have managed without him. If he had not been there then, perhaps a higher level of power would have awakened in them. After all, the main character always becomes stronger in the face of danger. Suho looked at the young man in surprise. The cameraman in the headphones turned to his colleague and nervously shouted that he was here and everyone should get ready. A man with long hair came out of the portal. He scratched the back of his head and frowned. Yu Shihyuk, a high-ranking hero ranked 37th, frowned and muttered in displeasure that he was being forced to walk back and forth. The man extended his hands to the man standing on the stage with the documents. Everyone whispered that this man was the Wolf of Valhalla, who possessed enormous magical power. The announcement of the beginning of the award ceremony was made. Hajin, Suho and Naeun became serious when all the winners were asked to come up on stage. A voice announced that the hero Shihyuk would be hosting the ceremony. The man stood in front of 3 cadets. The host said that these people were able to destroy the human monster in a dangerous situation and became model citizens of society. The hero handed the letter to the swordsman and asked if he was Suho. The boy confirmed with a smile. Shihyuk said that it was not surprising that everyone wanted to get him. The cadet looked at his interlocutor and muttered that he was exaggerating. The man squeezed the letter of commendation for a second. He leaned over and, grinning, advised the young man not to come to the association, but to work as a hunter for the Endless Field Guild. Shihyuk added that heroes have too much responsibility and there is nothing interesting in the work. The boy smiled and replied that this occupation, nevertheless, suits him. The man moved away and scratched his ear, muttering that the student is boring. He looked at the blushing girl and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Naeun was embarrassed and muttered something to the teacher, but he interrupted her, asking since when he was her teacher. The man said that her father asked him to take care of her, but that was not in his plans. The girl's face sank, and the protagonist smirked. Shihyuk turned to him, and the boy shuddered. He asked who he was. The protagonist said his name, and the protagonist indifferently handed him the diploma. They say that the only thing worse than hatred is indifference. That was exactly the situation now. The host announced that they would end the award ceremony here, and asked Naeun to say a few words. Later, at the cafe, Hajin smiled contentedly and carried a tray with both a drink and dessert. The reward for destroying the human monster was impressive. The young man sat down at the table and muttered that he decided to buy more shares of the Packhorse Master Guild with this money. He opened his laptop, deciding to check the updated functions. Information about the updated functions, stigmata, internet activation, a low-level skill, Book of Truth, was added to the observation and viewing skill. The protagonist remembered the mark that appeared and thought that the wound on his wrist was now called a stigmata. He looked at his hand and noted that the usage method was rather imprecise. It was said that the guy could use it according to his wishes. Hajin thought about his wish, and at that moment the mark lit up. The cadet hurried to hide his hand under the table. He was sweating and decided to check later in the dorm. The guy pressed the internet activation function. The brunette's eyes widened in surprise. In front of him was a list of available sites: Law-Abiding Spirit, Purple Banquet, Jeremy Sword, Messenger, Covenant, and Weaponry. The hero thoughtfully touched his chin and noted that in addition to regular websites, there were also those that could be accessed for a fee. An important site is Purple Banquet. This is the most famous site among the underground ones. Here you can trade information, weapons, awards, place orders, and so on. There are almost no heroes who have never used this site. Therefore, even the government turns a blind eye, although it knows about this shadow industry. To register for the Purple Banquet, you need to pay a decent amount. The screen said that 200 SP is required to register. The young man thought that if he had 200 points, he could easily make an account. The guy looked at his laptop and decided to give it a try, but at that moment someone touched the chair opposite him. Seung-ah looked at him with a smile and asked if the cadet knew her. The hero looked at the woman in surprise. She put her hand in her coat pocket and said that she was very surprised when Hajin suddenly disappeared from the awards ceremony. The guild deputy put a business card on the table. The brunette looked at it and thought that if Seung-ah was giving her business card, it meant a lot. The woman leaned on her hand and said that she was curious about something. She smiled and asked if she could ask a question. Most likely, this is the first stage of Seung-ah's recruitment method. The guy looked at her intently. In the media, the woman looks quite friendly, but inside she is completely different. If the person she brought does not meet her expectations, the deputy simply gets rid of them. Takes what she wants, throws out who she wants. The principle of natural selection. This is Seung-ah, the deputy leader of the best guild in Korea. Connections with her will be useful for further developments. She smiled and began to say that she was curious, but the hero abruptly refused. The woman looked questioningly at the interlocutor, but he said that he had nothing to tell her. Seung-ah smiled tensely and said that the young man did not seem to understand, because she was now showing great interest in him as the deputy leader of the #1 guild in the country. The brunette put the laptop in his backpack and thanked him for his interest, if it was sincere. The woman looked at him in shock. The hero thought that the deputy most likely saw that the cadet used an attack with the property of light. Now Suna is experiencing ordinary curiosity. The guy stood up and decided that he needed to leave here so that her curiosity could grow into something more. The young man said that it was time for him to go. The interlocutor opened her mouth in surprise and asked again. Description: Stigmata. Stigmata contain magic, one of the types of power of the creator. Every time the amount of SP exceeds a certain value, and the level of attention rises by one level, one stigmata appears. The magic contained in the stigmata can be used according to Hajin's wishes. When using all magical powers, they are restored within 24 hours. The mark on his hand began to shine, and the young man decided to transform the magic of the stigmata into the form of a sword. A blade appeared above his hand. The brunette waved the weapon and muttered that one has only to think about what he wants to use, as it appears by itself. Magic is an ability that is greatly influenced by abilities and training. The hero looked at his hand and said that he did not even imagine that he would be able to use magic when he came to this world. It was good that such a method had appeared. Then he decided to test the Book of Truth skill. Hajin thoughtfully rubbed his chin. The mark on his hand began to glow again. A shining book appeared in the air. The hero looked at the object in shock. This book contains the truth. It can answer any question if magic allows it. The young man's eyes widened in surprise. The cadet looked at the book and asked how tall he was. The artifact answered that he was 174 centimeters. Notification: you spent 1 SP? That's how the guy found out how they were spent. The bracelet on his hand lit up and started beeping. The hero looked at his hand and read that an emergency notification had arrived. General message: we are looking for the last person to see Cadet Jinha Jiang from the world class. Hajin looked tensely at the notification and muttered that it seemed like the second main story had begun. The incident with the disappearance of people in Cuba. As you can tell from the title, 6 cadets will disappear during the month that this episode lasted. The criminals' tracks will not be found, the investigation will reach a dead end. The number of missing people will only increase, as if someone was deliberately mocking them. This episode is of great importance because the criminal's target is Yonha. If the protagonist's assistant dies due to the co-author's interference, it will be a big problem. Hajin touched his chin and thought that it would be better to find the culprit himself. He lowered his hand and remembered that history could be distorted if he made a hasty decision. In the end, the young man decided to watch from the side for now. The next day, the sun's rays penetrated the training hall. Suho took a few sips of water. A classmate approached him and pointed to the side, offering to look at him. Someone kicked the disc on the barbell. 2 people approached the protagonist and asked what this loser was doing. They looked at the young man crouched near the barbell. The red-haired guy was bullying, saying that he was crying, that he was having a hard time and wanted to completely disgrace their academy. He said that the guy got in here for a bribe. Suho jerked to intervene, but the guy stopped him by the shoulder. The swordsman turned to the village headman with displeasure, but the latter said that it was immediately obvious that the hero was being deliberately angered, and if he intervened, it would be worse. He smirked and suggested that the young man was repeating himself. The interlocutor frowned and asked again. The village headman clenched his fist and reminded him that Suho himself said that Hajin cut off the hand of the human monster, and now he can't answer these guys. At this time, the protagonist tried to lift the barbell, but without success, so the offenders decided that he was joking. The headman scratched the back of his head and muttered that the brunette was just lucky that he was able to destroy that monster. Suho walked towards them, demanding that they stop. The other cadets turned around, interested in what was happening. The teacher burst into the hall and shouted at them what they were doing during training. He raised his hand with a Wutman paper and ordered everyone to gather to find out the results of the exam. The man said that he would hang up a poster and the students would check it themselves. Suho turned around. The cadets were studying the results with interest, checking whether they passed or not. The protagonist was in first place, and after him Rachel. The brunette looked at the poster indifferently and was not surprised because he copied everything. Behind him, a rapier fell to the floor with a clang. The blonde looked at the results in shock. The hero turned around at her in surprise. Rachel Elizabeth Louise, the English princess, ranked 3rd in the Cube entrance exams. In addition, she has never been inferior to others. Always ranked 1st in written exams, no matter how difficult they were. The girl turned to Hajin. The young man sweated and knitted his brows. The palace, Rachel's memories. The subjects congratulated her on entering the cube. The butler and the female knight looked at the girl with concern. The man asked if she was worried, because outstanding and famous heroes from all over the world would gather there. In addition, all classes were held in Korean. The blonde smiled and replied that she would study hard and live up to the expectations placed on her for the glory of the English royal family. She looked at her portrait with her parents. The present tense. Rachel leaned on her hand and mentally apologized to her citizens. The teacher looked at the students and said that Hajin presented a completely new point of view on analyzing the real world. He added that the other cadets should follow his example. The blonde put her pen to her lips and thought that real-world analysis was a rather difficult subject. She decided that she would not catch up with the hero in grades before the midterms. The girl glanced at the brunette sitting in front of her, absent-mindedly looking ahead. Rachel frowned, wondering how the hero usually studied. Information Department Truth, the answer to any question. Hajin tapped his fingers on the keyboard. He thought that since he had gotten the Book of Truth, he should use it properly. At the same time, he would earn some pocket money. With the help of the Book of Truth, one can find out any information about this world if it does not exceed the number of points available. The brunette rubbed his chin and noted that few people knew about it yet, so one should not expect large incomes, but if there were good reviews and recommendations, there would immediately be more clients. He submitted an application to register as a seller. Virtual screens appeared in front of him, and the young man decided that he should invest the accumulated SP. The beginning of the second main story. This meant that the cube was no longer a safe place where human monsters couldn't get in. Hajin looked at the gun and noted that his skills weren't enough to fight them right now, although he had plenty of points, probably due to the bullying of the Jonghak gang. The brunette smiled and thought that he should invest these points and get something that could be useful in a dangerous situation. For starters, he decided to strengthen his gun, the Desert Eagle. The young man began typing on his laptop. Additional properties of the Desert Eagle, gun, sniper rifle. The hero smiled awkwardly and wondered if this was too much. He pressed the key and spent 250 SP. The weapon began to glow until it turned into a rifle. Desert Eagle, sniper rifle. The guy looked at the updated weapon with satisfaction and said that with this thing he could surprise everyone. Now Hajin decided to try to make up techniques. Unlike abilities that cause supernatural phenomena based on magic, techniques are related to physical data or skills. For a shooter, the most important skill is take a position. The boy started typing something. Description: Parker, proficiency 0%. Flexibility and agility of movements. Can be used to move around the terrain, regardless of its relief. The speed and use of the skill depend on intelligence and muscle strength. Notification: You have spent 350 SP. The hero looked at his hand and muttered that he could not feel it now, but the skill was probably used. The bracelet screen began to glow. General message: Has anyone seen Cadet Soonjeon from the world class, who has not been contacted since yesterday? Second victim. The boy looked at the pop-up message. All the cadets who disappeared before Yona was kidnapped were killed by the criminal. The hero knew who was behind it and who would be next. He wondered if he should continue to watch people disappear without a trace. The boy turned pale and started sweating. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. The open-air Cuba training ground. The coach frowned and announced that there would be a special practical training session today. The cave behind him was an artificial dungeon created using magical engineering technology. Inside were imitations of real monsters. The man announced that today they would have dungeon clearing practice. He frowned and shouted for everyone not to relax, thinking that this was just a lesson. In this huge dungeon that could not even be measured, the Veritas and cultivation classes would be having a joint training session today. The students from the two groups exchanged glances. The man pointed to the screen and announced that they would be forming groups, with one team from each class. The students began to split up. Teammate, the Veritas class, Yonha, Hosung, Heizuki and Hajin. Cultivation class, Jadon, Kim Jingwoo, Oh Sujeong, Lai Jingxia. The hero looked at the entrance to the labyrinth. All kinds of traps were set up inside the artificial dungeon. Among them were several traps in the form of human monsters. The boy squeezed the gun and thought that he had made some special bullets just in case. He wondered if he could safely pass this training. The hero looked up. Notification: Change in settings detected. Hajin frowned and sweated when he saw that there were as many as 3 new changes. The boy began to get nervous, not understanding how exactly they had changed. The students around him gradually gathered into teams. Someone shouted, "Did some idiot not hear that they were told to quickly gather in teams?" The girl with a bandage on her face looked at Suho with displeasure and said that he looked stupid. Team 1, the Veritas class, Suho, Cultivation class, Jo Yuna. Notice, Yuna's character personality has become even more mischievous than before. The guy shook her hand and said that it was nice to meet Yonha. Jadon from the Cultivation class grabbed the brunette's hand and exclaimed that he hoped to work with her after training too. Notice, Jadon's character growth potential has increased by 0.5. Naeun pointed to the guy standing next to her and clarified that he was on her team and had also appeared in the Hunters Club earlier. The blonde smiled and replied that his name was Sven. Notice, Sven's psychological weakness has increased. There is a high probability of devil servants infiltrating during the dungeon clearing. The protagonist looked back at these two in shock and thought that this was already a disaster. He narrowed his eyes and noted that there were 2 interested parties. First, Jadon from Team 8. Arrogant, a weakling in front of the strong and a strongman in front of the weak. He is strong enough to be invited to Essence of the Strait. Notice, Jadon's character growth potential has increased by 0.5. The hero was curious about this growth potential. The brown-haired man pointed to the guys next to him and introduced his team: Kim Jingwoo, Oh Soojeong, Lee Jingxia. Yona stood next to her group and introduced them, mangling the protagonist's last name. The young man frowned and thought that this was okay. Next was Sven from Team 3. The blonde stood nearby and talked to Naeun. He was a German state-funded student, a hero and a promising player who had completed an elite training course. His special feature was his sympathy for Naeun. The guy blushed slightly while talking to her. There were many foreigners studying in Cuba who dreamed of roughly the same thing. Sven was no exception. He entered the academy in the hopes of reaching the very top. However, the reality was not so simple, and due to the skills of the strong cadets, he became one of the ordinary average students. Sven felt his inferiority and defeat for the first time, as well as personal instability due to adolescence. In the end, the blonde sold his soul to the devil to gain power. The guy noted that this content matched what he wrote. The problem was the expression while clearing the dungeon in the notice. The hero rubbed his chin and thought that awakening came prematurely. He hoped that this would not significantly affect the plot. Someone suddenly put a hand on his shoulder and called him. Jaden looked at Hajin with a smile, asking if he was a shooter, and asked him not to hang around like that in the dungeon. The young man shook his hand off and asked him to move away. The interlocutor chuckled and noted that it was not for nothing that all sorts of rumors were circulating about him. The hero clenched his fist and thought that his reputation had been terrible lately. It was all because of the rumors that had spread in the world class. Allegedly, he was using his status as a Cuba cadet to intimidate everyone, and also going to Seoul every weekend and having fun there. It was clear who the source of these rumors was. Thanks to this Jonghak gang, the guy was able to raise his SP quite well. The young man sighed and thought irritably why no one from the team would even stand up for him. The teacher shouted that they would enter one by one, starting with the first team. Jaden approached Yona and said that there were rumors that she was the first among the cadets receiving support. The girl replied that she had heard a lot about him too and suggested that the teams were improperly composed because it was very profitable for them. The guy said that this is usually how it happens. There is always one outstanding player and one who comes in addition. The hero crossed his arms irritably. The coach ordered teammate to enter. The guys went inside. They walked through the cave and drops of water were dripping down from above. Jaden, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. The team stood at a crossroads and there were many passages in front of them. Yona thoughtfully touched her chin and asked where it would be better to go. The brown-haired man said that the shooter in their team is Jingwoo. Suddenly, the main character looked at them and suggested going to room 6. Jaden looked at him irritably and asked why. The brunette suddenly agreed and asked to follow. She pointed at Hajin and said that he did not look very good, but he had a good eye. The young man grinned and thought that she would definitely hurt him somehow. However, they would be able to go the way Naeun chose. If Sven really made a contract with the human monster here today, the archer would have a hard time handling it alone. If something bad happened to her, the whole story would get confused. They couldn't lose her. The team went through entrance 6. Jaden muttered in displeasure that this idiot wanted to attract attention. The protagonist raised an eyebrow and advised him to keep a closer eye on the monsters ahead. The interlocutor asked irritably where he saw them. It was dark. The youth said that there was a salamander ahead. It seemed to be a dungeon switch. Jingwoo asked if he should shoot a light arrow. Yona asked him to do so. The boy pulled his bow and launched a shining arrow, illuminating the tunnel. The girl frowned in shock. A salamander, a class 6 monster above average, turned towards them. The team perked up, and the leaders shouted for everyone to prepare for battle, asking if anyone could attack with water attributes. The hero frowned, taking out his gun, and thought that it was not yet time to use it. Yona swung her whip and said that they would attack the center. The girl swung and launched the weapon forward. The salamander opened its mouth, accumulating energy. Suddenly, a whip tied her muzzle, covering her mouth. Soojeong and Heizuki had already jumped on the monster from above. They took turns striking the enemy. The salamander's body glowed and began to disappear. The brunette frowned and noted that the dungeon was changing. Sparks were coming from her weapon. The hero noticed this and thought that Yona had already managed to reach the level of enlightenment. The girl turned around and suggested that they move on. Hajin nodded and thought that she was really amazing. The young man tripped over a stone and fell, leaning on his commander. At that moment, something flashed next to them. They landed on the ground. The hero was sweating, awaiting his fate. The girl demanded to let go, and he instantly jumped away from her. While the brunette was about to end the guy's existence, the others looked away, asking what it was. Hajin and Yona looked at them questioningly. Jingxia and Heizuki looked at the arrow in the wall, not understanding where it came from. The hero thought that the threat of the human monster was probably much stronger than he thought. The boy's eyes widened in realization, which he noticed when they were falling. Description: poisoned arrow. Lethality 4/10. Effect: silent attack. The tip of the arrow is smeared with poison. Someone was walking along the tunnel and breathing heavily. Sven was lying on someone's back with a pierced shoulder. He was sweating and apologized, asking to leave him. Naeun closed her eyes and demanded that her companion shut up, and if he had the strength to talk, then let him get up and run. She did not understand what was happening, because during training sessions there can't be a poisoned arrow that flew out of nowhere. The girl ran forward with the guy behind her. A large monster, leaking lava, followed him. Naeun exclaimed, "Where did such a monster come from in an artificial dungeon?" An artificial dungeon, a training session. Explosions were heard in the corridor. Jinxia put up a shield, reflecting the fire attacks, and the rest of the team fought off the monsters from behind. The small lizards attacked them with powerful force. The sparse-haired girl stuck her shield into the ground, holding it tightly. Jingyu stood next to her and attacked with arrows. He released the bowstring and shot at the monsters. A little further away, Yona and Hajin were fighting. Jaden, with a smug smile, struck with his sword. Another bright flash appeared. Someone brushed the monster's blood off the blade. Jaden threw his sword over his shoulder and asked with a sigh, "It seemed like they almost did it." Most of them were either peanut flame or salamanders, so it was easy. The boys decided that they could move on, since there were no other traps in sight except for that arrow. The protagonist looked ahead carefully. He frowned and thought that even the cadets did not understand what was going on with that arrow. The young man assumed that it was a trap for a training session. He stood among the team and tried to understand what it was. Flames appeared. Hajin's eyes widened. He looked back, noticing a fiery silhouette behind him. The monster opened its mouth, preparing to attack. The young man frowned, seeing the salamander, which turned out to be alive. A powerful pillar of fire was approaching the cadets. Yona turned towards the light. Jaden's eyes widened. Hajin extended his hand and used stigmata magic change. The mark on his hand began to glow. The protagonist gritted his teeth and transformed the power into a water barrier. The fire attack crashed into the shield. The flames were extinguished by the water. A charred trail ran along the floor from the monster to the barrier. The monster let out a sigh and collapsed. Hosung and Hazuki stared at it in shock, surprised by the attack. They were discussing whether it was really a doll, since the heat was real. The hero had his back to them. He looked back when he was called out. Jaden grabbed him in anger and called him names since he had asked about the water attributes earlier. The brunette squeezed his hand and said that it was just the effect of a magic weapon. The swordsman shouted that he did not believe it. Yona extended her hand and said that they did not have time to sort things out. Sujiong frowned and asked what a real monster was doing here instead of a doll. The hero's squad leader looked at her and said that this place was as close to a real dungeon as possible. It was possible that the salamander could have appeared here naturally. She added that they would most likely be able to get extra points for this, so it was better to leave the sorting out for later. She walked in front of him and suggested that they go further. The girl pressed her lips together and thought that Hajin had probably lied about the magic weapon. He couldn't even buy the Desert Eagle himself, so how could he have magic skills? The guy wasn't Suho or Jonghak. The brunette thought that the young man knew important details about the mountain tyrant and had magic skills, but for some reason he was hiding everything so carefully. She remembered Naeun asking if the shooter was a human monster. The brunette glanced sideways at her companion. Lava was bubbling below. A large stone fire monster stood there. The cadets determined that it was a class 5 mid-level magma monster. Most likely, this was the main monster of the dungeon. The swordsman and Naeun looked down. He asked if they could handle it. The girl said that it would be difficult with their forces. She suggested hiding until another team arrived to join forces. The interlocutor noted that Sven needed treatment. The archer wondered where the arrow had come from. She thought the training was too difficult. Behind them lay a blonde man. He clenched his hand. The pale boy mentally apologized to the team for getting hit by an arrow. Sven thought he was always in situations like this after coming to the cube. Tears were streaming from his eyes. It was very hard for him. Suddenly a voice was heard, a child. The young man asked who it was. The voice asked if he wanted to become stronger since he had had a hard time. The demon promised to give him strength. The blonde man tiredly opened his eyes. An outstretched hand appeared in his mind. The voice said that the price for strength was small, much less than giving everything. The boy rose up. He held out his hand, and tears were streaming from his reddened eyes. Sven said that he wanted to become stronger. The demon squeezed his hand tightly. The dark creature pulled the student towards itself, declaring that he was caught. The blonde man opened his mouth and began to scream loudly. The cadets turned to look at the young man lying on the floor. The archer ran up, asking what was wrong with him. She turned around and asked why they were standing there. The red eye of the monster was watching them. It heard a scream and found them. The monster opened its mouth. A scream demanding to run was heard in the background. The monster released a stream of lava. The hand reached forward, and the monster hit the columns. The cadets ran along the corridor, led by Naeun, who was dragging a wounded man on her back. The enemy hit again. Several students flew into the air. The archer was on all fours near the collapsed bridge, and a blonde man was lying in front of her. The girl closed her eyes and cleared her throat. The head of the monster appeared in front of Naeun. She widened her eyes and thought that this could not be an ordinary doll. The archer sat up and was afraid that this was the end for her, and would she really die here? The monster opened its mouth, from which a glow burst out. A blue bullet cut through the air and hit the monster. Water flowed off him, and he turned his head. Naeun looked inquiringly in that direction. The main character stood opposite. He frowned, clutching a gun in his hand. A few minutes ago, the group stopped in front of a blockage blocking the way. Jaden looked at Hajin with displeasure and said that the main monster's zone was visible here. The young man frowned and replied that this was the right way. He thought that this wall had not been there just now, but that was not important now. The hero turned to the swordsman and said that the main monster's zone was behind this wall, so let him try to break it. The interlocutor took the blade and was indignant. Did the brunette imagine himself a master? He frowned and swung the weapon. Sparks flew from the stone. A shudder ran through his body. Jaden shouted irritably, "Was that enough?" The hero's eyes widened, surprised that even a blow with magic did not work. Heizuki pointed her finger up. The young man noticed that there was a gap at the top of the arch. Hajin came closer and said that then it would be possible to get through it. The swordsman asked what nonsense he was talking about. Because this wall was at least 10 meters high, he couldn't climb it. Hajin raised his hand and said that he would be the first then. A glow began to emanate from him. The young man used a technique. In a few jumps, he reached the top and grabbed the stone. The cadet climbed into the crack and darted to the other side. His teammates assumed that he had cats in his family. Suddenly, the ground shook, and they looked ahead in alarm. Small stones fell from the ceiling. Jaden frowned and cursed, asking what was going on. The monster froze in front of the archer, water running down its body. The hero shuddered and asked how the enemy thawed so quickly. The monster was shaking. Hajin shouted for Naeun to pull herself together and move. The girl shuddered, coming out of her stupor. A shadow was approaching the young man. He turned pale and muttered that she would save him later. A cry was heard, battle position. They began to shoot at the monster from different sides. Fire beams flew through, breaking stones. The cadets attacked, but saw that the enemy did not even move. The archer looked at them happily and smiled. She pulled the bowstring. Naeun stood up and aimed at the monster. The girl frowned and asked to take a little time. The other students continued to attack the enemy. One guy picked up Sven and ran with the main character. Someone pushed off the ground. The monster's eye widened. A quick blow knocked out several stones on its mouth. The blonde said words of apology. He landed on the monster, clutching a katana, and said that he was too late. The young man gracefully jumped, attracting the enemy's attention. At that moment, the archer held him at gunpoint. She remembered the time she had been helpless in front of the human monster. Naeun frowned and said that this time it would be different. She released the bowstring and a powerful projectile pierced the monster. The smoke gradually dissipated. The extinguished fragments of the monster lay on the ground, and lava flowed out from under them. The cadets looked at him and muttered that they really destroyed the magma monster. They hoped that they would at least get points for this. Naeun and Sven approached them. The girl asked if everything was okay. The protagonist watched as the archer was asked how she did it. Hajin noted that the blonde had not yet completely become a human monster. The plot was slightly different from the original book. He stood and looked at the archer with a smile. The hero frowned and thought that the process was just slower because Sven had already made a contract with the devil. The situation had become more serious because it was unknown when he would break through. Naeun looked towards the archer. He was sitting on a rock. The girl frowned but called out to him. The young man looked at her. They exchanged glances, but neither of them said anything. The hero looked at her in shock. The girl said that she had to tell him that. She blushed and looked away, but thanked him. Hajin's eyes widened in surprise. He got goosebumps and asked again. The girl kicked the floor and shouted that she had simply said that. The young man looked at her in confusion, not believing that she had thanked him. Naeun's life had been nothing but tragedy. The first tragedy happened on her 6th birthday. She lost her mother to human monsters and then decided to become a hero. At that age, other ordinary children laugh and misbehave, but the archer trained herself to exhaustion. She couldn't make close friends with anyone, because to extend a hand to someone meant to show one's weakness. Therefore, few heard words of gratitude from Naeun. The girl turned away in embarrassment, putting her hand on her hip. The real friends who stayed by her side could be counted on the fingers, and even more rarely could one hear gratitude and apologies, as well as from the hero himself, the author of the book. He stared ahead in confusion. The archer raised an eyebrow and asked why he tolerated Jonghek's bullying if he was so strong. She added that the brunette stopped that magma monster and with such abilities he could have simply fought back. The guy looked at her and replied that even if he got into a fight, he would not be able to win, so he tolerated it. The interlocutor objected that she saw a powerful pistol on him. Hajin picked up the weapon and explained that he made it himself. She ran closer and whispered in confusion that he would be kicked out of the academy if caught. The interlocutor replied that this was why he only used it when necessary. He put his hand on his knee and thought that he now understood how to hide weapons in the stigmata, so now no one would catch him and kick him out. The girl frowned and said that he was still too strong. She enthusiastically raised her finger and asked if he by any chance had a weapon enhancement skill. The hero said that she could think as she wanted. The archer turned around and waved her hand, saying that she knew it and would not tell anyone. Naeun stopped and asked if he wanted to tell her something. The brunette looked at her back, then turned away and said no. If the guy apologized now for speaking ill of her brother, then she would surely forgive him. However, he could not do that. It would be better for him to remain a simple acquaintance at a distance. Naeun returned to her teammates. The protagonist reminded himself that he had to kill her brother, Jinyun. The other girl looked at the archer with a smile and asked if she was friends with Hajin. She frowned and said no. Sven looked at her with crazy eyes, but said nothing. There was a sound. The girl raised her head. An announcement was heard addressed to all the cadets. The voice ordered them to stop clearing the dungeon immediately and leave the dungeon. During the training session on clearing the dungeon, some problems were discovered. Several cameras inside the dungeon suddenly stopped working after the session began. Instead of magic dolls, real monsters entered the dungeon. There was a mix-up with the distribution of trainers, so these problems were discovered much later. Despite the seriousness of the incident, due to the lack of casualties, Cuba decided not to involve external forces, but to conduct an internal investigation. The protagonist leaned on his hand, sitting at his desk, and thought that the human monsters who occupied leadership positions in Cuba managed to hush up this matter. The investigation of the incident will take place in the second episode. Hajin drew an angry face in a notebook and questions about why that guy didn't turn into a human monster. Now he needs to focus on the problem of Sven. The consequences of a contract with the devil are increased sensitivity and obsession. If the blonde's emotions reach the limit and explode when he is alone with Naeun, something terrible can happen. The hero put his hand on the laptop and thought that it was worth watching how the relationship between these two would develop in order to prevent such a situation. He opened the messenger, which had more than 99 unread messages. The guy closed his eyes and thought that he was a little ashamed, but he would just check and immediately turn it off. Notification: you have entered Naeun's messenger. The last 3 dialogues were with Suho, Sven, and Jonghak. The blonde wrote that the hunting club was going to Gangwon-do this week and asked her to make a bet. According to the plot, the guy will have a breakdown on that day. The young man looked at his laptop and decided that it would be better to go with them. He needed to be properly prepared, just in case. The brunette looked ahead and thought that he had also grown up a bit, so it was time to go into the dungeon on Mount Gari. His bracelet beeped again. The hero looked at it questioningly, not understanding why he was calling him. He picked up the phone. Suho smiled and greeted Hajin by the call. The swordsman asked if the shooter would have time on Friday. The brunette stared at the bracelet in surprise. The interlocutor said that he had one request. If you look around, this is a famous place in the province of Gangwon-do, where energy and spirit are mixed, so this mountain has long been called a training mountain, where warriors from all over the country came. However, not only warriors came here, there were also seekers of treasures hidden in the depths of the mountain, such as this root. Opposite the main character stood a guy and said that people like him are collectors of mountain ginseng. The boy just looked at him and listened silently. Then he agreed, and after that there was an awkward pause. For some time the guys stood in the forest and discussed why they were staring at some map. They could miss the main thing, and the boy replied that he was not looking for ginseng here, but for one place. In response he heard that it was good. All young people who are just starting to do this say so, but if he hopes for quick enrichment, then it is in vain. The young man did not answer him. Then the seeker wished him luck and said goodbye. At that moment he heard just agreement. And while he was leaving he thought that this newbie still has a lot to learn. At that very second, the main character stumbled and asked what kind of roots the tree had, and behind him he saw that very ginseng root. He was very surprised and realized that he had found what he was looking for. The guy immediately picked it up and of course decided to eat it. At that moment he hugged the tree and thought that he was now chewing ginseng roots for a 7-year-old. If he changed the settings, then within 30 minutes he would be able to increase his variable skills by 2 points. Then he closed his eyes and thought that if he sold everything completely, he could earn about 700 million. It was even a bit of a pity. And a second later he fell and almost flew straight down. All this time the young man remained on the cliff, reasoning that it was very high there, so no one had been able to find him in the middle of the rocks on the mountain, where there were many different caves and moss. He found a passage. He grabbed the edge and reached there. An immortal dungeon was hidden there. Finally, the young man stood in front of the entrance and nothing threatened. True, the boss of this dungeon, Beginning Death, a first-class monster of the middle level, thanks to ginseng became stronger, but now his strength is not enough to defeat him, and he also looked quite frightening. Nevertheless, the boy went inside and thought that it did not matter anymore. The same hand burst out of the ground, and after it, terrible skeletons stretched. All this was happening right before his eyes. Then the guy clenched his fist and thought that today his target was not the boss, although he would have had to fight anyway, because at that moment he was already surrounded by a herd of opponents. He was interested in the hidden stage in this dungeon. A moment later, he pressed his sleeve, and a second later, he presented the gun directly to the jaw of one of the skulls. A shot immediately rang out, the monster discharged into different pieces, and after him, several more opponents were destroyed. The eyes of the protagonist were burning at that moment, and in his head there were thoughts about 1000 lie, and it was necessary to check the route. It was clear that he had to move over the opponents, who were getting closer and closer to him. And then it was decided to move along the ceiling. The boy found himself at the top and began to shoot the skulls from there. In the cave, only explosions from the shot were heard. Finally, it was all over. The gun was even smoking from the work done. The guy looked around and said that it seemed that everyone was ready, and while he was walking forward, he thought that the number of dead people was gradually increasing. This meant that he was approaching the Evangel base. This girl is a witch, the boss of the hidden stage in the dungeon of the mountain. Later she will build a castle of the most terrible bath of the dead in an abandoned school in Suwon. It will look very scary. Meanwhile, the young man continued to walk further and thought that this is okay. The reason why he is hunting her today lies in 2 items that he can get. Then he imagined some crystal. The first is a weapon of a growing type, ether, and the seed of a witch. According to the plot, they made Jin Tomer, the characters of the book, a monster leader of monsters. Ether will just help him grow quickly, will envelop him from the inside. Finally, the guy came to the end of this cave. Then he said 1000 lie again, and everything around began to shake and then completely seeded the walls. There appeared a tree covered with crystals, and below sat a little girl. When the young man noticed her, he thought that it would be quite difficult to fight against an adult witch. She must be killed in childhood when she is not yet developed either physically or intellectually. The little girl at that moment was just sitting and playing with something. Then she touched it and it exploded. This surprised her. The brunette just watched silently all this time. Then he clenched his fist and thought that he needed to pull himself together. He needed to do this. Even the character in the book did it. Rolling up his sleeves, he thought that in any case, he himself created her. Then he raised his hand and activated his energy. When the first shot occurred, he reasoned that the witch was in a state of mind, so she could not be killed with a gun. Then it would be necessary to do it with magic. It turned out that it was not a shot, but the activation of a spear of light magic. The boy took a step forward and said that ginseng turned out to be good after all. Then he swung and compared himself to Yuyona, after which he threw this spear straight at the little girl. Everything around was covered with a bright light. The guy covered his eyes with his hands and did not understand what happened. And a second later he realized that his target was still alive. Her body was falling apart and her eyes showed incomprehension. And then black magic began to generate around. The baby tried to say something, but a second later she simply dissolved. The brunette froze for a while because of this spectacle and said that he did not understand what it was, life or an object state. However, her seed was lying on the ground, which contains the soul of the witch. If this seed sprouts, the witch of despair will be born, and ether also appeared, a weapon in a liquid state. Has no specific shape, sticks to the weapon and the owner, strengthening the essence, possibly transforming into a weapon formula. This is a growing type of weapon, grows with the owner. Information also appeared that all these items were collected. Night fell. The status of the new book was landed with information that due to the effect of the ether, all indicators increased by 0.6 points, and at the same time it cannot change the user. The indicators were as follows: muscle strength 2.455, endurance 2.545, intelligence 2.85, sensitivity 3.705, health 2.465, magic power 1.925. He was surprised and said that this effect is quite good. Then he tried to use the ether, said that if it grows, it will only get better. Now he even likes being a cadet of Cuba. Then he smiled and added that he received about 47 points. The rest of the ginseng invested in the purple banquet. It will be bought soon, but the most important thing is that this baby is profitable. In front of him lay the seed of Evangel. Characteristics: a seed containing the soul of a witch. If this seed sprouts, the witch of despair will be born. The young man leaned over and said that this is a terrible name, but if she is raised correctly, she can become a good ally. Then he dripped blood on this seed and thought that it would be very easy to grow. You need to give it a little blood instead of water. But the growth and character of the witch will depend on whose blood the seed feeds on. You should approach this issue seriously. The contenders for this role were his friends, to whom he offered to give him a little blood. They asked in surprise if this was a joke. Then they got angry and expelled him, and also called him a pervert. It is for this reason that the guy now raised 7 and said that it is better to put it off for now because he did not know how to find blood. Then he went to the laptop, said that today he needs to go to bed early. On the screen it was written about the hunting club, regular hunting on Thursdays, said that tomorrow would be a difficult day. The next day has come, you can move to the province, Mountain Spring. There the girl shouted as everyone gathered. Then she spread her hands and said that she was pleased to see everyone collected and prepared because for the first time they see after the first meeting. The boys listened attentively, that for those who were not there last time, and once again will tell about the purpose of their club. In their hunting club are held regular meetings, where everyone hunts harmful animals, which allows them to do what they like and at the same time bring benefit to society. The young man at this moment thought about what today in the episode and he himself does not know, since he wrote only a short ending. And the ending was like this: as a result of the battle with the human monsters, the girl was seriously injured, and Sven died. This incident was only needed to make Suho pay attention to Naeun when she was seriously injured. It is necessary to make everyone think that this girl was the target of these monsters, and while the search party will closely watch her, something incredible will happen. There was blood all over the floor, and the hero's thoughts were that here it is necessary to pay attention to the fact that Sven's history has changed a little. He has not exploded yet, and controls the power of the devil, although very little, fights with opponents, and actively wins. And now in the present tense, the young man turned and thought that if this blonde man disappears from the book now, there will be nothing to worry about, but if he is attacked now, he will be swept away. Suddenly, the girl looked at him and thought, is it really possible that they are looking at her like that now? Then she was completely confused and thought that this guy was pretending that he was not interested, but he was constantly hanging around. Did he really fall in love with her? At that moment, the blonde turned to her and told her to be careful. In response, she received a question: with whom, if not with this guy? And when Sven said that he meant those disappearances, the girl was surprised. She said that that guy was not like that, but in response, her friend simply remained silent. Finally, they announced that they could slowly go, and the guys went ahead together, and the main character walked behind and watched them carefully. In the forest nearby, there was a deer, and then some black energy appeared next to it. Thanks to this energy, they pierced him in 2 places, poor animal. Then they wrapped their tentacles around his neck and began to strangle him. It turned out that it was Sven. While he was killing the poor deer, they began to look for him. So I had to withdraw my forces and look away. His girlfriend came out from behind the bushes and said that she had finally found him, offered to watch, said that she had won the bet today, but was suddenly very surprised. In front of her stood a friend with a whole mountain of deer, and immediately a question came up: how did he even manage to collect so many? The guy came closer and said that this time the victory was his. In response, he heard what it meant. She would have to fulfill his wishes. What does he want? The blonde lowered his head and began to say something embarrassed. Then he looked into her eyes and began to propose. The guys were standing opposite each other. At that moment, the main character was peeping at them from the bushes. He thought that this man had made a contract with the demon of lust. Then he took a step forward and thought that when he vomits and becomes a monster, he will forget about such a word as patience. Meanwhile, Sven finally gathered his strength and asked his girlfriend to go out. She was surprised and asked again. The blonde asked if she really didn't want to, and in response he heard that it was natural, since we'd known each other for less than a week, and he himself could have accepted such an offer, but he just looked at her and said nothing. And the main character was still sitting in the bushes. He frowned and thought that he needed to show the essence of the monster, and waited for the right moment. The girl herself said something strange at that moment, saying that she also liked those who were stronger than her. The blonde was simply shocked by this news, after which his friend turned around and apologized to him. He began to gather his energy and asked if it was true, if he was stronger than her, would she like it? Naeun turned around and told him that he needed to know when to stop, and she didn't even notice that his tentacles were flying at her from the other side, after which there was an explosion. The blonde stood in place for some time, but then he noticed something. A bright energy appeared in front of him, and it turned out that the main character was able to protect the girl, transforming the ether into a bill. Then he turned to her and asked if everything was okay, not even noticing another projectile. For a second, he was lifted up and thrown aside. The little girl tried to grab her bow to protect him, but it was broken, and the brunette at that moment was already hanging in the air. He was being strangled by dark forces. There was nothing to do. Nevertheless, his friend decided to use the concentration of magical powers and tried to help him, shouting for that idiot to let him go. Suddenly, they also began to attack her and say that they loved her. In front of her was no longer a person, a familiar blonde. There was a huge monster who continued to address her and say that he loved her. Therefore, the girl concentrated all her energy and thought that this bastard was now dangerous. The main character, meanwhile, was still trying to break free. Then he looked down and saw a bright light below. This bright light filled everything around. He thought that sometimes in this world, some characters with high potential choose a weapon that is not quite suitable for them and cannot reveal themselves to the fullest. but nevertheless, it seems that she has succeeded now. Although this girl was a shining example before. Suddenly, a huge sword appeared above her head, which even made the young man a little embarrassed. The girl herself frowned and ordered the monster to let him go. Then the light became even brighter and surprised both of those present there. A second later, there was an explosion, everything in the area began to shake. A trace formed in front of him. There were remnants of this person's energy. The girl then looked at her hand and did not understand what was happening. And the young man approached her and asked what it was it really some kind of laser sword? Here is the answer. He heard that she did not know and asked if everything was okay. The guy turned and just looked away, then answered that everything was fine. The girl smiled and asked if it was true. Then she began to lose consciousness and said that it was good. After which she fell to the ground, and the young man immediately ran to her. Night fell, she finally came to her senses. She immediately jumped up and realized that she was on her comrade's back. There were screams right away after he asked if she had woken up. She still hadn't woken up, so he decided to carry her on his back, asked what was going on and ordered him to let her go to the ground right away. While her comrade was carrying her in his arms, he asked if she really wanted to go down, and in response he heard that he had to let her go quickly. He put her on the ground and agreed. And the girl herself fell down a second later. She was overcome with horror and confusion about what was happening. While she was sitting on the ground, she asked why her legs wouldn't obey, what was wrong with them. The brunette turned around and asked if she had magical exhaustion for the first time. Then the girl raised her head and looked at him without understanding what was happening. The young man immediately explained that magical exhaustion is a condition when the internal supply of magical powers is depleted, and the speed of magic recovery decreases, but this was the only information she knew. For some time, the guys discussed that she wouldn't be able to move normally for a couple of days, so they had to climb on his back if they didn't want to sit here for the rest of their lives. So they walked through the forest. Suddenly the young man asked a question whether he would use a bow. The girl asked what kind of stupid question it was, and then she was surprised when she heard that she herself had felt it today. She did not understand it, but she had discovered her abilities. This is an incredible power that can infinitely enhance skills if only there is a conductor of magical powers, a sword capable of destroying a huge number of monsters and even human monsters with one blow. In a large-scale battle there will be no one who can stop her. She will be able to become a queen in a battlefield. This is a truly shocking skill. And for the sake of such a future, she should leave the bow now. Because of this the girl got very angry. Then she began to wave her hands and asked what this man even understands. He walked forward and thought that it seemed like it was still far away. After some time, he sat her down on a bench and said that from here the checkpoint was already visible. Then she had to move on her own, and her friend had a question where the young man was going alone. He turned around and said that the dorm had already reached curfew and that he had to go, despite the fact that he was asked to stop and take her with him. Morning came, everyone was discussing whether they had heard the news. The students were standing in the hallway and talking about how another student was attacked by a monster man. It turned out to be Sven, and it was unclear when he managed to become a monster. They had exchanged a few words once, but why was the management silent? Meanwhile, the main characters approached office 303. He went inside and saw something. His comrades were standing there, calling him to come closer. All the guys he knew were there, and everyone was looking at him at that moment. All these people had gathered here and were the most significant figures who were waiting for him. But let's fast forward to the day before the incident. In the hunting club he raised his hand and received a message asking if there was time on Friday. He had one request. Then the brunette was surprised and thought that this was a request. What exactly? And then he was surprised when he read that they were asking him if they knew about the disappearance of students. In connection with this, the cube entrusted them to conduct an investigation. Now it was clear what was happening. In order not to involve outside forces, the Cuba leadership chose several students from each year and entrusted them with the mission of catching the criminal, while marking them with certain bracelets. At that very moment, his girlfriend called out to him and asked if she was coming with them. He asked to wait a minute and thought that the representatives of this team were first-year students. After which he received another message that this was natural. The Cuba would also take measures. There was a high probability that the criminal could be cadets. These people believed that an internal investigation would be easier to conduct. And the young man was already sitting at the table, said that he understood what they meant, but why they called him. In response he heard that he had good eyesight, heard that he could see 1,000 lie ahead. And then they said that he was recommended. The brunette was surprised by this news. The dialogue continued for some time. He was asked if he would help. And today, when he had already arrived there, Suho met him and thanked him for coming. He was only better, at least he would earn points. The comrade then extended his hand and said that since everyone was here, they could begin. Before they started speaking about the incident, he would like to share his hypothesis. They believe that the criminal is a human monster who attacked their friend. However, suddenly, someone hit the floor so hard that it began to crumble. It was a blonde guy who was sitting in one of the stands. Then this guy raised his head and asked about the girl. The blue-haired boy simply repeated her name, only this time in full. Then he introduced her and said that in general, it is quite possible that the next target will be the human monster. He follows the orders of the demon. If the demon who made a contract with Sven was hunting specifically for her, then other human monsters will also attempt on her life, and asked if they had anyone under suspicion. He also added that perhaps one of their acquaintances was acting strangely. Now the main character thought about it. After which he introduced the blonde and thought that he knew who the real criminal was, but he thought that it would be too dangerous to rush to reveal his name, so he just waited for everything to resolve itself. After which he thought that unlike the book, where 6 victims appeared in 2 months, here 3 people had already disappeared in 2 weeks. At this rate there could be many more victims, and it would turn into a bloody mess. He sat there squeezing his hand all this time. At that very second, the girl raised her head and thanked everyone around her. The guy thought that he did not want to stay on the sidelines and expose them to danger any longer. His eyes began to sparkle. His thoughts were about the fact that he could not wait for events to develop. Therefore, he raised his hand and said that he had one person in mind. He looked at the others and said that the leader of the Hyun nightclub, who was acting quite suspiciously. Everyone looked at him and remained silent. Then someone said that he had an alibi. He was in a close relationship with the first victim, so they checked him, even talked to him personally. After which, to the question of what if the victim came to him herself, the blonde turned and asked if he really thought that some kind of suggestion magic could have worked on the cadet. The main character raised his head and said that it could not if we are talking about ordinary suggestion magic, however, but he was interrupted. The girl intervened in the conversation, who said that something was wrong here, that everyone was picking on a person who had an alibi. Then she looked at them and added that it seemed to her more likely that not the leader of the club, but this guy was the human monster. This news shocked him and immediately followed the question of whether this was said seriously. Before this, the main character sat in front of the computer and reasoned that there should be at least one character who would help. He continued to write and thought that a rich character was needed who would help Suho. Her character is a little tough, but not completely disgusting. Maybe insert the detail that she loved ordinary people. Then he smiled and said that her name was Yuyeon. Let's go back to real time. The girl sat and watched that it was more likely that this man, not the leader of the club, was a monster. The young man asked again in surprise. Then Suho looked at her and said that he had an alibi. He used the portal when the crime was committed. And the girl lowered her eyes and said that she also just decided to check because it is possible to fabricate a record of using the portal. The young man immediately jumped up and asked what kind of nonsense was this. Then he heard scary words, a question about what might be worth starting from the back. A huge guy approached him, who said that from the blow he himself would begin to change. Right. The blonde watched all this and smiled. Another person also just watched silently, but their leader, Suho, was shocked. The brown-haired man lowered his head and said nothing, and the one who approached him asked if he really chickened out, now how he would hit him. Only then the main character raised his head and said that this guy could try to do it, but in return he would get a hole between the eyes. Their friend intervened in the conversation and told them to stop. They shouldn't mess with each other, they both need to calm down. After which the brown-haired guy looked at them and said that if they doubted him, then they could ask the girl. They were together at the club that day. And then some sword flew at his head. It turns out it was the blonde guy who threw it right at the stands. He looked up and turned to him, asking how he even dared to talk about her. The guy replied that when she was attacked, they killed that monster man together, or hadn't heard about it yet, while he was having fun with his gang. He jumped up and started insulting him, but suddenly his friend stopped him and asked him to recover. At that moment, Hajin turned around and said that he thought he knew the culprit. He was immediately stopped and asked where he was going. But the guy confidently continued to move towards the doors. Then he tripped, and thanks to the fact that he bent down, he did not get hit in the back. While the young man was falling, the one who was running after him broke the door with his fist. Everyone saw this and was very scared. But the big guy looked at his target and asked if he had dodged. The guy immediately pulled out a gun and said that he would have to teach him a lesson. Then he pulled it out and was ready to shoot. Only some energy suddenly stopped him. It was Suho, who pulled out his sword and blocked the attack. He looked at the guys, turned to the attacker and said that he should know when to stop. Then he looked at the blonde and said that he should also control himself. If there were any doubts, he could ask the girl. Then the brunette intervened, asking them to wait. Silence reigned in the corridor, and through the office, the main character came out. The brunette at that moment was talking to her friend, who asked if this Hajin could not be a monster, then asked if Yona heard. He simply remained silent. If you move along the school corridor, you can notice that someone did leave. It was the main character, who at that moment had already gone outside. There was complete darkness around. After some time, the guy sat down in the forest and began to reason. He could not understand what the hell was happening now. He also thought that not only did he end up in his own book, But now he was arguing with the characters he himself had created with great love, and moments from writing the script flashed in his memories. And now he was sitting on the grass and saying how fed up he was with everything. He thought that he really missed his parents and friends, wanted to go back to his apartment. According to the contract, he had 1 more year left, and so many pleasant memories immediately flooded in. He also thought that it was interesting what was happening now in his world, if time goes by without changes. Then he was declared missing, and the apartment was probably just empty. Then the young man grabbed his head and thought about his parents. What if they were looking for him everywhere, and what if they were crying because of him? While he was sitting, he thought that he did not understand at all whether he would ever be able to return home. Suddenly a status window appeared in front of his face. It said that his perseverance indicators had increased. After reading this information, he simply laughed. Then he smiled and said that he didn't seem to quite understand what was going on. He looked at this information again and thought that it was good that the indicators had increased. He would have given up on the idea of returning home earlier. Then he wiped his tears. He stood up, shook himself off. After which he looked ahead and decided to continue on his way. Meanwhile, the guys in the room were still assembled. One of them raised his head and asked what was wrong with Hajin. In response, he heard from his comrade that it was better not to touch him now. The other two were then sitting downstairs and were silent. The girl decided to ask her comrade if he recognized his skill. Then she turned around and asked if some shooter had dodged a fighter's attack and which of them was more suspicious. She immediately received a notification on her watch. It was a message from Hyun with an offer to meet tomorrow in the training room before the meeting. She read it and said nothing. At the same time, the blonde himself was somewhere nearby. He received a notification with her consent, and his whole face and body were covered in blood. It seems that this was our villain who looked at this and laughed. After some time, everyone gathered in the classroom. Now it was clear why they advised to do things when there is a bad mood. Usually when they train or go hunting, they are too tired, so there is no time to think about something else. Now the main character was sitting in a bad mood and understood that now everything was clear to him. After which he looked at his comrades and thought why everyone was behaving like this, stopped thinking about him. Everything is fine. He even felt awkward. Then he frowned and thought that he himself created these characters. What is he doing? Stop doing stupid things. We need to think about how to get home. At the same moment, a girl entered the office. The blonde approached her and asked if she can already go to school. In response, he heard that there is nothing to do at home anyway. Then Suho approached her and extended his hand. She immediately asked what was wrong with him and said that she can get there herself. The blonde ordered him not to touch her. He began to get angry and told him to try. At that moment, the brunette was sitting at her desk and just watching them. Suddenly, someone shouted that the lesson had already started, to go to class, and everyone headed there. There was a teacher on the stage who said that everyone already knew that there was less than a week left until the midterm exams. Then he added that immediately after the written exam, practical testing would begin. It was divided into 2 parts, according to which they would be assessed. He imagined a battle between students and said that the first was a duel between cadets. He also imagined a battle with a monster and said that the second was a battle with a monster that a wizard would produce. Then he looked around and said that both tests would be held at a different level of difficulty, different from the ones they had mastered in class. This must be kept in mind and be prepared. At that moment, the main characters thought that passing the written exam was not that difficult. He was more worried about the duel. Then he presented the student cards and thought that each participant is given 3 cards from which he must choose an opponent. At first glance it may seem that high-ranking cadets will immediately choose weak opponents to earn points. In this way, they could easily win, but to prevent such situations, a bonus point system was developed in the cube. For example, even if a strong cadet wins a duel with a weak student, the winner can go into the minus, since the number of points depends on the difference in the level of the cadets, and this will be quite unpleasant. After which he looked at his new enemy and thought that naturally, there will be those who do not care about this system. They simply use the right to choose an opponent to defeat someone they do not like. In Moscow, this guy is all muscles, of course. Then he turned away and thought that he was worried about something else. Suddenly, his hand moved to the side. While the blonde was sitting next to him, his thoughts were about the fact that the distance between them had clearly decreased. Then he looked at her and thought that she was not saying anything, but continued to hang around him. Before, she always sat alone at the last desk and studied. Then the girl turned around and the thought occurred to her that she was probably copying. So the young man took out a pen, and he began to write names on the notebook. She saw this and was surprised. These were the names of his parents. After the lesson, the girl received a message from a friend that he had already arrived and was sitting in the classroom, so there was no need to hurry. She read this and went on. After some time, she finally reached her destination, and when she went inside, she looked around. There was a friend waiting for her, who smiled and embarrassedly asked if she had already arrived. The little girl closed the door behind her and replied that it looked like the others were not there yet. In response, she heard that they would be there soon. She could sit down. It seemed to embarrass her, and when she approached the table, she saw a lit candle. The young man said that they say this aroma helps to concentrate because now they will study. Then he turned to her and added that he heard that she had joined the team to search for human monsters, and was also a member and represented the second year, which surprised her. After which the guy said sheepishly that they had no results so far, asked what their group was doing and if there were any suspects, and in response he heard that there weren't any yet, but there was one person who was talking nonsense. The guy came closer to her and asked again about the nonsense. Then he started snapping his fingers strangely and asked which ones exactly. The brunette didn't understand what was going on and said that she was saying that her friend was also a human monster, but at that moment her soul became calmer, after which she extended her hand to the side and added that he had said that her comrade was using magic that affected the mind, which was simply unheard of. The friend replied that he had no evidence. The brunette nodded her head and confirmed this. Then she opened her eyes and was very surprised. She looked at her comrade and asked again about the evidence. He got scared and said that he expressed himself incorrectly and meant, on what basis did he make such an assumption? But now it made no sense. The girl became wary. She took out her weapon and said that usually, when an innocent person is suspected of something, he does not ask if there is evidence. And a second later she tried to strike. Then she took a pose and asked, "Who is this?" The young man simply smiled in response, after which he came closer and asked what was wrong with her. Her reflection was in his eyes, and black magic was hovering around, and it sounded like her turn had not yet come. Meanwhile, it was quiet in the second-year dormitory. Finally, the little girl came to her senses after losing consciousness, and when she finally opened her eyes, she realized that she was tied up. The sun was already rising outside the window. In addition, music was playing in the room. Looking around, the girl realized that this was the second-year dormitory. This information made her feel sick and uneasy. The comrade was also in this room. It immediately became clear that this person was really guilty of the disappearances of the students. It turns out that he is a monster of a person, and these were not just stupid guesses. The image of the main character who warned her surfaced in her memories. The girl immediately began to try to get out and thought that she needed to calm down and also try to ask for help. Her hands were tightly tied. It was difficult to move her name, and panic covered her more and more. While the girl twitched, she thought that she would like to get help from someone. But suddenly a blonde man came up to her and said that she would not succeed. Then he smiled and asked what was going on. At that moment, a new message came to the Hajin bracelet. He raised his hand and asked who it could be at such a time. The message was from her. The guy immediately looked up and asked again, did not understand what it meant. The message contained only one number, 9. At that moment, the kidnapper snatched the watch from her hand. Then he raised it up and asked what they would think if he wrote like that in the middle of the night. He smiled and said that Hajin quickly guessed that this man was a monster and he would have to finish him off later. The girl immediately screamed that she really thought he would get away with it. The search party was probably already on the trail and had begun to act. And the guy simply crushed her watch and replied that it did not matter because he would soon leave the cube. The little girl at that moment simply continued to be angry. The comrade came closer to her and said that he liked that expression. Then he smiled and added that the lady told him that she would like to see horror on him as well. The protagonist in his room was still trying to understand what kind of message with the number 9 was. He looked at his watch, wondering if she had sent it by accident. The number 9 was spinning in his head, and suddenly it dawned on him that it was 911. He jumped up and shouted about the Book of Truth, asked where this girl was now. A book immediately appeared in his hands, and the information from there scared him a lot. It was not clear what it was. The brunette was almost infuriating, sitting in captivity. Something was asking her because she was lonely. This creature said that it knew what this feeling was, but the girl did not pay attention. The comrade influenced her with his power and was happy about it. But then he noticed something. In her eyes, only aggression was still visible. Then he came closer and said that she had a pretty strong will. He put in so much effort, but she still did not give in. She just needed to open her mind to him once. And then he reached out to her neck and added that she should not be afraid. Lilith herself allowed it. The guy touched her head and added that Lilith wanted to meet her. And the girl then pushed away and immediately heard that even if he untied himself, it would not save her. The guy's face changed dramatically and he said with a laugh that you can't hide from magic and you can't run away. But a moment later someone pierced his head. Glass and his blood flew around. The brunette watched this and did not understand what was happening. Her ex-friend fell to the floor and screamed in pain right before her eyes. Then she heard someone come and say that he doesn't trust people, he constantly doubts. What has he come to? The monster man turned around and asked what kind of bastard did this. And when he got up, he heard that there was no hope of recovery. This projectile was treated with a special solution. It can only be removed through surgery. After which he stretched out his hand and called his attacker a son of a bitch, asked where he was now, ordered him to come out. and then he waved his hand, activating his black magic. This magic destroyed even the remaining glass, and also flew towards the girl, and because of this, she fell to the ground and hit her head. But the kidnapper himself still had not found the attacker. He only heard that he should not strain himself so much and continued asking where he was. The main character, meanwhile, raised his gun again and said that he was now very far away, and a second later he shot him straight in the chest again. The blonde lost a lot of blood and began to scream in pain. The blow was so strong that he fell to the floor again. If you look closely, there was someone somewhere far away, behind the bushes. Right in the trees there was hiding the man who shot him. The brown-haired man who got a new rifle. He took aim, said that's why he likes shooting at long range. Then he smiled and added that it looked like he would use up all the bullets his girlfriend had given him earlier today. The brunette, fortunately, remained unharmed or was lying on the floor when the young man said that he hoped that they had prepared something good for him. The monster man was still trying to get up and find him, calling him a psycho, and the main character continued shooting. All those bullets were flying at him and causing incredible pain. Finally, the blonde man turned around and was able to look straight into the distance. Meanwhile, the young man was watching him through the sight. Then he got up and exhaled. He also turned to his girlfriend and said that she had to watch this, asked if she was wounded. In response, he heard that everything was fine and told her to get some sleep. A search party would arrive soon. The girl began to close her eyes and agreed, while somehow managing to thank him. Some more time passed, and finally they moved to another room. The girl came to and did not understand where she was. Suddenly, someone came up to her and asked if she was awake. Suho was sitting next to her, and they immediately asked him what he was doing here. The guy moved over and asked if she was in pain, said that the doctor had said before that there were no abnormalities, and in response he heard that this was true. But she asked why he was here. And after he answered that all her friends were watching her in turn, she asked why. The guy put his foot on his toe and said that he was also partly to blame for what happened. He also introduced his comrades standing behind the door and added that they should have paid a little more attention, but were busy with something else. After which he stood up and said that he wanted to apologize. The girl turned around and said that he had been told more than once before that he was slow. The guy was surprised and asked again. The brunette had been thinking all this time about what she considered the most important thing, to take first place in the ranking, but it turns out she was wrong. Then she thought about the main character and realized once again that she was wrong. The guys talked for some time. She decided to ask if this guy had arrived. The comrade did not immediately understand who she was talking about, so his girlfriend turned away and said that she was not talking about anyone. Then she looked out the window and thought. The weather that day was surprisingly good. Hajin almost immediately after that received a message from her with gratitude and promises to thank him. He read it and smiled, and then he began to see that his points increased by 457, luck was activated. A bonus of 11% of the points received was provided. Now he was a successful long-range shooter. The sniper skill increased to the 7th level. He sat at the table and thought that he was able to earn so much for one action, which means that they give a good reward for solving one of the main episodes. Then he began to read carefully and thought that investing everything in the sniper skill is not particularly profitable, but he thinks it's not bad because he saved his girlfriend. Someone immediately came up to him and called him. It was Mr. Suhyuk, who said that he was so surprised when they called him, and immediately asked what happened. After that, he fell to his knees and said that if he wanted to cancel the contract, he asked him to think about it again, but that was not the case. Then the man looked up and saw a strange suitcase. The young man looked at it and said that he would like to invest in the agency. He was surprised and asked again. The protagonist immediately imagined the ginseng that was at the purple banquet, thought that he earned about 400 million won on it. If 250 million of this was invested in the horse owner and the remaining 150 million in the agency, then it would be quite profitable. Then he thought that he was confident in the growth of both the owner and the agency, so he decided to invest all the money. And when the man heard this, he said that this was a very large amount. He did not even know if he could accept it. True, the guy handed over the suitcase, immediately said that they just need to take this money, because he was investing for their overall growth. They need to buy a normal magic pocket and transport for the field. They talked for some time, and when asked how old he was, the man replied that he was 29. The cadet was surprised and said that he was much older than him, so he could address him informally, but in response he heard that he could not talk to the investor like that, so he asked if he could cancel the investment. The agent was surprised, asked again and said that in that case he was ready to switch to an informal style of communication. After which they both left the cafe, discussed the need to go to a 24-hour store. Finally, they went there. Inside, the man asked why he needed a lottery ticket. The brunette turned around and said that he was a minor, so he could not get the winnings without an adult. And while he was checking the ticket, he said that he wanted to test his luck at the same time and also won. He immediately received a question about how much money was there. When the guy answered that there were 20 million won, the agent was surprised and even a little confused. and then it dawned on him how big the sum was. Even on the street you could hear him scream, did he really get 20 million won? After receiving the winnings, the main character handed him the money and said that he also wanted to invest it. It would be better to adjust the contract and send it to him. After deducting taxes it would be less than 20 million, right? He simply hid the money and bowed to him. It looked a little strange, so he immediately asked what was wrong with him, and the answer was banal. He was afraid that the money would simply be stolen. Finally, evening came. In one of the abandoned buildings, it seemed to be quiet. But a second later, some strange black energy appeared there. And a moment later, a silhouette began to form from this energy. A boy appeared there, who turned to the captain and said that they began to move. Then he came closer and added that the owner of the horse had grown up. What to do next? The captain looked at him and replied that only the item needed to be taken from them, the rest could be left as is. The boy raised his hand and said that he agreed, and added that he noticed something strange. Some guy appeared who bought up the horse owner's shares. He said in surprise that at first it was 300, 1,000, and recently invested 250 million. Isn't that too much for a guild that doesn't even have a personal page? The captain didn't even go down to him and replied that there was no point in thinking about it. It was better to focus on their business. In response he heard that if he said so, then good. Another thing the boy said was autumn. He almost forgot to say that several interesting pages appeared at the purple banquet. Would he like to take a look? He activated the status window and said that the relic search group, dog soup, and the truth office. This is where his inner instinct tells him that something is wrong with this truth office and asked if he could place an order with them. Suddenly they would find it. The captain got a little tired and simply turned to him. The boy perked up and listened to him attentively. Then he even got scared and just said he was joking. Then he looked at her and said that midterm exams would start next week in the cube. Suho and Jonghak were in the lead there. He also introduced them and asked how many people would be involved. Would they also take part? The woman stood up and said she would be there too. The boy listened to her attentively, and she came closer, looked straight at him. And when she lowered her head, she said it would be nice if someone capable found it. And then she thought about the main character. Time flew by quickly. The day of the competition came. A sign with a greeting hung in the sky. Finally, midterm exams came. Everyone was ready for this day. There, students could meet their parents, like one of the girls. She hugged her mother and immediately received a question about how she chewed, to which she replied that she just really missed her. During the exam week, the club opened its doors to guilds and associations that were interested in hiring heroes, as well as relatives of the cadets. The types of people gathered from all over the world resembled some kind of festival. There were really a lot of people there. There were reporters below who said that they were currently in the cube. This is the best academy of heroes in the world. Another said that they should call him, asked who is in the top 100. And all this time a drone was flying above them. Someone caught it and said that Junho was there. Someone said that she was his fan. The guy lowered his head and said that he had not been able to film anything special yet. Then he raised the drone up and asked if he should wait a little longer. In his head there were thoughts that this was a modest gift as a token of gratitude from the agent who flew throughout the cube. With it would be much easier to detect if someone tried to invade. Then someone crashed into him. The guy turned around and apologized. And next to him was a dark-haired woman. She also looked into his eyes but did not answer. This made him a little nervous. Then it dawned on him that he almost forgot that she would also be at these exams. It seemed that this character was familiar to him. The guys looked at each other and walked on. Then the young man turned away and thought that he had been looking at her for too long, and looking into her eyes for too long. What should he say so as not to look suspicious? He opened his mouth and began to squeeze something out, and then he told her how beautiful she was. The woman heard this and was confused. The main character almost fell through the ground from there. The captain listened to him, turned around and left. Her silhouette eventually disappeared into the crowd, leaving the guy alone with his shame. In the meantime, she turned to her assistant. Then she lowered her head and said that this guy she had just encountered was looking at her through a visibility blocker. Then she raised her head and said that she needed to check who he was. Not only heroes come to the cube to search for capable cadets, people from the chameleon group are also here, and these thoughts did not leave the young man all this time. Their goal is to recruit the 2 strongest cadets. He immediately introduced his comrades and realized that the first one's beliefs did not coincide with their policy, so they would not take him. According to the plot, take a closer look at the second one and go back. Then he frowned and thought that penetrating the chameleon group's cube itself did not pose a threat. But if the plot changed, the hero guarding the examination field would enter into a fight. It would not end with 1 or 2 victims. Immediately, someone there began to scream, thereby attracting all attention to himself. One of the cadets then smiled and said that he did not see a single suspicious person. And the girl came up to him and said that he should stop shirking. It would be better to watch properly. What will become of the hero's reputation if during the exams about the security in the cube? They were Oh Junhyuk, 1737th place in the ranking, a hero of the 6th rank, who said that it would be necessary to simply deal with the violators before it entailed problems, and Seo Yongji 2000th place in the ranking, a hero of the 7th rank. The guys were walking around the square and discussing how the young man made everything sound so easy and simple, but he suddenly interrupted her and suggested that they just go eat pizza. Someone was watching them at that moment, smiled and said that the main character saw the captain despite the siren necklace. Then he went ahead and said that his appetite was starting to wake up. Before that he thought that he would have to return empty-handed, and he asked who it was. He wanted to find him first and fight, but the kid inside just got angry and said that it was a mountain mouse and ordered him to calm down. The man paid attention when they told him that she could check everything without his intervention. The battle would begin soon. Indeed, at that moment, people had already gathered on the second battlefield. Finally, the host came out and said that today at 9 AM the first fight would finally take place. Their correspondent was sent to the scene. The first competition would be held using. The main character was walking somewhere nearby at that moment. Suddenly, someone shouted at him and attracted attention. There was a brunette standing there, whom he had saved before, and asked if he was really going to the arena. The young man turned around and said that he had his first competition. For some reason this surprised her. Well, she immediately called her assistant, who appeared next to the suitcase in a moment, and she said that there were 1,000 high-quality bullets, all lying neatly next to each other. The girl handed him the suitcase and said that they would not be used during the exam, but perhaps they would come in handy later. If needed again, he could ask for it. And when the guy took it, she added that, by the way, she was not trying to thank him for saving her life. She looked at him and said that it was just a gift. There was a dialogue between the guys. What else? She was being called to be a witness regarding the case with the monster man, but she still hadn't said that this was the man who shot then. In response, she heard a request to keep it a secret. The guy was a little confused and thought that if they found out that he had shot, he could have problems, so he had to be more careful. The girlfriend then came closer and said that she knew that he had a reason to hide his powers, so it would be difficult for him to pass this exam. In response, she received a question whether he was hiding his powers. The young man was surprised when he received the question whether he had seen his opponent. Meanwhile, all the others had gathered in the cadets' waiting room. One of them was actively training and preparing for a fight, so actively that sweat was pouring down his face. This was his new enemy, who was preparing for a bat and said that he would smash the main character. The captain's assistant was studying the documents at that time and said that there was nothing special about it. He raised his head and said that the person who was told to check grew up in an orphanage. No parents, no relatives. At the age of 6 he discovered special abilities, after which he went to study at a military school, was average, did not stand out in any way, and then entered the cube. The woman stood and listened that there was still a debt of 300 million won. That's all. Then she remembered their meeting and thought how he could see her through the visibility blocking object. The boy answered her that he didn't know either. At the same moment a man appeared there who finally found her. He smiled and said that the two hadn't seen each other for a long time. It was a member of the chameleon group, Jin Jiang. The girl turned around and said that he was late here. He hoped that no one had turned off anywhere on the way. In response, she heard why he was doing this. He was diligently looking for talented cadets, as ordered before. Then a question came about the report. The man raised his hand and said that there was no report, all weaklings who would fly away with one blow. And the boy suddenly intervened and said that this was natural, asking if there were any unusual cadets. To the answer he heard that he didn't even know. He looked at the best second-year cadet and was disappointed. The boy replied that this year's first-year students really stand out. We need to look there. Just in time for the Hajin duel to begin, the man looked up and asked again about the name. Then he looked at the captain and said that it was probably the one who saw her through the visibility blocker. Meanwhile, in the arena, everyone was already preparing for the fight. Even the students gathered in the stands and bought all sorts of food. They discussed that there were a lot of good memories there, and the girl replied that they were more bad than terrible. He said that he would not watch the fight because he had recently gotten it. But the guy replied that he was already much better and his son loved competitions so much. She smiled and asked again, but then she noticed something. A strange man, unknown to them, was sitting in the stands opposite. The woman raised her hand and said that he was looking at them and smiling. Maybe he was their fan. And it was a member of the chameleons who were watching them. Then the guys got distracted and noticed that the first opponent had entered the battlefield. The fight was beginning. It was the fighter Horak, 19th place in the cadet ranking. He has good abilities. The girl was surprised and said that his opponent was quite an unexpected character with 934th place. It was the main character, who was already ready for the battle. There was very little space between the two of them. A question came up: did you pass the written test well? After which the guy smiled and said that it was written on his face how he thirsted for blood, so it was better to hit lighter. And the opponent said nothing, only prepared for the battle. The main feature of this man was self-defense by dispersing magic. He would be lucky if he did not break him in half, and he is not talking about some bullets, because this man looked terrifying even without a weapon. There is no way he can be allowed to approach him. At the same time, the commentator said that now it was time for the exam tests for freshmen. The guys got ready and said that the first duel begins right now. Horak immediately accelerated and ran towards the enemy. Then he swung and was ready to deliver the first blow, and the young man looked at him and sent a laser there. It was time for the bullet. He fired and thought that the duration of this skill had increased greatly. Then he grouped himself and thought that he would be able to follow his movements for 1 minute. A second later, Horak smashed the floor right next to him with his fist. The guy flew up and thought that the enemy was rushing like a tank, and he was really very expansive. He literally destroyed everything in his path. The brunette did nothing but run away from him. Then he took out his gun and began to aim. When he fired, the enemy's fist was right in front of him and stopped the bullets. Horak smiled and thought that the boy was an idiot. Does he think he can penetrate his self-defense? Then he stretched his hand towards the bullet and thought that some bullet would just bounce off him. But he didn't expect that he wouldn't be able to redirect it. Thus, the defense was penetrated. Everyone around was very surprised by what was happening. They did not understand how this weak opponent penetrated his self-defense. Meanwhile, the opponents continued to be on the battlefield. Horak understood his head and heard how everyone was discussing who he was and how he did it with ordinary bullets. Then he looked at the boy, who had remained calm all this time, but he was holding his shoulder and could not cope with his own anger. Suddenly, the rest of the bullets flew straight at him. Each of them pierced his defense and brought him incredible pain. Hajin then came closer and thought that his opponent assumed that the bullets would bounce off him. What a pity, these are special bullets that are made with the magic of Sigmata. They have the power of a demon. Then he stretched out his hand and made a control shot. Some of the observers were shocked, some were happy, and they did not jump up and began to shout in a crowd. But Horak gathered his last strength and got angry. Then he smashed the floor with his fists and began to insult his opponent. The blast wave was so strong that the floor began to collapse throughout the stadium, and thus the wave reached the main character, who managed to jump in time and avoid the blow. He then fired and shouted that he should be careful because a sword was flying at him. However, the opponent realized this at the last second when he saw him in front of his eyes. Nevertheless, he was able to dodge and thought that maybe the sword had some kind of device. Meanwhile, the young man approached him with a gun and said that the sword was not real. Immediately after, he fired and once again inflicted damage on his opponent. While he was lying on the ground, Hajin came closer and looked at him. Complete silence reigned around. Finally, the cadet pulled out his gun again and prepared to shoot. Even in the stands, people were shocked and froze from what was happening. The guy pulled the trigger and nothing happened. Horak raised his head and looked ahead. The spectators were generally in shock. Also the onlookers, who shouted whether the student really ran out of bullets, but his opponent was no longer at all. The main character was still standing in place when his opponent got up. He looked at him and became very angry, but the guy stood motionless and did nothing. Then he smiled. Then he raised his hands and said with a smile that he surrendered. Horak was very surprised. The same thing happened to the spectators. A moment later, the commentator announced that the fight was over and the tournament table appeared on top. Horak was declared the winner, who was literally burning with anger at that moment. After that, Hajin simply turned around and left, while his opponent was stopped by other people. Horak did not even hear when the doctor came up to him and started asking if he was definitely hit by a real bullet because he was whole, maybe because he was a fighter. The adults in the stands also asked what their impressions of the heroes were. The woman then closed her eyes and said that this boy was great. His opponent was too clumsy. He used self-defense, which requires more energy. Although he could have gotten by with a slow attack on his own, he tried to show himself in all his glory in a short time, and as a result he disgraced himself. Then she frowned and added that she was more worried about the boy. Memories of this battle immediately appeared in her head, and she said that fast shooting is beyond common sense, the ability to follow the enemy's movements with the whole body. But at some point Horak began to move slower, so he slowed down too. Maybe this is a special ability to improve his physical abilities. Then she was surprised and said that he compressed his magical power and shot him. The man turned and asked with a smile if he really wanted to say that the cadet compressed his mana so much that he was able to break through self-defense. Really? The girl then simply smiled and said that she did not know what kind of abilities he had. Maybe he drank doping. People in the stands, meanwhile, were shouting that the guy really did break through self-defense with a shot. They need to call the director right now. There is a high probability that he will become the best in history. For some time, the heroes discussed that he should be remembered, and the next competition began. A member of the chameleon group then simply scratched his ear and said that he did not like this guy. He walked outside the stadium and added that some pot-bellied little thing was holding his pistol and was just waiting to shoot. Why did the boss tell him to take a closer look at him? The kid answered that he really hadn't seen it. He had the power of a demon. The man continued to walk forward and said, "What kind of demon? What does it have to do with power?" But the spirit only got angry and said that he just didn't like that the fighter was at a long distance, and that was it. After which the brown-haired man smiled maliciously and said that only such a battle can be called a real fight when you are burning with a desperate desire to plunge death into the enemy's heart. And then he thought about it when he heard that they told him to take a closer look at the cadets who had this desire, reminded him of the two cadets, and he said that they both showed themselves well. Then he remembered their battle and said that the blonde, impressed with his spear technique, he aimed straight at the enemy's vital organs without preliminary preparation. Then he said that he also liked how he treated cowards who only did what they defended themselves. In response, he heard that if he liked it, nothing good can be expected from his character. The boy was surprised when he heard that Suho behaved rather unusually and even asked again. And the man imagined their duel and said that as he heard, he uses a sword technique similar to a dance. It is clear that his movements are very precise and polished by long training. But he had a feeling when he saw how that guy won and his strange look. The man suddenly thought and said that he had a feeling that this cadet was hiding his true face. A dialogue took place between him and the child. It seems that the best cadet of the cube is different from the others. He did not even know these two are not the ones he would like to fight right now. And when he received a question about Hajin, he got angry and asked if they really noticed this idiot too. The boy answered that of course, the boss was looking for the power of a demon, although the man did not like this guy at all. Suddenly a security guard came across him and asked who was there. The employee also said that outsiders were not allowed into this forest. They had to leave immediately. The group member turned around and said that there were too many annoying flies here. And when he shouted that they had to leave, he said that everything that was happening really annoyed him. Then he swept the cap off his head, and a second later he gave him such a flick that the poor security guard flew away. And the blow was so strong that even the birds flew in different directions. And it seems that his head was torn apart from this. The boy immediately understood what happened and asked if the man really smashed his head. He smiled and answered that it was so. Then he said that he didn't give a damn, the captain would just tear him apart, and in response he heard that if he didn't tell, he wouldn't tear him apart. Evening came. Meanwhile, the captain was standing somewhere on the roof of the building and watching the sunset. In her head, she was thinking about that very day when it was raining. There was a grave in front of her and the words were said that she would definitely find this traitor. The girl was desperate then, promised the dead man that she would find him. Then she raised her head and with tears in her eyes said that she would avenge him. Now from these memories her hands were shaking. The woman lowered her head and turned to her assistant. Then she looked down and said that it was necessary to check these three cadets. To the question of who would be first, she answered that the power of the demon can break the magical power, so Hajin will be first. The assistant said that he agreed. But will everything be okay? There is very little information about him, however, it was not important to her. The woman introduced the guy and said that tomorrow she would meet him in person. The second day of midterm exams came, people gathered at Stadium Number 1. There were different characters, even recruiters from the Sword Guild were noticeable, the creator's fortress claim also came. The spectators were happy, and they discussed that compared to the first day, a big difference was visible to you fans, of course, because today will be a hot battle. There appeared a table with the cube rank, Suho in first place against Yohei in 8th place. Also Rachel in 3rd place against Naeun in 4th place. The guys were actively discussing that they were waiting for this battle, the first competition between girls, right. The main character was also watching all this and then mentally thanked the fans for the explanation. He looked at the girl and thought that today she was destined to lose to the blonde completely, because it was simply impossible to defeat her with a bow that did not suit her. When both were in the ring, the commentator said that now the competition between the freshmen began. This was already the 8th battle. Finally, the fight began. Naeun smiled and offered to change places in the ranking today, turning to the blonde and pulling the bowstring. Then she shot straight at her. Immediately, her energy spread everywhere and flew to her opponent. At that moment, the blonde raised her head and saw a bright light above. Then she began to skillfully dodge all these projectiles and run to her opponent. A second later, another arrow appeared above her head, and surprisingly, the girl was able to break it right in the air. Naeun saw this and was very surprised, and then she realized that her opponent was approaching her right. At that moment, one of the fans was coming down the stands. It was a brunette with long hair. Hajin noticed her and was surprised. The same captain sat down next to him and looked straight into his eyes. It was the woman who was wanted by the Hero Academy, the leader of groups with a bad reputation, a strong warrior who hides behind many names, and now she was sitting right in front of him. When the guy looked at her, he thought that in this world only he knew her real name. A second later, a glass of Coca-Cola flew at her head, not letting her say a word. There was a fan who simply stumbled and asked how this happened, also asked if everything was okay, Bopros. The horror that the main character experienced at that moment, words cannot even describe. After some time, information appeared on the screen that Rachel was the winner of the fight. The woman at that moment sat and lost her face. Then she was a little confused and thanked the young man for the scarf. In response, she heard nothing. She turned away and said that she saw his battle with the cadet yesterday. Then she handed him an envelope and said that she preferred to watch from the shadows. The skill that he showed at the competition was that his ability. In the envelope there was a business card with her phone number and name. The young man took it and thought that it was probably one of her fictitious names, asked if he understood correctly that this was a member of the guild, but he was not allowed to contact them until the end. When the woman tried to take the business card, she immediately heard that it was not said that he would not take it. At that time, the next duel was going on. The brunette said that she could not go into details yet, but in any case, the cadet would not lose anything. Then she got up and said that she had to go. She hoped that she would receive a call from him. After which she turned around and left, and the young man thought what was the point of the leader contacting him now. While he was thinking about why she came, he saw a sword flying right in the sky. At that very second, they announced that the winner was Cadet Suho, who was very happy about his victory. At the exit, everyone was only discussing this fight and saying that the guy was amazing. But the girl lost to the blonde. For the first time they saw Korean rising stars lose to foreigners. Hajin, meanwhile, lowered his drone. He looked at it and thought if he managed to film anything, he should go back to the dorm and check. Then he heard strange sounds that attracted his attention. It turns out that it was his friend, who was sitting in the bushes and crying. He was surprised and thought that he remembered this incident. The girl was very sad because of the loss, and Suho, who was passing by, tried to console her. This picture immediately appeared in his head, and the thought that after this she would become interested in him. That's why he was looking at her now and thinking that he had to try and she would succeed. He had to try to cope together. To be honest, such consolations wouldn't help her now. There are times in life when you just have to give up. Then he imagined his main character in the book and thought that, however, he didn't have such a word in his dictionary. He didn't advise anyone to give up and he didn't do it himself. The girl was still crying while he was thinking that maybe it was because of him that Naeun didn't give up the bow. And then it dawned on him. She had a bracelet on her hands that was shining brightly. At that moment, a message came from Hajin with the message that he saw the competition. The girl asked who this idiot was. Then she looked up and was even more surprised. The messages said that he was right, a sword suited her better than a bow, maybe it was not too late. And in the next message, he advised her to change direction. Naeun read it and was very surprised. At that very second, she was found by a comrade who shouted that it had finally happened, and why was he hiding at all? He came closer and said with a smile that he had been looking for her for so long. Why was she sitting alone? The little girl turned and looked at him with incredibly angry eyes, and then she pounced on him and started calling him a bastard, screaming that they would finish him off now. That's how the end of the combat competitions of the midterm session of the first semester went. That day, the protagonist decided to watch the recordings from the drone and saw a man who was found by a guard in the forest. Then this man destroyed the guard with one click, smashing his head. He watched it closer and in a new way. Then he removed his hand from the keyboard and for some time tried to comprehend what was happening. He was overcome by fear. The only thought was that this was a cruel sight. Then the young man looked again at this man and assumed that he was also from the chameleon group. He imagined him and realized that without any hesitation he kills people, as if he does it for pleasure simply because he thirsts for blood. There are people in this world who are capable of such things. If you imagine a city, life has become much more comfortable thanks to scientific magic, behind which half humans were hiding, not bound by morality and laws. Although they were people, but they accepted heroes, they could not be called ordinary criminals, because they had unusual powers. Like heroes, they were villains. The guy continued to look at this and thought that initially, according to the plot, villains and negative characters were not worth much attention. But in the new version with the author, the plot changed. Now he did not know which characters would play negative roles. The day of the practical exam of the midterm session came. Everyone moved to the examination field to fight the monster. There they were met by a woman who said that she was very glad to see them, introduced herself and said that she was a magician who would conduct the exam. To begin with, she decided to briefly tell about it. In front of them is the examination field. It looked like a large field of virtual reality. On it you can fight a hologram monster that the magicians will call. She took a step forward and added that this exam was quite dangerous, unlike the training lessons that had been held so far. The summoned hologram monster had exactly the same attack power as the real one, and even if the wizard stopped summoning, it would not disappear immediately. The guys were scared when they heard that excessive pride could put their lives at risk, so if they had any difficulties during the exam, they should immediately report their surrender. She also looked at them and said that the exam would be assessed based on how quickly and how coolly they made decisions, and wished them all to show their best side and pass the exam. Then the spotlights turned on and the woman added that everyone would enter in fours. Starting with the first team, the guys entered the ring and the commentator said that the guys in the first team should get ready. After which the girl snapped her fingers and said that she asked the others to listen carefully. Then she pointed her hand forward and added that those who had not yet reached their turn should analyze the battle of the other cadets. The guys immediately activated their status windows and listened to what they needed to watch carefully how others fought monsters and what mistakes they made. If they had a better way, they could write it down. Then she folded her hands and said that now, something confused her and made her think. After which the teacher said to turn off their smart watches, the students did so. The wizard also added that their reviews would affect the grade, so they should take the recording seriously. One of the students for some reason got angry when she heard this. After which the teacher looked up and said that they would now begin the battle with the monsters. Then the seal was pressed and the summoning began. Everything around began to shine and sparkle. A moment later, a monster, an advanced ghoul, appeared in front of the first student from the first team. He immediately flew towards the girl and tried to strike. Fortunately, the blonde managed to parry the blow and hit him with her sword. Everyone outside the ring saw only rising dust. The guys watched very carefully and analyzed everything that was happening. The second team began. A huge snake appeared in front of them. The young man swung and shouted that he had decided to use magic release. And then, with the help of an electric charge, he struck his opponent. The exam was over. Finally, it was the third one's turn. Her powers were also quite bright. The opponent was a huge unicorn monster, at which her magic arrows flew. It was quite easy and the exam was quickly over. It was the brunette's turn. She struck the monster with her rods. Another cadet dealt with it thanks to water and a sword. Screams, cries, and the sounds of blows were heard around. It was the turn of the 10th team, which had to prepare for the exam. This team included Hajin, who got a chrome wolf. The guy started shooting at him, and then he hid behind a rock, but it seemed that the shooting was unsuccessful. Then he turned around and thought that if this continues, he will finish without problems, because he still wounded him. But suddenly the space around began to change. The other cadets watched and did not understand what was happening. When the guy raised his head, he saw something from above, and in his ear he heard a strange sound. Another cadet also turned around and asked what happened on the examination field. The space around him changed. But in response, he heard from his comrades that he needed to focus on security, apologized, and got to work. Meanwhile, the woman was watching them through the screen and asked if he knew that the guard who patrolled the cube yesterday was killed. Then she looked at the exam records and said that this was an emergency, so he needed to keep an eye on it. The man answered that he agreed and asked if she had found the source of the vibrations that had just been there. He was walking along the beach and in response to his colleague believing that there was something in his direction, but the exact location was still unknown, he said that he hoped that nothing serious would happen. Thus, the man reached some kind of forest. Suddenly, something appeared behind him. There was a man who approached him and asked what was going on. Then he scratched his head and said that it seemed that this man was trying to interfere. The hero turned around and said that outsiders are not allowed here, maybe he got lost. After which he was asked why he was here then and with a changed face said that he was not an outsider. The man rolled up his sleeves and said that in that case he understood everything. Then he smiled sarcastically and added that they should stop blocking his way, they should leave if they did not want to get it. The hero simply remained silent and took out his sword. Suddenly, something started shaking behind them. Both turned around and did not understand what was happening. The water seemed to start bubbling, and then it gathered in a huge whirlpool and it was unclear what it was, but there was clearly someone inside. The same earthquake was happening on the battlefield for the students. Everyone started running away from there when the commentator said that the exam was temporarily stopped due to an unforeseen situation outside the examination field. They asked all the cadets to leave the examination field. A teacher stood above, who announced to the 10th team to stop and run outside. The main character looked up and thought that things were bad, but did not understand what was happening. Meanwhile, another woman appeared there. The guys were still hiding behind the rocks because the monster was still there. The young man raised his gun and thought why the call had not been cancelled. Then he looked up and tried to shout to them, but there was no one there. So he lowered his hands and thought that this could not be just a random mistake, maybe there was a monster person among the magicians. He immediately began to scroll through the teacher's speech in his head and thought that it was definitely not her, because he did not receive a notification about the change in settings. No, there were no characters in this examination field whose settings had been changed. But suddenly something occurred to him. The guy turned around and thought that he now understood something. At that moment, the woman had already reached one of the cadets. She looked at the blonde and said that she had not seen the Spring Princess for a long time. The girl looked at her with frightened eyes, and the main character's thoughts were that this was quite possible, because in the book there are many biotic characters who never appeared in the story. It turned out that it was not a woman who appeared, but Sir Lancaster. This story, the author of which is unknown. The ceiling began to collapse at that moment. The girl raised her head and turned to this man, asked where he had been all this time after that incident in London, and added that his appearance had changed. The man was just looking at her. Then he raised his eyes and smiled. The girl saw this and seemed to get even more scared, after which she concluded that this man had sold his soul. Then she came closer and asked how that was possible, since he had always been the commander of the guard in the royal palace. In response, she heard that she had not expressed herself quite accurately. The man came closer and said that he had not sold his soul. The new owner had simply picked it up after he, who was ready to sacrifice his life for the fatherland, was betrayed and thrown out. The sword in her hand was shaking as well as her hands at that moment. But nevertheless, the girl picked it up and said that it seemed useless to talk to him. It was necessary to arrest him. Then she took off and flew forward. The girl swung her weapon in mid-air and tried to strike, but surprisingly, the man simply took a step to the side and was able to dodge. And then she noticed something very strange. The blade passed through his body, but did not cause any damage. The blonde man himself came closer and said that he was very sorry, but the body was not here, but in another place, and what he saw in front of him was just entertainment. Then he imagined the people running away and said that there was chaos outside now, so no one cared what was happening here. Various monsters had penetrated the examination field, so there was complete chaos now. No one would come to her aid. He also lowered his head and added that everything here was very different from Britain, where members of the royal family were protected first and foremost, and no one cared how many people would die for this, right? The little girl just listened to him and said nothing. Memories of a terrible bloody battle immediately began to emerge in her head. When a little girl was lying in a man's arms, covered in blood. Tears were pouring down. It was too late to do anything. This damn place did not let go of their memories. And now they were standing opposite each other and were about to fight. Sir raised his head and said that he would like to talk more, but he had little time. Then he turned around and said goodbye to the princess. The girl immediately tried to stop him. And at the last second she saw how his body literally dissolved into thin air. Someone else immediately appeared in his place. It was a man without a face, fully armed. He also tore off and flew forward. The girl did not even have time to notice or think about anything. But, fortunately, she took out her blade in time and was able to protect herself from the blow. It was very difficult. She thought that this was a ruthless fencing technique. The blows were so strong that she was thrown back. A wound also appeared on one hand, and then on the other hand. The blonde felt unwell and understood that it was difficult for her to fight, so she would not defeat him. She had to take a risk and wait for the moment when he was distracted. But it was as if this moment did not exist and all the movements were very abrupt. Then a sword flew at her hand, the weapon flew to the side, and when the little girl found herself on the floor, she did not even have a means of defense. Now the situation was such that victory was clearly not hers. But at that very second, some thread wrapped around her hand. It was a thread between her hand and her blade. When the enemy tried to attack again, her weapon flew straight towards him. A bright light appeared in that room. And then there was an explosion, as if the ceiling began to collapse. The blonde got up and did not understand what was happening. There, in the distance, someone's silhouette appeared in the wall. The monster also turned around and silently looked back. Then he grabbed his blade and took off. He ran with all his might, planning to attack this person. But then a shotgun appeared in his hands, and the transformation of the desert eagle occurred. It was the main character, who turned on the shotgun mode and was going to save his girlfriend. He immediately shot his opponent and thus broke half the walls there. Finally, silence hung in the room. The young man took a step forward and looked around. After that, he looked at his weapon and thought, could he really win with one shot? It cost him 250 points in vain. All this time, a blonde was standing behind him, who did not understand what was happening. She raised her head and thought that this person saved her. It turns out that this is her classmate. The brown-haired man was already moving towards her at that moment. Then he extended his hand and asked if everything was okay. The baby did not look like she was okay and looked at him with frightened eyes. Then the guy said that he had a bandage. Some time passed, but the bandages were not changed and the wounds were not treated. The main character tried very hard to help her and said that if he had been even a little late, she would never have been able to pick up a sword again. Then he looked at the bandage and did not understand what was happening. Then he realized that it was the precious blood of the cube ranker. The blonde then stood up and thanked him. In response, he received a question about what to thank for. At that very second, the light came on again, and employees appeared from above who turned to them and asked if anyone was hurt. Then the woman said that she would now send a rescue team to them. The guys stood up and began to wait. At that moment, another employee approached the person in charge and said that 2 cadets were seriously injured in the next room. She turned around and asked who had arranged all this. The hero who was guarding this place was on the beach at that moment. A friend ran to him and I turned to him. After which she leaned over and asked what happened. Did a monster really appear? But in response she heard that it was very fast, although it had already been driven away. The woman was surprised and asked what did they mean by driven away, did he really do it himself, but he said that it was not so, someone else had driven him away. After which she imagined the battle and said that he did not know because of whom exactly, but it was a very angry monster, and that man drove away such a monster with his own efforts, simply by striking it. He remembered what he looked like and said that it was a very strong warrior. The girl asked in surprise if he really wanted her to believe it, and the guy said that he himself did not believe it. In short, it seems that this is a suspect in the murder of a policeman, we need to find him. Then he raised his head and said that an unknown warrior and the appearance of a high-ranking monster is a complete failure of the exam session. He also added that it would be difficult for the Cube administration to avoid responsibility by introducing their head office. If we go straight to the conclusion, the incident that happened before with the monsters in the Cube became hot news all over the world. Everyone was discussing it heatedly, and the exams were postponed. The Cube staff was busy with this incident and the restoration of the school, so the exams and classes were temporarily cancelled. This was announced to the students at a general meeting. So the cadets found themselves on a 10-day vacation, which had never happened before. Everyone was just happy with this news. The guys were sitting at their desks, rejoicing when the teacher shouted that they were bastards, not even thinking about their comrades who suffered, asked them to stop chatting and return to the dorms. Suddenly, the main character heard that he had received some kind of notification. He took out his laptop, finally received a message about changing the settings, and thought that this was the damn co-author doing it. There was information about Sir Alex. Another author decided to strengthen the attachment to the family that died in the accident, increase the likelihood of an attack on Rachel in the event of an exacerbation of the feeling of anger. Do not wait for the accumulation of strength, change in potential strength 7.58.5 to install as a dangerous character. The young man immediately imagined this hero and thought that this is one of the characters from Britain, which he created before. His goal was to arrange a coup in his country, but this negative character became stronger and appeared earlier than he should have according to the plot. Now he seriously tensed up and thought that if he had known about this in advance, he would have come up with more positive heroes. Then he lowered his head and thought that however, there was not only bad news, but for example, he was able to get magic blood. Then someone pushed him right on the head. The young man turned around and saw a friend behind him. She stuck her tongue out at him and asked why he was looking at her, and he was confused and remembered how he recently suggested that she throw a bow. The guys who were standing aside noticed that the two were arguing again, but their relationship looked better than before. While the girl was leaving, one of them asked if he had no eyes and couldn't notice obvious things. The girl finally returned to her room. When she came in, she called him a pathetic idiot and asked why he was picking on her if he couldn't do anything. Then she received a notification on her watch and asked what was going on. It was her grade for the exam. When the girl sat down, she decided to see who wrote what. Even Suho added something there. Suddenly, she was surprised by a notification that she had gained faith in herself. Her friend was writing at that moment that it seemed like she had a lot of thoughts in her head, many internal and external factors affecting her self-esteem. Then he introduced the girl and added that she was an excellent archer and had many abilities. Her steadfastness shown in the battle with the monster, as well as continuous efforts and talent, could achieve good results. He also wrote that someone said that her abilities were not enough, but it was not true. She did not lack talents, but faith in herself when he watched her fight. The young man wrote all this with a smile, added that if his friend would believe in herself more and move only forward, then I am sure she would become the best hero. And now, in real time, she was counting all this, having read to the phrase that the assessment was conducted by Cadet Suho. The little girl even lowered her head and said that she was embarrassed. She blushed and thought that no matter what anyone said, she was a good archer. Then there was another message only from an anonymous person. I don't know who tried so hard, but there was a lot of text here. The girl smiled and asked what this person wrote there. Some time passed while reading. Her head literally began to boil from each new line, and a vein swelled on her neck from anger. The scream from her room after this comment was such that it could even be heard in the corridor. The girl was very angry and screamed that she would not leave it like this and would find the one who wrote it. If you move to the room to Hajin, there he was busy with the seed. He put it on the princess's blood and waited for some kind of reaction. Then he lowered his head and asked if it worked. Was the seed able to absorb the princess's blood? After which he imagined a witch and thought that if the seed obtained on the mountain is watered with human blood, a witch will be born. He sat down and said that this is the blood of Rachel, a kind girl, so the witch will certainly not be a villain. Then he touched it with his finger and said that he needs to grow up quickly to help him. Not suddenly, something happened. A bright light appeared there. The young man lowered his head and asked what was happening. Did the second stigmata really appear right now? A bright amazing seal appeared on his hand, after which a loud scream that could be heard even on the street. The next day came. This seal had to be hidden with a bandage so that no one would see, and the pain was simply incredible. While the young man was driving somewhere with the agent, the latter turned around and asked what had happened to him. He had a bad expression on his face, and in response he heard that he was just a little tired today. And the guys drove on, discussed how trade was going. It had become much easier with a car, there were more customers, and it was safer than before when you had to walk. The man also almost burst into tears and said that it was all thanks to the main character. The agent thought that it was necessary to change the topic of the conversation. So he looked out the window and asked why there were so many people at the entrance. They had strange bandages on their hands, perhaps they were members of some guild. But the people around them looked at them in surprise and offered to look at them. All these people were members of the guild against the entity. They looked really cool. And at the head was a brunette we knew. The young man looked out the window and thought, did they really come here to inspect the field? Then the guys turned around and noticed him in the distance. The girl came closer and knocked on the window. Then she leaned over and asked what the matter was. The guy looked out and said he wanted to pick up the money. The question immediately came up whether he had really come alone, so he pointed to his escort and said that it was his agent and introduced him. The girl looked in and said that she understood everything. If you think about it, these two would make a rather strange combination, like a mouse and a snake. Initially, this man was supposed to become Suho's agent, and the brunette found out that he had signed a contract with him and decided to invest a large sum of money in their company, even visiting the office. As a result, they had great success and a favorable future. The shares began to rise in price, but this is in accordance with the plot of the book. Only now the question is whether the company without Suho is valuable for this lady to invest money in or not. Even the agent was a little confused then, and the young man's thoughts were that in the worst case, it could happen that because of him, the agent's future would be at risk. At that moment, there was an awkward silence in the car. The brunette moved back and said that she understood everything. Then she pulled the handle of the car, after which she got inside and said that if they came to hunt, she decided to join. Then she turned around and asked the guy if he was against it. After some time, the car was already moving through the forest. The guys were riding inside and just silent. While the brown-haired man was looking out the window and wondering what was on her mind, the girl raised her head and asked her to listen. Then she turned around and asked if they had already decided what they would do in the future, and the young man was surprised and asked what kind of unexpected questions these were. So they walked their way through the forest, discussing what he was asking what he would do after graduation. The main character answered that it was graduation and still far away, and why worry about it in advance? She was surprised by this, how in advance the midterm session was over, and because of the practice in the third year there would be little time to spend in the queue. Then the guy had the thought that in the third year he would have little time because of the practice. And then the girl asked an unexpected question, if there were no special plans, would she like to join the Essence straight? If you imagine these two guilds, of course they still concede the mercy of the creator to the guild, but if he becomes the leader, he will make the Essence straight the best guild in the country. She also said something that surprised even the agent, that she could promise to provide high-class weapons, as well as a good agent who would provide any assistance. Then she smiled and added that she thought it was a pretty good offer, right? The guy turned around and said that contact with agents before graduating from school was illegal, a fine of 500 million for that, but in response he heard that she was ready to pay that kind of money without any problems. And then she said that he should think about it, and then the car ran into some kind of stone and the girl hit her forehead right on the front seat. Then it moved away and she asked the man what was going on, why brake so abruptly. But it turned out to be very simple, they just arrived at the respawn point. This is the place where monsters are reborn. The question immediately came up, what was it about, and how could an ordinary agent know where monsters are reborn? He turned around and embarrassedly said that it was the end of April now, and this is the time when monsters start being active inside the field. He also introduced these monsters and said that this is why there will be a lot of them in this area. There are several more similar points, but there are too many people there, plus he chose this field based on Hajin's shooting skills. When the guy got out of the car, the man added that this information can be trusted. He personally checked everything here, and he said that he has an excellent agent. Then he closed the door behind him and said that he would be back soon. In response he heard that he needed to be careful. Then the agent turned around and asked where the girl was going. She replied that the guild members would soon arrive here. Immediately after, she slammed the door and embarrassed the man a little. A second later, she knocked on his window and attracted his attention. The girl leaned over and asked for his business card. 10 days had passed since the incident at the exam. It seemed that classes had resumed, and the cadets returned to the cube and everything began to recover. A new schedule and a table with grades for the midterm session appeared. The guys discussed who was in what place. Naturally, the main character had first place in grades, so he didn't even go there and accidentally met a blonde in the hallway. After Hajin taught Horak a lesson during the practical exam, the bullies who used to bully him quieted down and started avoiding him. It was the most peaceful time in the cube since he entered. It was even getting boring. But at some point, someone stopped him in the hallway, smashing the wall with their fist. Naeun appeared there, who asked in an angry voice if he had written this review. The young man turned around and asked what was going on. It seemed like there was a fight again. The girl came up close to him and said that there was no point in even trying to deny it. It was immediately obvious from his style of speech that it was his doing. The guy looked her in the eyes and asked what was wrong. He wrote it specifically to help her. In response, he heard that they didn't actually ask him to help. Does he really want to say that as a shooter he doesn't have a sense of combat? And who is he to tell her what to do? All the other students even stopped to listen to these two discuss what he really thinks. Since he studies well, then he can do anything. The girl offered him to argue, to show how difficult it is to shoot a bow. But surprise, the main character agreed, and then the girl even got confused. He came closer and said that if he loses, then he will have to throw the bow. Her eyes widened even more from this news. Then the girl laughed and began to call him names. Then Hajin said that he would also take a bow instead of a gun, but in return she would give him time to prepare. A classmate asked if they really think that this will help him. He can do as he wants. Then she turned around and left, and the guy thought that now his shooting skill is at the 7th level. In the remaining time he needs to raise it to the 6th level, then he will be able to win the argument. Besides, there are points of luck. He looked after her and thought that the girl was running away because she mistakenly believes that her ability to use a bow is at the same level as her fencing skills. After which he raised his head and thought that all the time only praising is not always good. You need to get up even stronger. After some time, everyone moved to the Grace building, office 303, where they announced that they were glad to see them all. One of the cadets smiled and said that it was very good that these exams were finally over, and all the members of their club were alive and well. It was the chairman of the Travelers Club and the healer. The activities of the scientific and hunting clubs were suspended due to the incident with the monster people, so the events in the cube go roughly according to the plot of the book, forcing the young man to attend uninteresting circles. The chairman at that moment continued to say that this time their club decided to go to France. The next episode was the murder of a French rich man, which begins with a note sent by a group of killers. The note said that it would happen on the night from the last Saturday to Sunday, then they would take his life. The old man read it, was the recipient, a French rich man. He smiled. He was a gentle and calm man, lived a quiet life in the suburbs of Paris, but this was a mask. In fact, the man was evil and not the most positive character. If you imagine his crimes, his real name was different. From childhood he was a swindler, a terrible owner who saved a lot of money by deception. Until now, he managed to avoid responsibility. This time he stepped on the trail of darkness and received a terrible mark. Because he was wanted, he could not ask the police for help, and he did not have time to look for good security. A chill ran down his spine as if it was a feeling of death. But even if the sky collapsed, he always had a way to retreat, the man thought. Once he met a student of the Cube who came to Paris to travel. It was in a hotel. That student gave him a brilliant idea. There was a meeting among the guys there that day. A blonde guy came up to a cadet and asked if he was really the leader of the travel club. That's great. He replied that there was nothing wrong with that and added that he wanted to offer to come to Paris next time, but finding a suitable hotel for all the cadets is not easy. The man was there and heard it all. Then he stood up and said that in that case he could provide a place at his house, everyone together, then they could cut back a little. The main character imagined his house and thought that he just wanted to use the cadets as security. But then he received a notification on his laptop as if something had changed. There was a notification from the Office of Truth which asked to fulfill his order. The young man was very surprised because it was the first order. It said that their family was looking for a swindler who deceived them and ran away. They sent him detailed information about this person, something similar to a questionnaire. The brown-haired man studied all this and was very surprised. This person was familiar to him. Meanwhile, in some abandoned tank, everyone was watching him. Literally around the huge dome there were people standing and watching the main characters battle at the exam. One of them smiled and said that he was even scared. Could this really be his power? Another folded her arms and said that this year's freshmen are quite high level. This guy could be useful, and the little girl said that she didn't give a damn at all. Suddenly one of them raised his hand and turned to the commander. It was her copy, who asked since when did they start doing an analysis, to take or not to take such chicks. She was interrupted by Sir Alex, who said that he thought he would be quite useful. What he liked most was that he had no parents or a lover, although it was unclear what this had to do with it. Then the man explained that if there was no one around, then it was easier to get carried away by material things. It would not be possible to help him achieve fame, but you can give him as much money as you want. They were interrupted by another member of the group, who said that their main goal was to find the traitor and punish him. If he had all the qualities for this, then they should simply lure him to themselves. The women looked at him and asked if this was true. Well, okay, they admit the thought that will bring him here, but now the only available color is black. And then she asked if everyone was really suggesting giving the black color to this chick, the color of the strongest member of the team, and also asked what color was the one who betrayed the former leader. Suddenly, someone intervened in the conversation and said that nothing could be done about it. It was a man who said that they would have to take the black color for themselves and give him his current one. Everyone turned around and said that they were against it. because this man was too stupid. In general, everyone supported the idea. Then the question immediately arose, what in this case was being suggested. A boy joined the conversation and said that there was only one way out, to hold a vote. The woman listened to them attentively all this time. Then she lowered her head and said that whoever agreed to accept Hajin into their team must raise their hand. Everyone present raised their hand. More precisely, almost everyone, of course, except for the man. The kid also raised his hand and said that 8 people were for it, only 2 were against, so it was decided he would be accepted. Those who were against were very upset about this and got angry. Then the captain approached one of them and said that she had something. It was an invitation to a VIP party in Paris. The question immediately came up, is it really about the location of the mission? The girl raised the card and said that for a gold member of the team, stealing 1 ring would not be so difficult, right? Meanwhile, Suho and Naeun were walking around the city. They were met by a classmate who said that he checked everyone, including the new guy. Now they can split into teams and go to the portal. The main character stood aside and thought that he had never been to Europe, and then 10 seconds and already there, according to the plot, he got into the same team with these 2. Then the brunette raised her hand, and the young man thought that the rest could be as it will be. Finally, everyone found themselves in Paris. There were a lot of different monuments and historical sites around, and in small cafes people were sitting and reading newspapers. The girl was walking around the city, unhappy, asking why she was so unlucky at the draw. Because now Hajin had become her companion, he replied that she had drawn him herself and was now complaining. The girl started hitting him and told him to shut up. The others were whispering behind him that they were supposedly cadets, so cool. Suddenly someone called out to them and told them to go there. The guys turned around and looked. In front of everyone, the club chairman's girlfriend jumped into his arms. They started discussing their news, and all the other unhappy people stood aside and thought, did this man really come here on a date? After which the guy said that this was his girlfriend, who had come as a doctor. Because her name was Natasha, everyone greeted her. The doctor said that he hoped they would like it in Paris, and the others were discussing how these 2 could have met. During the excursion, they were told that free time could be used for sightseeing. There would be a party in the evening, so they needed to gather at this place at 7 o'clock. Finally, the group was left alone. The girl turned around and asked where her companion was going. He said that he wanted to have a snack first and asked if she really wanted to join him. Her classmate was surprised and said that everyone had already divided into teams, or was going to blow her off. In response, she heard that he simply thought that he was so different from someone. Then he turned around and told her to follow him. The question immediately came up, does he really know where and what is located? Then the guy turned around and answered why he needed a watch, added that he naturally found out everything in advance and ordered her to follow him. Needless to say, the girl was shocked. Then she went ahead and said that she does not eat everything in a row, and he replied that he already knew, although it was unclear where from. Finally, they came to some restaurant. They looked around, there was even a table already reserved. When the guys sat down, they began to discuss how they managed to reserve a table in such a place, but he had his own tricks, or rather, he used the Book of Truth. After which the young man looked at her and said that she can order whatever she wants. The girl smiled and agreed. While she was ordering, the main character was looking out the window and thought that she was from a rich family. She could probably handle the order herself. And then he saw someone outside the window. A bright light appeared before his eyes. He even had to get up and ask what it was. The guy immediately broke loose and ran there, shouted to his friend to stay there and did not even answer where he was running. When he ran out into the street, he thought that maybe the story had changed or was some unknown character in the forest again. There were some people walking ahead. It was not clear why this was happening. Then he shouted at them to stop and listen to him. The woman turned around. When she turned around, the question arose what Yunsunga was doing in Paris. The woman was immediately confused and did not understand what was happening. And the young man came closer and said how fast these 2 were walking, and immediately asked what he was doing in Paris. Only his interlocutor was a little embarrassed and asked who it was. At first, the guy thought that she was pretending not to know him, but then the girl screamed and her companion covered her. Immediately after, a notification came from the system about this person. Because of this, the young man opened his mouth and was surprised, then apologized and said that he seemed to be mistaken. Around the corner, he took out his laptop and began to study the information. There was a notification about a change in the plot. On the screen it was written that due to an anonymous informant, friction arose between 2 characters, so she appears in this episode. All this time, Naeun was sitting in a restaurant and did not understand what was happening there, while the main character was putting the puzzles together. If you think about these 2 characters, both were members of the guild Mercy of the creator. Jane joined the guild at the same time as her. There the girls met. They completed tasks together, even became friends. And at the same time, many incidents happened. At times it was quite difficult for them. As a result, the girls became friends. One of them was quite stubborn, and the other was the only person she could call a friend. However, their friendship was destroyed. At the most decisive moment, Jane betrayed her. This happened during a serious fire. The girl crawled on the ground to her friend and asked why they did this to her, and the other one repeated the question with a strange face. Then she laughed and said that of course it was done because it was funny. Yoon Seung-ga looked up and looked at her in surprise. It seemed that it was Jane, a member of the chameleon group, a villain with a talent for stealing and disguise. And now the woman was coming to her senses after this meeting. A guy came up to her and handed her coffee. In response he heard gratitude. Then he noticed that the deputy looked quite worried. In response he received a question, "Is it true?" The girl smiled and said that on the contrary, she felt relieved. Finally she could put an end to this terrible relationship. The young man did not understand anything. However, he said that the unknown reported that Jane would definitely show up at the party, although they did not trust this information 100%, but she likes such events. Yoon Seung-ga said this and clenched her fist, then added that if there are valuable things that can be stolen, then even more so. And there, for a second, in the safe of the banquet hall, the treasure was kept, Homer's ring. The event was supposed to take place this evening. The guys were discussing that today she should appear there to steal it. Meanwhile, the cadets left the restaurant. Naeun smiled and said that she had eaten very well, and Hajin came up to her and suggested that they split up, said that she probably wanted to watch something of her own. At that moment, he himself was discussing that the ball would start at 5 p.m. In order to find a good place to observe, it was necessary to study everything here in advance. His classmate waved her hand and said that she agreed. The guys also said a few words about how it would be better not to get lost. The girl turned around and asked who they thought she was. Finally, the evening came. Everyone was arriving at the house where the ball was supposed to take place. Inside, there was an incredibly beautiful decoration. Everything was shining. People looked around and could not believe how beautiful everything was. Then the cadets also appeared there. The people around were discussing them and asking if they were some kind of stars. They looked so cool in masks. And the students themselves turned around and said that it was not for nothing that they dressed up today, although Suho was thinking how uncomfortable he was in a shirt. They stood inside and discussed whether they really came here not to dance. The young man scratched his head and said that he had simply never danced before. Meanwhile, they were being watched on the street. There was someone in a cloak standing there and actively studying everything that was happening. This someone turned out to be the main character who thought that the clock said 5:30. Probably Yoon Seung-ga, you haven't seen any special changes here yet. It was a masquerade ball in a suburban castle in Paris. Today he just had to help history go its own way. One person was hiding in this whole crowd. Suddenly the young man noticed something and at first he didn't even believe his eyes. A huge portal had formed in front of him. It was just unclear where it came from. The guy stepped back and thought that now he understood why everything was so simple. Only a monster man could create an artificial portal. It must be some very strong monster man who enjoys the favor of the devil, and it seemed to be one of the guests. Then the young man looked and thought that one of them was already itching to go there and was capable of such a thing. The same screen of his computer lit up. There was a notification that a critical moment had occurred, and immediately information appeared that the Homer ring, an artifact of mythical rank, is an item that has not yet been revealed. Therefore, despite the mythical rank, many people want to get it, and this is a mistake. And then information appeared that to change the plot, a group of monster men villains want to get this artifact. For this they came to Paris. The guy paid attention to the name of the group. If you imagine them, the villain is a society of monster men led by a terrible person. Their group is engaged in the robbery of artifacts, terrorism, incitement of wars. There are too many terrible events in the world that are associated with this society, and many bloody moments. The young man got angry and said that he brought very dangerous people here. It's bad. Then he raised his hand and thought that he should use the mask. As soon as he transformed, he said that this time his plan would not work. Then he came closer to the edge and said that now he needed to find Jane. At that moment, one of the waiters inside had already been strangled. Someone killed him and mercilessly threw him on the floor. It was a man or a woman, after which the man went forward straight to some exit. There was a passage along the retina of the eye, so he had to use a little trick. And it helped. The passage was open. The door immediately opened. The thief noted that it was all very simple. Then he went inside and said that in front of him was an artifact of mythical rank. It was Homer's ring, which sparkled very brightly. The thief extended his hand to it and was immediately asked what he was doing there. Suddenly, Yoon Seung-ga appeared behind her. The woman was surprised when she realized that the raven was her assistant Yorin. The young man turned around and saw the deputy, asked how she managed to find out. And the woman winked at him and said that she came for him. How could her secretary just leave her workplace? Then she took a step forward and immediately hugged him from behind. The guy did not understand what was happening at all and was confused. He turned around and asked what the deputy was doing now. The girl grabbed him from the front and started talking, said that she would not fall for this bait a second time. Then she lifted him up and slammed his head into the floor with all her might. At the same time, an explosion occurred in the building. people began to run in different directions, asking what it was. A huge hole appeared in the wall, and immediately a silhouette appeared from it. It was a man with some kind of blurry face. The thief transformed from the image of the secretary into her real image and asked how Yoonsunga guessed. After all, it was an impeccable disguise. But only a sword flew in response. When the woman approached her, she shouted that she had changed places with her assistant when they arrived in Paris. Did she think she would not be able to distinguish the gait and manner of speech of the person she works with? The blonde smiled and said that it seemed that Yoonsunga was not so meticulous before. It seems that he is still offended by her for betrayal. The girl looked at her and simply remained silent. Immediately a whip flew in her direction. This whip wrapped around her hand and blocked her movement. Suddenly a man appeared from behind who drew their attention. These were students who did not know who these people were, but love showdowns can go and arrange at home. The girl looked at Suho and Yona and asked who they were. The girl with dark hair said that they were hero cadets from the cube. If they lower their weapons now, then there can be bloodshed. Seung-ah frowned. The whip grabbed her hand. The dark-haired girl looked at her in shock. She raised her eyebrows and thought it was her whip. The redhead looked away. The blonde attacked her. Seung-ah grabbed her sword. The fight began. The woman parried the blow. There was an explosion. The blade of the sword cracked. The blonde's eyes widened in shock. Seung-ah swung at her and screamed that she was finished. Someone stopped her sword. The woman looked up at Suho. The blonde frowned and asked who he was. They both needed to leave before she cut them into pieces. Hajin frowned and said that he didn't know the exact reasons for the conflict, but they couldn't let other people get involved in this fight. They needed to stop. Seung-ah gritted her teeth. She pushed him away and said that she told him to leave. The woman turned around and said that they were being very annoying. She turned around and screamed, "Where did that girl go?" Seung-ah ran after her and told her to stand still. She replied that she had listened to her. Suddenly, a black energy appeared behind her. The redhead was thrown back. The blonde frowned and asked what it was. Seung-ah opened her eyes. The monster had a ring in its hand. It said that it had finally found it. The woman held it up and said that it was Homer's ring. Hajin was watching her from the street. He looked ahead and clicked his tongue. At this time in the city, Naeun grabbed her head and said that she was there again. She screamed that she had followed the map. Why did she come here again? What kind of stupid watch is this? The girl pressed the watch and said who invented it. We need to write a complaint to them right now. She cleared her throat and said that it was her father's company. Naeun frowned. Seung-ah didn't answer her. The girl said that she doesn't answer calls and doesn't even check messages. What is she doing there that she can't even look? The monster held the ring in her hand. The woman frowned and thought that it was a human monster. She lowered her head. The redhead pointed her sword at her and told her to give the ring to her right now. The monster narrowed her eyes and said that this thing is not suitable for people like her. She smiled and said that the ring will remain with the villains. Hajin watched her. He thought that if it fell into their hands, then it was lost and no combination of forces in the subsequent search would help. A gold matter appeared next to him. He thought that there was nothing to be done. He would have to use Plan B. The gold wrapped itself around his hand. He swung and thought that this should be enough. Hajin threw the gold matter. The monster smiled and said that if they interfered with her. Suddenly, the gold matter tore the ring from her. The woman turned around and asked what was going on. Who was that freak? She looked back. Seung-ah was running towards her with a sword. Hajin was holding the ring and thought that everything was going well. Now she wouldn't chase him. He looked at the ring and said that if he took it for himself. Suddenly he frowned. There was an explosion. The guy jumped back. Someone joined in and said that it was a bad idea. The blonde smiled and asked where he was going in such a hurry. Hajin looked at him and thought, who was he? Another human monster. The guy walked forward and said that it was nice to meet him. His name was Sidious. He smiled and said that he thought it would be clearer if he introduced himself as a member of the villain group. Sidious smiled and said that he stole the ring very skillfully. Even Silason was knocked down. Hajin replied no thanks. The guy's expression darkened and he said that since he was so smart, he already knew what he was going to say next. He had to give him the ring. Hajin reached into his pocket and said that it wouldn't work. The blonde scratched his head and said that there were always special people who would butt in and mess things up. He pulled out a sword and said that there was nothing he could do. He would have to take it by force. A laser blade appeared from the handle. Hajin looked at it. Sidious struck. The building was engulfed in flames. The guy was lying on the ground. He turned around. His eyes widened when he was asked, which seemed to have scared him a little. Sidious smiled and said that it was a magic sword. One of them was worth several hundred million. And if you add the user's magic power to it, it would surpass even a low-rank artifact in power. It would be better to give him the ring if he didn't want to see it in action. The hero thought that among other perks that human monsters get when signing a contract, increased magical powers, this human monster must be an excellent user of a magic sword. If only he could do something with the sword. He looked ahead. The blonde began to attack. The masked man jumped forward. He was thrown back. Hajin looked at Sidious and asked him verbally. He could just give it to him. He asked why he needed it when he could just kill and take it. The guy said that he just offered to negotiate. Didn't he? Sidious told him to shut up and stop whining. He can stall for time, but he still won't be able to beat him. The masked man looked at the villain. He said that it was immediately obvious that he was weaker than those inside. Sidious smiled and said that he did not have any other weapons except for the gun, and his physical abilities were only enough to dodge his attacks. What did he expect when he decided to fight the human monster? He grabbed the sword and said he was tired. Sidious swung and said goodbye to him. His sword didn't work. Both guys looked forward in shock. The blonde looked at the sword and asked, "What is it? What's the matter?" The guy looked at him and said that today most likely this thing will not work anymore. Sidious frowned and asked what he meant. The hero said that he was pretty lucky. A system window appeared, which said that luck worked, which weakened the magic sword. The guy smiled and said that he was bluffing, just the weapon broke, it happens, but he can kill him without it. The masked man looked at him and asked that he did not even know, how was he going to do it? He thought that he had one stigmata left and he ordered to replace it with light magic. The guy disappeared from the roof. Sidious rushed at him and asked what kind of tricks. The guys approached. There was an explosion, and then everything was quiet. Naeun was killing zombies in the game. She wandered for a long time and eventually gave up, never finding the place of the ball. The girl looked ahead and said that the police cars were making some noise. Where are they going? She looked at her watch and said that no one even called her. Naeun thought about it. She tensed up and thought why she was so upset. The girl frowned and thought that she had strange thoughts in her head. The guy sat down next to her. She looked at him and asked where he was from, what he was doing here. The hero lowered his head and said that he simply had no strength. The girl asked him again what he said. Suddenly, the guy fell down. Naeun panicked and asked what was happening to him, or did it hurt? The guy did not answer when she called him. The guy opened his eyes. Everything was blurry. He asked what this place was. He looked ahead. A poster with the inscription "Exam Center" was waving in the air. Hajin looked ahead and thought that he had just gone outside after taking the exam. Suddenly, someone called out to him from behind. He turned around. Mom and Dad were looking at him. The guy looked at them and asked why they came. It was so cold today. Suddenly, the parents' faces changed when Hajin started saying that The hero started crying and said that he did poorly on the exam. He burst into tears. His mother asked why he was crying because of that. The woman hugged her son and said that it was nothing to worry about. The guy opened his eyes. He was lying in a wooden bed and asked where he was. Suho and Naeun entered the room. Hajin looked at them when the girl asked if he had woken up. She frowned and said if he knew how hard it was for her to carry him, he should pull himself together. The brunette frowned. Naeun asked if he had really been crying. Was it that painful for him, and laughed. Suho looked at her and asked if she could go out. She screamed. What did she do? The doctor approached the guy and asked how he felt. He replied that he seemed fine. He smiled when the girl said that he was showing signs of exhaustion. He shouldn't strain himself. He should rest more. He asked what kind of place this was. One window was lit in the house. The blue-haired girl leaned over and said that this was a residential building, and this was his room that he shared with Suho. Hajin thought that this was the mansion. The doctor said that it was already after 10 in the evening. Was he sure he wasn't hungry? He confirmed. The hero looked ahead and thought that the murder episode would soon begin. It's good that he woke up before it all started. The girl smiled and told him to rest, and Naeun to go out. She was indignant. She was led to the door. She screamed why they were always chasing her away. Suho said that they would see each other tomorrow. The guy was peeling an apple. The brunette looked at the hero and asked if he was sure he was okay, if he could move. He replied that he was fine. Hajin opened the system window. A system window appeared, saying that human monsters had appeared in the suburbs of Paris. Thanks to the help of the Cube Course, they were able to advance in the investigation. The hero thought that it was good that no one was hurt or killed. Judging by the fact that no other details were heard, Jane managed to escape unharmed. Suho looked away. Hajin asked him about the incident. He handed him an apple and said that he could not tell the details, but nothing terrible happened. The man and the monster escaped before the heroes arrived. He replied that this was a great relief. The hero ate the apple. Suho began to peel the next one. The brunette raised his head when the guy told him to be careful. He looked at him in shock when he said that he was the main character. He could not allow himself to be hurt. He thought that today, without any fear, he rushed to the woman. She was full of the determination of killers, and if the human monster had appeared a little later, perhaps the matter would not have ended with light scratches. Of course, it is understandable. Why did he act like that? Hajin thought that he was the protagonist who was walking the path of virtue. He thought that, however, will the protagonist who is trying to do only good be able to overcome these difficulties set up by unknown beings? The guy frowned and thought that there was something else. He remembered his family and wondered if he could bring them back to his world. The hero looked at Suho when he asked who the protagonist was. What is he talking about? The guy smiled and said that if he is the protagonist, then so is he. The brunette looked at him in shock when he said that the whole world is the protagonist's. Hajin stood up and asked if it was true. He stabbed an apple with a fork. Suho said that she saw the report he was writing for Naeun. The guy looked at him carefully. The blue-haired guy looked at him and said that he was quite harsh. He replied that he was not harsh, she is not a natural archer. Suho asked if that was why he decided to have an archery competition with her. He replied that it was true, if he won, she would give up the bow. The guy looked at him when he said that she chose this path herself. He believed that others should not encourage her to give up on it. He lowered his hand and asked if he was offering to support her even if it was not right for her. Suho replied that not everyone can move mountains just because they were given good advice. What would he do if she tried her best but ended up failing? The blue-haired guy looked ahead and asked if he would take responsibility for himself. He asked how he could be sure that the bow was not right for her. Was he ready to answer for his words later? Hajin replied that he had thought much more than him and had been watching Naeun for much longer than the others. He looked at the guy and said that that was why he knew more. Suho looked at him in shock and asked again. He turned around and asked what he meant. Hajin started scanning the room and thought he was in trouble. He thought that one of the skills of the shooter is the ability to hide. She has learned it better than anyone. Naeun was walking down the hallway. The girl burst into the room. She blushed and said, "Oh my god, what kind of nonsense is he talking about?" Yona looked at her. She got out of bed and asked, "What happened? Why was she making so much noise?" She replied, "Nothing happened." The blue-haired girl said that if nothing happened, then she should go to bed quickly. She was very tired. Naeun lay down on the bed. She frowned and thought that she should calm down. She was eavesdropping on this conversation. She should ignore it as always. Suddenly she remembered Hajin saying that he had been watching her much longer than the others. The girl pursed her lips. She lay on the bed and thought about what was on his mind when suddenly a scream was heard. Naeun jumped up and asked, "What happened?" Yona clenched her fist and screamed that she asked herself to be quiet. She replied that it was not her. The girl pointed to the side when the blue-haired girl asked what kind of sounds were those. They looked at the door and said, "Were those really human screams?" The maid was kneeling and screaming. The man was covered in blood. The door swung open. The guys came out of their rooms and asked if they heard it. It seemed like someone was screaming. It seemed like the sound was coming from the lower floor. Someone was running quickly. Suho jumped over the balcony. Someone looked at him and screamed his name. Hajin looked at him in shock and asked that he was not a human. Actually, this is the third floor. The guy ran quickly. He swung the door open. Suho opened his eyes wide. The maid looked at him. She was crying and screaming that help was needed. The master was killed. Master Bedell was lying in his bed. The girl asked how could this happen. She closed her eyes. Natasha exhaled and said that there was heavy bleeding from a knife wound to the stomach. The butler cried and said that it was definitely done by the owner's envious people. How could they do such a thing to a person who had sacrificed his entire life for others? Everyone looked at him in shock. Silence hung in the room. The doctor raised her eyebrows and suggested leaving. They should wait for the police and ambulance outside, and the cadets should return to their rooms. The guy reached for the switch. He turned on the light in the room. The girl turned in his direction. Hajin looked at her. Natasha asked why did he turn on the light. Everyone looked at him. He approached the deceased. The girl screamed not to touch anything there. She extended her hand and asked him to move away right now. The guy brought the gun to her face. Everyone looked at him in shock. Naeun frowned and screamed, "Has he really gone crazy?" The hero held the girl at gunpoint and said that she was lying. He looked at the people and said that Bedell did not die. Hajin thought that the villain Berber did not die. He arranged it to avoid death and then jumped to the man as a monster and became the most terrible swindler. The guy looked ahead coldly. He thought that this role of the villain was written in the trope, so it is unknown what he can do in the future. It would be right to reveal it right now. The maid and butler looked at him in shock. The others also looked at him without understanding. Hajin looked ahead and thought that convincing the others would be quite difficult. It is unclear what other ambiguities may arise because of and in which direction this will turn the plot of the book. The guy remembered how Suho said that if he is the main character, then he is too. He smiled and thought that it is not necessary to think much to understand that some stupid kid will interfere with this uncertainty. The hero held the girl at gunpoint and said that Mr. Bedell is not dead. He is pretending to be dead, being in a state of deep fainting. Natasha frowned and screamed what he is talking about. She is a doctor and can determine that the gentleman is dead. The guy looked at her and said that firstly, such scars are too small for blows that wounded a person from the top to the bottom. He said that secondly, there is too much blood. Usually a fatal blow falls on the heart, but now not only the entire mattress but also the floor is soaked in blood. The guy pressed the watch and said that now is the most decisive. Naeun looked at him in shock. Hajin showed the system window, in which a portrait of Berber. He said that he is included in the international list of fraudsters who are wanted. He looks very much like Mr. Bedell. The doctor frowned. Without turning around, she turned to the butler and asked if he called the police and an ambulance. He confirmed. The girl smiled and said that then there was no point in guessing here, they would just ask them, because the conclusion of the experts was much more reliable than the guess of some cadet. She turned to the others and suggested ending this conversation until the police arrived. The hero cocked the gun. He pointed it at the old man. The girl turned around in shock and screamed, "What was he doing?" Hajin pointed the gun to his temple. Everyone in the room started screaming, "What is he doing?" The hero turned around and said that he counted to 3 and shot. Mr. Bedell was dead anyway, so why worry? Natasha looked at him in shock when he said 3. She turned around and screamed at them to listen to her. Someone had to stop him. He was already a corpse. There was no need. The guy brought the gun closer to the old man and said 2. The girl looked at him and said that they had already called the police. What else did he want? He had to lower the gun right now. He looked ahead gloomily and said 1. Natasha screamed. She ran forward, and she covered the old man with her body. She screamed, "Don't shoot." The girl cried and said that it was her father. She asked him, "Don't shoot." The students looked at her in shock. The butler backed away. Suddenly the door slammed behind him. He screamed. Hajin pointed the gun at him and told him to call the heroes, not the police. He frowned and said, "Tell them that they caught the escaped criminal." Dawn came. The girl was in handcuffs. The police took her away. Hajin thought that the murder was set up by Berber and Natasha. Berber was well known throughout Europe and was wanted. He was trying to avoid arrest, so he came up with this whole plan. The hero thought that fortunately he had even found a 6 for himself, who had touched the cadet Cuba, which also played a role in revealing their insidious plan. He thought that according to their plan, the old man was supposed to live after clinical death. Hajin thought that the product that plunges a person into a state of clinical death is quite expensive, but Natasha was able to get it easily since she worked as a doctor in the cube. The hero thought that everything was simple after that. With the help of the herbalist mage, Berber fell into a state of clinical death. Natasha applied a bag of blood to his chest, not on a real wound, spilled a bag of blood on his hair. He thought that the rescuers who would have arrived at the scene would most likely not have been able to distinguish death from clinical death, and Berber managed to bribe the police in the vicinity of Paris, so during the transportation they planned to replace the old man with a pre-prepared friend of another person similar to him. Hajin thought that after this, the cadet at the cube simply stood to give testimony as witnesses. It is not worth saying that the very fact of studying in the cube already inspired confidence in their student. Thus a person named Berber would be listed as dead according to the documents, but in fact he would simply continue to live under a new name. The guy thought that this would not work now. His laptop said that a man named Berber was currently under arrest by the heroes of the French Association. Hajin smiled and thought that he did not expect the first question to be about him, but he managed to raise the level of trust. Yona approached him and asked, "Is he that Sherlock?" She said that she did with Ohanhan first, and now this, "You can open your own investigation bureau." He replied that the shooters have very good eyesight. He looked back when they asked him how he knew the faces of the criminals. The guy turned his head back and said that these were already personal circumstances. She asked why such an official tone. The hero looked forward and thought about personal circumstances. The villain was looking into the aquarium. The woman bowed and said that someone in a putter mask interfered with her. He has unusual thief abilities. Hakpio's expression darkened when she said that Sidious was because of him. The man asked if he looked like a human monster. She replied that he didn't, just like a hero. He said that she should check all the mercenaries and hunters. If she finds him, then under no circumstances should she go alone. The woman bowed and said okay. Hakpio tensed up. He asked why she was telling everyone that she was a human monster. The woman asked again. She raised her head when he said that she had a disgusting face. An ominous aura emanated from the man. He screamed why was she showing off with all her appearance that she was a human monster. He took a step forward when she asked for forgiveness. The girl looked down when he said to find him as quickly as possible. She frowned when Hakpio asked if she took the magic sword, the weapon that Sidious carried with him. The girl replied that there was a problem with it. Hajin raised the sword. He looked at it and asked how to use it. The guy was sitting at the laptop and thought that if this weapon is controlled by ordinary magic, they are stigmata, then it makes no sense to him. In principle, it can be sold for a good price, but for some reason he does not really want to. He will leave it just in case. A system window appeared, which said that this is the ring that Homer wore in the past, in the Ring of Hidden Ability. The hero thought that a certain amount of magic is needed to activate it, but he does not have to bother himself. He said that if you use it and remove a few letters, the ring began to glow. A system window appeared, which said that the relic was activated. Hajin put on the ring and thought that this is a relic that can increase magical powers and intelligence. Moreover, this item can be transferred to other people. He thought that Suho or Naeun, who have more magical powers than him, will be able to use it properly. The girl's magic is even more powerful than the guy's, so she will use it more effectively. The brunette looked at the ring and said that in this case, how much did his points rise? He thought that everything had increased except intelligence and sensitivity, although it was good that the ability had become a little more. The hero thought that he felt like he was hitting a wall. He hoped that he could break through these boundaries if he continued to try. Hajin opened the laptop and thought that with such indicators he could defeat Naeun. His eyes widened. He think about what he wanted to know about the CH Hadun family. The hero thought that the co-author could not leave CH Hadun's past completely blank. Hajin thought that Hadun entered the Cube Academy. In his book he was an episodic character, but in the real world he would probably come from a rich family. In other words, his parents were clearly not from the common people. The guy looked at the laptop. He said that no one copes with finding information as well as this person. On the screen were the contacts of the manager Jin Hyuk. Hajin thought that he was one of those people who can find absolutely any information about a person, but the fee for the services will not be small. The guy smiled and said that for someone like him, nothing is impossible, so he is willing to make a deal with him. Suddenly, he froze. The hero grabbed his head and thought that he spent a lot of money. He looked to the side and thought that he did not foresee this. The grain moved. The guy asked, is it really time to feed it? After a while, Yona made a call. The interface said Uncle Jin Hyuk. The girl looked at the screen. Norway. Hajin looked ahead and wondered why Norway would take too long to explain. A snowball flew into his face. He thought that in principle it would be possible to tell briefly. The blonde laughed and said that she got into Hajin. Naeun said that he gave in on purpose. The guy thought that the club had resumed its activities again after a break due to the incident with Sven. The Hunters Club rented a house in the mountains of Norway to celebrate the opening. The girl smiled and said stop fooling around. Now she would tell them about the rules of the event. She said that the senior cadets placed flags with numbers all over the forest. Depending on the number there was a prize. The students smiled when she said that there was a virtual reality device, coupons and many other good prizes, so they should try to find them all. The girl told them to go out one by one to draw lots. Naeun squeezed the sheet of paper. She looked away and asked did he really set it all up. The girl walked forward irritably and told him not to get in the way of her feet. He told her to be careful. There are boar traps down there. A scream was heard. The heroes walked forward. Naeun asked if he was cold in such a thin coat. It would not take long to die from hypothermia. Hajin looked at her and said that this coat had a heating function. The guy thought that this was literally a coat, which had a lot of functions. A system window appeared, which said that this was a royal black coat jacket with a top-level temperature regulator. The hero thought that this was a gift from Rachel. He could never buy such a thing himself. She said that this was her gratitude for his help during the midterms. Hajin cried and thought that she was very kind. It was necessary to create hundreds of such characters. Naeun pointed to the mountain and said that there seemed to be a flag there. The guy said that it was true. This is first place. He frowned and asked why he was in a place where there would be such idiots who would climb there. Naeun was already climbing the rock and asked what he said. Let him come here faster. The hero reached into his pocket. He took out a dagger. The girl looked at him and asked what is he doing? Does he really think that it will be enough to tie a knife to a rope and throw it there? The guy swung and said that naturally a simple rope would not do. He thought that this was a rope in which he put magic from the stigmata. Hajin threw the dagger and hit the mountain itself. The dagger flew not far from the flag. He thought that it did not matter where it was flying. You just need to adjust the magic power a little. The hero filled the dagger with magic. He knocked out the flag with it. Naeun looked at it and asked did it really work. The flag fell right in front of the guy. He reached for it. The girl ran to him and asked what the prize was. He replied that there was some note. The note said that they won first place. The prize was Yun Seung-ah's phone number. Do they know who she is? If they need anything, they can call this number at any time. Naeun was delighted, but the hero was not so much. He handed her the note and told her to take it for herself. She screamed, is he really giving it to her? This is the phone number of the deputy head of the number 1 guild. The guy looked at her and said that he did not need it. He thought that he already knew her phone number. Naeun blushed. She handed over the note and said that she did not need it. After all, it was he who took out the flag. Why give the prize to her? The hero replied that if it is not necessary, then it is not necessary. Hajin said that since they found the prize for first place, they need to go back. She agreed. After a while, the girl tapped her finger on the pen. She remembered how she asked how he knew the faces of the criminals, and Hajin replied that these were already personal circumstances. Yona frowned. She thought that Berber mainly operated in Europe. There was nothing to connect him with. She would rather believe that he was specifically looking for information about international criminals who were wanted. The girl frowned and thought why he might need this. She looked at the paper and thought that there was something mystical here. Yona thought that perhaps he had experienced an unpleasant situation in the past and he did not know the identity of the criminal, so he studies the lists of wanted criminals and remembers their faces. She thought, what if we add here the fact that he is an orphan? This version is quite plausible. Maybe his parents did not just die but someone killed them. The girl looked down and thought that he remembers the appearance of criminals and hides his power in order to someday quietly kill the culprit of the tragedy. She drew on the paper and thought that these were just guesses. They were exact facts about his past. Yona thought that if he really had something in the past and she could find out, this was her chance. She imagined how they would shake hands and thought that this would be a chance to later invite him to join her guild in a favorable position. The girl thought about it. Suddenly, she gloomed and said that she really did not want to call. After a while, the phone rang. The man did and asked, is it possible that no one is going to pick up the phone? He reached for the phone and said, what is the point of a secretary who receives a salary but does not work, and then cleared his throat. Jin Hayek smiled and said that they called his office, objects, people, information, they will find anything. He looked away when the receiver said, hello, uncle. The man smiled and asked who it was, is it really his niece, what is the reason for her calling? Jin Hayek looked at the phone in surprise when Yona said that she came to him on business, she needed to find one person. The girl looked at her watch and said that his name was Hajin, he is 17 years old, a contestant in Cuba, she wants to know everything about his past, with his abilities he will surely be able to get this information. Hajin was holding flags in his hands, they asked him did he really take first place, yes, he is lucky, he should have looked faster. The guy smiled and thought that the prize for fourth place was more useful than first, the prize for fourth place is a virtual reality device. They told him that he is a good boy, and now they will go eat. The food was being cooked. The hero looked at the guy and said that he will fry the rest, and he can rest. He left and whispered what's going on, rumors say otherwise. Hajin thought that his aunt ran a meat eatery, so now he knows how to fry meat perfectly. The girl looked at the cadets and said that the final exams are coming soon. The guy looked at her in surprise when she told them to be careful, you can't trust anyone. He asked, is it really that hard there? She replied that she had seen many times how relationships between people deteriorated. It's just that the grade depends on this exam, so everyone is very tense. The hero looked at her when she asked if they knew that there was a class of repeaters. They are really dangerous, it is better to be wary of them. He thought that the second class of workers, this is literally the class in which those who did not get the points and stayed for another year studied. Every year in the cube there were about 200 students, among them 20% are those who made a contract with the devil. The guy thought that the problem of the upcoming final exam would be precisely in them. He cut off the meat and thought that the likelihood of this increased after the intervention of the author. This was confirmation of how much the whole cube was rotten from the inside. The girl turned around and said that he was frying meat well, let him rest and eat himself. He replied that it was okay, he had already eaten while frying. The students ate with appetite and said that it was very tasty. Hajin thought that they liked the fire meat so much that they became very friendly. He really does it well. The girl said that they all had a delicious dinner today, there will be no evening hunt, they just need to rest. Naeun pointed to herself and said that she was a civilian. Everyone pointed at her. The girl clenched her fist. After a while, Hajin smiled and said that he had not laughed like that for a long time. Suddenly, a notification came to his laptop. A system window appeared, which said that there was a certain swindler named Jerome Muller. He was a financial manager until he ran away with the money. Could he find out where he was, he would send photos and information as a file. The hero thought that judging by his German name, a previous client recommended him. He looked and said the Book of Truth. The book told him that Jerome Muller had been walking around the outskirts of the city since yesterday. He had disguised himself and disappeared from the hotel, after which he changed his appearance again and appeared in the very center of the city. Now he is. Hajin said that his head was spinning, money is good, of course, but after using the skills, he doesn't feel very well. The laptop screen showed that Jerome Muller was currently in a cafe in the suburbs of Berlin. The client paid him 5 million points. Hajin closed the laptop. He looked ahead and said how beautiful it was here. The guy raised 2 fingers. He raised his eyebrows and said for sure, he doesn't smoke. Hajin thought that it seemed like he had been smoking half a pack a day for 5 years, but when he got into this world, all thoughts of secrets immediately disappeared somewhere. Naeun came up to him from behind. She frowned and asked did he really smoke. The hero asked when she appeared here, she scared him a lot, she answered that just recently. He frowned when she said that he looked like a real bandit, and now it turns out he also smokes, maybe he has tattoos. The guy was irritated and said that he did not have any tattoos, what kind of bandit? The girl studied him carefully. Hajin looked at her in shock when she asked if he was sure that he could defeat her. The redhead looked at him tensely when he asked if she was sure that she could give up the bow if she lost. She thought about it. Naeun scratched the back of her head and said that in itself it seemed impossible to her, so she had not yet thought about what would happen next. The guy asked if she would cry if she lost. She almost burst into tears today. He remembered how she cried when everyone said that she was mafia. Naeun said that she was not going to cry, it was just that they conspired and constantly pointed at her. The hero looked at the system window with confusion when the girl said that they wrote about him in the newspaper. Did he know? She said that Yona showed her this. They call him the Korean Sherlock there, they write everything. The girl raised an eyebrow and asked what kind of Sherlock is he? He always teases her, and also indulges in smoking. The guy told her to go to bed. She ran away and said that she was going without him anyway. The hero wondered what kind of kindergarten this was. Naeun stopped. She turned around and asked what do cigarettes taste like. She suddenly became curious. After a while, snow fell on the guy's hat. Jin Hayek looked ahead and asked how much longer to wait. He was already at the limit. The man looked and said that a little more and the magic will fade. The woman was carrying a child. She left him on the threshold of the temple. The detective raised an eyebrow and said it was a baby. Suddenly, reality began to distort. He thought that the density of the past was too high. Jin Hyuk opened his eyes. He found himself in his office and asked who she was. Letters were pouring out of the door. Dust was settling on the floor. Someone was walking down the hallway. A bored guy glanced at him. The detective took off his hat. He asked him, is he really the director? The brunette looked at him and asked how he liked the object. He replied that he was quite unusual. Jin Hyuk ran happily and said that he first needed to go to the restroom. After a while, the man said that the object was 17 years old. He grew up in an orphanage. He returned the day he was abandoned at the shelter and was under surveillance all night, but he did not see his parents. Some girl brought him. His assistant asked again. He confirmed that it was a little girl. Jin Hyuk looked away and said that nothing specific was known and the past was unclear. In order to find out the details, it was necessary to maintain a full state. He sighed and said that he thought that it would take some time, although this was a request from his niece, but he could not do it for free. The guy covered his nose and said that he would have to do it anyway. He handed over the letter and said that there was another order to find out his personal information. The guy said that the new customer is a member of the Purple Banquet, the highest rank Red Diamond. The man asked in surprise, is he really the same rank as him? He studied the papers in surprise. The detective said that the rank is Red Diamond, and also the letter is in a very respectful form, plus such a large advance payment. He thought that there is no doubt this is a request from the Chameleon Group. Jin Hyuk smiled. He said that this Hajin is really hiding something. Friday, Suhaik frowned and said that there are 4 weeks left until the final exams. He looked at the students and said that the practical exam will be very different from the one that was in the midterm session. They will undergo a test of all their knowledge that they have acquired during this family, so they must prepare for it properly. Hajin looked ahead and thought that unlike the midterm exams, which were more like entertainment, the final exam will not have an equipped examination field and there will be no spectators. He thought that the exam would last a week on a remote island in Korea, a comma in the form of a survival test among monsters and beasts. The guy frowned and thought that if the co-author interfered, then there might be changes here too. His head was already hurting. He thought that besides everything else, many variables were already expected in this exam. He would need to be prepared. Suhaik frowned and said that he could not give details, but for the sake of safety, mid and high-ranking heroes, as well as mentors, were invited to this exam. They should focus only on the exam itself. The teacher said that they can now return to their rooms and wished them a good weekend. The hero was packing his bag. A girl approached him from behind. She smiled and asked if he had forgotten about their bet. Hajin looked at her and asked if she herself had forgotten that if she lost, she would have to give up the bow. She replied that he should try not to cry from shame when he lost to her. He agreed and she asked him to follow her. National Archery Center. The students put their quivers on their belts. Naeun looked at her opponent and asked if he was ready. He confirmed and asked one thing. He became gloomy and asked what they were doing here. Yonghyun hugged his opponents and asked if they were really going to deprive them of this spectacle. Such events are much more interesting when there are spectators. He smiled and said that there was no subtext. They just came to have fun. Hajin thought that he was not even ashamed of what happened last time. Suddenly, someone grabbed his hair. Jonghak smiled peacefully and asked if he remembered correctly that he said that if Naeun loses, she will throw the bow, and what will happen if he loses? Will he really leave the cube? The girl kicked the guys and told everyone to fuck off. They begin. She said that their goal is to hit the target. The redhead asked if he could see that device. Targets would jump out of it. She looked at the guy and said that they would start from 100 meters. With each hit they would increase the distance by 50 meters. The girl smiled and said that that was all the explanation. Well, is it really that difficult that he got scared? Hajin looked ahead and said that he thought it would be more difficult. She replied that they would see how long he could hold out. The opponents got ready to start. Naeun looked ahead and said to take a shot. Targets jumped out of the device. They flew into the air. The girl took a shot. The target split. She grinned. Naeun turned around and said that 100 meters is easy. What is it worth? The guy smiled and apologized. He said that he couldn't shoot from surprise. Let it not count this time. The girl looked at him in shock. The spectators looked at him in shock. Yonghyun laughed. The guys laughed and told them to drag him here. Naeun looked at them irritably. She turned her gaze to Hajin and said that his posture was strange. Let him just shoot as he wants, even 100 times. The guy hit his friend on the shoulder and said stop laughing. Hajin took aim. He looked forward seriously and thought that Naeun had a standard posture, but it didn't matter to him. The hero thought that the best is not the one who has perfectly mastered the standard technique. These are just the minimum conditions that must be met in order to become the best in this world. The power called ability is important. The guy looked forward and said shoot. A target flew out of the device. Hajin thought that his ability was a shooter. He released the arrow. A system window appeared, which said that the shooter skill was aimed at the arrow. It smashed the target. The audience looked forward in shock. Yona opened her mouth. The guy lowered his bow and said that now he understood. He smiled and said that he would try again. The students told him not to push. They peeked through the doors and said who it was. Could it be the hero's student, the clever Naeun? The girl looked forward seriously. The hero sat in front of her and asked what happened. He frowned and asked, is it really true? Does she really want to change her weapon for a bow? The girl looked at him. The brunette looked at her and asked, is it really because of her mother? She answered that she had no reason. The girl smiled and said that she just wanted to change. She could quickly become the best as an archer. She said that he gave her a magic sword and asked for forgiveness. The man frowned and shouted who she was calling a teacher here. He does not count. He does not consider those who change their paths like gloves as students. He exhaled. The girl looked down when he said that if it was her choice, he would not interfere anymore, but did she really want this? Naeun looked down. The teacher told her to think carefully. Don't shoot off the shoulder. The arrow smashed the target. The rivals had already tried their hand at a distance of 450 meters. Hajin got ready and said the shot. He hit the target. The archers of the true class were watching them. One said that the guy was doing better than he thought. The other replied that it was already 400 meters. 450 meters was his personal result. Another student came up to them and said that he wasn't just doing well, he shot right after Naeun hit the target. He said that 1 or 2 more times would be fine. But when you're faced with this kind of pressure and a fight over and over again, it can be very difficult psychologically. Naeun prepared to shoot. The guy said that Hajin looked pretty relaxed. He frowned and asked, is this really a guy who will win this argument? The veins on Jonghak's face tensed and he clicked his tongue. He frowned. The girl prepared to shoot. Her arrow missed the center. She frowned. Then Naeun turned around when the guy said that he did say that the bow wasn't right for her. The redhead looked at him and asked, is he chickening out? What kind of cheap tricks are these? Let him just shut up and shoot. She frowned. Hajin thought that she was never known for her calm nature. As soon as she was teased a little, she would start to get angry. Naturally, she was not suited for the role of archer. The hero thought that the reason why she wanted to become an archer without fail. Hajin looked at her and asked, she's just afraid of fighting with a sword, right? Naeun looked at him. She became gloomy and told him to hold his tongue. The guy looked ahead and said that it just seemed that way to him. That's why she always tries to rationalize everything. He quoted her words, how she said that her archery skills are exactly the same as fencing. She's good at archery. Even with a bow she can become a first-class hero. In principle, considering that she changed her class, she's doing well as an archer. Naeun prepared to shoot and asked why he hasn't shut up yet. She opened her eyes in shock when he said that with such achievements, she would not be able to avenge her family, nor would she be able to cope with even one human monster. The girl fired a shot. A target flew out of the device. The arrow flew towards her, and flew past. The spectators looked ahead in shock. Jonghak froze. Naeun looked ahead in surprise. Hajin turned his gaze to her. The girl sat down. Someone said that she lost. After a while, the sun was setting. Yona was walking along the school grounds. Suddenly she looked to the side. The girl was sitting on a bench. The dark-haired girl looked at her and asked what she was doing here. Everyone was looking for her. Naeun, without raising her head, said that she probably heard what this freak started talking about her family. The girl looked at her in shock. The redhead was crying. She asked what was going on. He even helped her once. They weren't that close, but she thought he wasn't as bad as people said. Why was he always picking on her? Yona looked at her and thought, does she mean he was doing this on purpose? She frowned and thought, wait, are they both necessary characters? Yes, if their relationship deteriorates, it will affect her plan. Yes, that means there is a problem. The dark-haired girl frowned and thought, why should she do this? She looked at the girl and said that he doesn't have a family. Naeun raised her head when she said that it was probably for the same reason as her. She looked at her in shock. Yona looked at her and said that it was just her assumption, but maybe he sees himself in her, even though he acts like this, but maybe he just wants her to do well in life. The redhead looked at her in shock. Her eyes widened. The dark-haired girl said that she thought she had something to think about, so she would probably go. Just let her not sit here for too long. The girl thought about it. She remembered when she was little, she was asked why suddenly a bow. You answered that the sword. She was a little bored. The guy looked at her. He patted the girl on the head and said okay. The red-haired one smiled and said that he would support her in her choice. He was sure that she could handle it. The girl smiled when he asked if she could promise him something. The guy held out his little finger to her and asked her to promise that when she was ready, she would think again about what she really wanted to do. Naeun held out her hand and said that she promised. The girl looked forward in shock. After a while, a system window appeared, which said that incredible luck worked in human relations. Points increased by 253. Hajin looked at the system window in shock and asked what happened. Naeun walked forward. Jin Hayek said that this Hajin is definitely some kind of difficult guy. He looked ahead and said that he should be checked out. Maybe he is connected to some kind of criminal group. He thought it would be better not to mention the chameleon group for now. Yona was talking to him. He asked if he should continue to follow him. She answered of course. The girl smiled and said that she had already decided everything. He must definitely end up in the Strait of Essence. The detective blushed. He said that he would have to strain his channels. You replied that he seemed to have misunderstood something. The sun was pouring into the hall. Hajin walked forward. He thought that there were so many spectators at their competition that rumors immediately spread, but he did not think that they would ask him for advice. He looked to the side and thought that he was already afraid to enter the classroom. Maybe he should limit himself to morning training. The guy looked around the corner and thought who else was here at this time. His eyes widened. Naeun was holding a sword. She turned around. The girl blushed. The guy looked back and said that she looked like the one who trains. She asked, is it really impossible? She looked at him angrily. Hajin looked at her and said about her hair. She asked what was wrong with her hair. He pointed a finger at her and asked, did she really cut her hair because of that bet? You answered that she was just hot. Does he really think that she would cut her hair because of that? He smiled and said that it suited her. Did it make her cooler? She opened her mouth. The girl looked away. Hajin pointed to the side and said that he would also go train. She watched him go and thought that he said that he was originally a swordsman. The guy walked towards Tyr. Naeun looked at the sword and asked what did he feel when he gave up what he had been doing all his life and chose another weapon. She frowned. Her sword was engulfed in green flames. A column of energy rose from it. The girl calmly looked at the hilt. She smiled and thought, great, it already reaches the ceiling. Naeun remembered being asked if she was really going to shoot a bow like that. She had felt it herself today. The girl looked up. She stood there and said that it seemed like he knew from the start. There were camping supplies on the screen. Hajin clicked and thought that was enough. Now he needed to pay. On his watch, a notification that the purchase had been made. He said that he would check the inventory again before the exam, but things like weapons or protective equipment could be prepared in advance just in case. The grain was making sounds. The guy said that he would feed it now. He raised his eyebrows and said that it had grown so much, as if it would hatch soon. He thought that the newborn evangel seed looked like a child who looked 4 years old. If you change it with magical power, you can keep it in the dorm, for example, in the form of a cat or a dog. The guy poked the grain. It became embarrassed. The hero laughed and said, okay, hatch quickly. A hotel outside Seoul. Jane raised an eyebrow and asked, is he serious about dressing up as a cadet and taking the final exam? The dark-haired girl didn't look at her and said that she needed her help. She asked, is that really necessary? Is she fixated on something weird again? The girl looked down and said that there was someone she wanted to check, plus she needed to get something from this exam. Jane sighed and said, okay, no one can stop her. The black mass fell on the floor. The dark-haired girl was all dirty. The girl raised her finger and said that she would give her the details of the cadet she would disguise herself as. She wrote down her manner of speech, character, habits, and so on. She must learn all of it. She became gloomy and said that all of this was bothering her. The woman smiled and said that she had become very worried. The girls hugged their friend and said they bought cookies for her. She didn't answer her message yesterday. Did she really have a boyfriend? The pink-haired girl smiled and thought that the file said that they were school friends. Really nothing complicated. Her gaze became gloomy. She thought that there was nothing complicated in pretending to be a cadet. The girl winked and said, come on, what other guy? Hajin was watching them. He became gloomy. He had the skill of observation and viewing activated. The girl looked at him and wondered if he saw. The hero froze. Then he quickly ran away. He clenched his fist and thought, how so? The guy frowned and thought, what is the boss doing here? The haired girl laughed. The written exam was over and it was time for the final session. The cadets were happily walking along the deck. The protagonist looked closely at the girl with the bob. She was laughing with her friends. The guy knew that the boss had infiltrated the cube under the guise of Seo Yi-jin. He thought that after the midterm session she would no longer show up at the academy, but unlike the plot, she reappeared. For some reason, the young man followed her everywhere and at the same time increased his points. The pale brunette watched the girl. Earlier, he even tried to start a conversation at the vending machine. Then Yi-jin handed him a can of cola with a smile. That was all he managed to get. The soda is still in his refrigerator. The hero narrowed his eyes and assumed that the girl wanted to watch Suho and Jonghak a little longer. The coach frowned and attracted everyone's attention with his voice. The students lined up, and the man said that the rules for the final exams were simple. For 5 days, you need to survive on the island that was visible ahead and earn points. They can be obtained in several ways, by destroying monsters or taking them from other cadets. You can also resell your points to others. The man added that if they want an even better grade, they can try to take the badge from the caretaker and get 200 points. Hajin frowned and wondered inwardly who would want to fight the warden, who was the current hero. The coach said that they would be dropped off at the designated location and asked them to follow him. The academy liner arrived at the location when the sky was already turning the colors of the sunset. The boats washed up on the sandy shore. The cadets were heading out onto the island in anticipation. The protagonist noticed the light braid and noted that it was here. Rachel turned around when he called her name. The young man came closer and suggested that they stick together during the exam. The girl looked at him in surprise. It was no coincidence that he was here with her. The guy looked at her carefully and remembered that he had thought a lot about the changes that had occurred after the intervention of the second author. Since there was a negative character who hated Rachel, most likely she would be in danger during this exam. The young man stood opposite her and waited for an answer. The interlocutor finally opened her mouth and said with a smile that she was more comfortable alone. The brunette knew she would refuse. The higher the ranking, the more convenient it was to complete the task alone. The bracelet on her hand vibrated. Hajin pointed to his watch and promised to report his location just in case. He was not going to follow the rules of the second author's game. The girl looked at the highlighted geolocation in surprise and thanked him. Night fell on the island. Someone was walking through the forest, leaving traces behind them. The girl stopped, hearing the sound. She turned around and saw a monster approaching her. Several more appeared behind it. The student delivered a slash with her blade, cutting the enemies in half. She frowned, staring intently at the monsters. Not finding a new threat, the girl brushed the blood off her sword. Mayun smiled and began to laugh nervously, exclaiming, "What kind of place is this?" She walked on, lowering her head, muttering that she immediately began to fight monsters as soon as she found herself on the island. She wondered if there was a place to rest and something to eat. The archer turned pale and said that at this rate, she would be the first to fail the exam. She noticed a bright light ahead. The girl happily ran towards it, noticing that she was starting to smell delicious. The cadet was already glad that she had survived. The main character was sitting in a small clearing, cooking something over a fire. He looked at the newcomer in surprise. The girl frowned and exclaimed his name in surprise. The young man said that the battles between the cadets were in 12 hours. The interlocutor indignantly asked where he got all this. The guy replied that when he found out how long the exam would last, he decided to prepare just in case. The archer muttered that it was not surprising because he had good grades. She shyly closed her eyes and praised him. At that moment, her stomach rumbled loudly. The hero silently looked at the blushing girl. The brunette asked how many points she had. Mayun replied that it was about 20. Hajin offered to give her food in exchange for half the points. She looked at him indignantly and asked why the whole half. Her stomach growled traitorously. The interlocutor sat down next to her and agreed. The hero asked if it was okay that it was just fried pork. The girl replied that she had to eat it if she wanted to stay alive. The young man was looking at something on his laptop. In the end, he met not Rachel, but Mayun. The archer ate the meat with appetite, saying that it was delicious. The brunette pressed a button on the keyboard. Notification: you hacked the drone server. Connecting to the server, images from cameras in different parts of the island appeared on the screen. One of them recorded Rachel, who approached a group of people near a fire. The young man noted that the main story had not changed much. The blonde looked ahead tensely. The cadets looked at her slyly, asking if she really wanted to buy food. One guy suggested that she just help herself, since it was somehow not very good to sell food to her own kind. He looked at her with a wild look and smiled. There was a trailer in the clearing, next to which was a table with dishes. The hero stretched on the bed and wondered if it was already morning. He sleepily looked out the window and assumed that it was a polar night, since the sky was still dark. The guy looked at Mayun, sleeping on the floor in a sleeping bag. The brunette looked at the egg on the pillow. He stroked it and asked if it wanted to eat. The cadet picked it up and was touched. Hajin put it in his pocket and asked her to sit there while he was busy. The young man looked at the sleeping bag and asked if the archer was still sleeping. He got up and said that he needed to pack up the tent, but there was no answer. The hero tugged the canvas and decided not to wake her, but the tent still needed to be taken down. From this moment on, battles between cadets are allowed. It is better to get rid of dangerous characters first, but do not kill anyone. Those cadets who, in his opinion, have become human monsters are not yet. The contract that a human monster makes with his own kind is different from the contract of a demon and a human monster. In the former case, the human monster who made the contract is just a pawn, treated as a consumable for experimental purposes. But, since the human monster is replenished with magical power from another human monster, the contract is considered more flexible and the possibility of getting out of control can be eliminated. Recently, such a contract has become more common, but due to the side effects, few survived after its conclusion. The only one on this island who managed to overcome the side effect is Jiyohun. The hero took the bag and decided to start by climbing higher. The first destination is the world tree in the middle of the island. He quickly moved forward, thinking that he should hurry. In place of the tent, there was a sleeping bag with a girl. A shine was visible on the rock. An arrow had appeared in the bushes. The girl turned to Yona and said that she had found one. The main character was standing below. The brunette extended her hand and ordered not to shoot. The girl frowned and said that he could not be touched. The interlocutor asked why, because he was only in 934th place. Yona objected that Rose could not handle him. The guy went to the tree and crouched down to the ground. The archer frowned and wondered in surprise if he was really getting ready to jump to climb the world tree. The young man took a breath. In a few moments, the hero overcame the height and found himself at the top. Rose opened her mouth in surprise. Yona calmly looked in that direction and clarified whether the girl had seen it. The archer muttered that he managed to do it in just a few seconds. The brunette said that for the young man, the rating is just numbers. It is immediately clear how everything would have ended if the interlocutor had shot. Yona asked her not to tell anyone about his power. The girl looked at her in surprise and asked the reason. The long-haired girl looked ahead and replied that he might become a member of their team later. The interlocutor promised to keep it a secret. The bracelet on her hand rang. The brunette adjusted her hair and said that it was a call from Yi-jin, and added that they had to go back. Hajin was sitting among the branches. He frowned and used clairvoyance. All the cadets in the area were now highlighted for him, as well as one large silhouette. The brunette shuddered and muttered that he had found it. A bird was watching him from a branch. The guy broke off a twig and said with a smile that a way to blow his nose without using his hands. All he needed was a special pen and a branch with a mark, which he had in his hand. That was enough. The hero swung and launched the branch into flight, using the magic of stigmata. His weapon was approaching the silhouette. The man turned around and the projectile hit the ground next to him. He looked down in surprise, then picked up a branch. The man turned and looked at the tree. The brunette peered intently from behind the crown and said that now all that was left was to wait. There was a sleeping bag lying in the clearing. The girl pressed her lips together and jumped up abruptly, her face flushed. She remembered how early in the morning she heard a cadet say, "What a cutie." Naeun was embarrassed and her eyes widened. The archer had heard compliments about her appearance since she was a child, but how could she say that to a sleeping person? The girl assumed that at that moment Hajin simply met a stray dog or cat, or maybe he was just staring at himself in the mirror. She clutched her sleeping bag and muttered that maybe it wasn't so. Naeun touched her flushed face and wondered what if the hero really was talking to her. She thought about what she should do then. Hajin looked away. He scratched his ear and muttered, "Is there a dog barking somewhere?" The stars were still shining in the sky. Rachel was walking through the forest surrounded by other cadets. She nervously looked ahead. The girl had joined the second-year team last night, where Yohun was a member. They refused the points she offered, simply shared their food and even asked if she was uncomfortable. The blonde pressed her lips together. For some reason, she felt uneasy here. The other cadets were fighting for grades, and they weren't even trying to earn points. They didn't even care how many points the others had managed to collect. Rachel frowned and thought that it was as if they were more focused on her than on the exam. The girl stopped and thought that this looked suspicious and that staying here was a bad idea. She decided that she should have joined Hajin. The blonde flinched when the guy in the tree called out to her. He bared his teeth and said that he had found a grizzly bear worth 10 points. The archer suggested that they catch it together since they couldn't do it alone. The girl turned around and agreed, thinking that she would help him and then leave them right away. The interlocutor said that he would go ahead and she should follow him. The blonde moved forward, glancing sideways at the other students watching her. The girl hoped that she could leave without attracting attention. The guy stopped abruptly. He pointed and said that it was here. The archer added that there was definitely a huge bear there. In front of them on the cliff stood a man in a hood. His face was distorted by an ominous grin. Yohun said that this did not look like a caretaker. The blonde shuddered and widened her eyes. She quickly pushed her companion. The enemy extended poison spikes. The girl jumped, knocking Yohun down with her and exclaimed that it was dangerous here. She looked back at the furrows left by the enemy in the place where they had just stood. The enemy was approaching with a smile. Rachel did not think that human monsters would appear here. She looked at her companion and decided that she should find cover before it was too late. The girl asked if he was hurt. The guy grabbed his arm and exclaimed that it really hurt. The blonde looked at him questioningly and muttered that there was no blood visible. The interlocutor exclaimed, "Is this really a human monster?" Rachel looked dumbfounded as he blew up and quickly ran away. The blonde exhaled and said that he was a bad actor. She pointed her sword at the enemy and said that it was not for nothing that something was bothering her. The girl frowned and said that she never thought that human monsters would be interested in the cadets of the cube. How wrong she was. The enemy swung with a creepy grin. His claws quickly cut through the air and the ground. The girl jumped away from the place of the explosion. She looked back and frowned. The monster struck sharply, and the blonde barely managed to block the attack. Rachel gritted her teeth and noted the powerful destructive force. The student squeezed the handle of the sword. She swung the shining blade with force and decided that she could handle it. The girl continued to strike and parry. The blonde swung and decided that this was a good moment. She widened her eyes in shock. Dark energy grabbed her leg. Rachel looked down in fear, and the enemy was approaching from above. The cadet widened her eyes in horror, realizing that this was a distraction. She looked back at the enemy and realized that she could not dodge. Flashes flashed above the monster man. Several bullets pierced his body. The swordswoman looked at the fallen enemy in surprise. The second monster swung with a scream and struck. The girl watched the approaching attack in fear. The guy pulled the blade out of its sheath. Suho stood in front of the blonde and parried the attack with his sword. The cadet frowned and shouted at Naeun to attack now. The enemy frowned and raised his head. The girl pulled the bowstring. A shining arrow rushed towards the monster man. The enemy was blown off the cliff. Two cadets ran out of the forest and called out to Rachel. The girl looked back at them. The archer came closer and asked if she was okay. The swordswoman thanked them for their help and replied that everything was fine. Suho looked down from the cliff and said that it seemed like the enemy jumped down before the arrow hit him. He turned to the cadets and said that it was unknown when they would attack again, so they had to leave. The guy offered the blonde to go with them, and she agreed. The cadets moved further through the forest. Rachel turned around at the glow. She came closer to see what it was. A bullet flashed on the ground. The girl picked it up and twirled it in her hand in surprise. Naeun, standing in front, hurried her. The swordswoman began to guess who fired the first shot. A sight was sticking out of the tree crown. Yohun was visible in the lens as he ran away. The protagonist crouched down, holding his sniper rifle at the ready. A question was heard: did she finally decide to switch to a sword? Naeun was sitting on a log by the fire and was surprised to hear this question. Blushing, she shouted that she took it as a secondary weapon. She just thought that it would be difficult for her if she stubbornly used only a bow. The guy laughed, pretending to agree, and Rachel looked down sadly. She thought that among everyone she knew, he was the only one who used a gun, and she never saw him with a sniper rifle. But how did he know that she was in danger? Why did he help her? There was a bullet in the girl's palm. She wondered why he didn't show up after saving her. Rachel's eyes widened, squeezing the shell in her fist when she heard her name being called, and probably not for the first time. Naeun looked at her friend and said that she suggested that they team up. It would be easier to pass the exam together. What would she say? They and Suho. The blonde responded uncertainly. The blue-haired man was surprised to see her get up, apologizing, saying that she needed to go, and he objected that the danger was not over yet. It was better for her to stay close to them. Looking at him, the blonde replied that no, she needed to meet someone. The screen said 22 points. The hero said that Naeun gave him 12 points and he got another 10 for killing the monster. Hajin was squatting, looking at the notification on his smartwatch, and chuckled, saying that if he wanted to be safe, he needed to get about 50 points. He stood up on his knees and continued that in order to do this. Looking ahead in surprise, he continued to think, how many more monsters would he have to kill? In front of him was a girl with a short haircut. She looked at him with an indifferent look, and the guy mentally recognized the boss. He wondered, why was she here? Did she decide to fight him? Looking at the girl in amazement, the brunette thought that he would not be able to defeat her. Maybe he should run away while he had the chance. No, he needed to calm down first. She probably came to observe. The worried guy asked what she was doing here. He mentally hoped that she was not going to attack him. However, the boss in the body of the student took out her sword. Hajin mentally cursed, thinking that she was going to. He smiled sweetly, but inside he was just crying. Having pulled in the sword, the girl ordered him to take out the weapon. Thinking, the hero realized that he had 0 chances of winning if he entered into battle with her. A shining cord slipped out of the guy's sleeve. He asked, a weapon? What was she talking about? And he thought to himself that an important condition for winning a duel between cadets is. The thin cord fell to the ground. Hearing that he knew what she was talking about, Hajin replied that, to be honest, he had no idea. The girl standing in front of him said that if he didn't take out his weapon, he wouldn't leave her a choice. The guy waved his hand while the cord was moving and offered to explain what was going on first. Jin turned her head, saying that he was going to waste time on empty chatter. The thin cord wrapped around the bracelet of the smartwatch, removing it, while the girl said that in this case, she would assume that he did not mind if she attacked him. The brunette looked ahead intently, thinking that he was ready. He took the watch and hid it behind his back. The girl looked at him in surprise, asking that he was going to surrender. Hajin held the watch with a slight smile, hearing that the watch resembled hers. The girl stared at him, then at her empty hand. Her indignant cry was heard. The brunette brought his finger to the device, saying that the duel between cadets is won by the one who gets the opponent's watch first. She knew that, right? If he presses them now, she will be disqualified. The watch is activated by a fingerprint. Among the trees, shouts of abuse and the words of the guy were heard. She attacked him, not knowing what he was capable of. Let him not be afraid. The watch flew into the hands of the discouraged heroine. Smiling, Hajin said that this time she got off easy. The girl, taken aback, asked again in surprise, got off easy. The brunette rushed to run away, saying goodbye, while she, holding out her hand, tried to stop him. Jin watched the guy and asked Jane, did she see that? The voice asked, did she see what? She apologized for being distracted for a minute, and then exclaimed, There was no one on the path anymore. The boss answered that it did not matter. She thought that despite the fact that most of her emotions were turned off due to the Jane's skill, she could not believe that a 17-year-old cadet planned everything so quickly and carefully. Looking at the pattern on her wrist, she thought maybe she should have activated one of them. Steam was coming out from under the lid of the pot. Hajin sat by the tent, rubbing his shoulder aching from overexertion, and said that this scared him. He definitely wouldn't have been able to defeat her. He should probably be glad that she was under disguise. Looking at the weapon in his hands, he said that it was good that in this confusion he was able to find a place for a tent. Since he was safe now, he would eat first and then use the points. A screen appeared in front of the hero's face when he said that he could easily spend the points he earned on. Without finishing, he turned around, noticing something, and then exclaimed, "Rachel." The blonde looked at him in surprise, standing behind the bushes, and said that here he was. Hajin stood up, asking, was she looking for him? The girl hesitated. She stared at him, saying that about this, but she was interrupted by a loud indignant sound of her hungry stomach. A guy's question was heard from among the trees, did she want something to eat? The girl asked embarrassedly, is it possible? She would repay him with points. The heroes were sitting by the pot standing on the fire. Rachel looked at the guy and asked him what he was doing alone. He replied that he was wandering around trying to earn points. The girl looked down and Hajin crossed his arms, thinking that she seemed to have a lot of questions. He was a little embarrassed to admit that he saved her. The clothes on the blonde's neck were torn and there were traces of blood. The hero thought she was hurt. He thought it was normal since she was fighting a human monster. He said out loud that it would be ready soon, you just have to wait. A delighted exclamation was heard. Hajin was surprised to see Evangeline's seed pull his pocket and asked what was wrong. Let it not stick out. The seed jumped out of his pocket, leaving a swift trail. Rachel, with a mug in her hand, sweetly asked how he was able to prepare all this when the seed quickly jumped down her collar. Hajin stretched out his hand in shock. The blonde was surprised, accidentally spilling the drink. Frightened tears appeared in her eyes, and then her deafening scream was heard among the trees. A seed with a red pattern lay on the girl's palm. Burning with shame, Hajin covered his red face with his palms and mumbled that he was sorry. It was his pet, that is, more precisely, an almond. The embarrassed heroine asked again, and he explained that he wanted to say that his pet was a seed. A surprised question was heard, shouldn't he grow it in the ground? Why does it fly? The guy extended his palm to the girl's hand and asked her to return it, promising that he would do so. It was a very awkward moment. Not knowing what to do with himself from awkwardness, the hero offered to eat, and the blonde clutching her braid agreed. Opening the lid, Hajin looked up when she called him. Rachel shyly clutched her hair in her hands and said that she knew it was too late to propose, but would he like to team up with her? Blushing, she explained that it would be easier to take the exam together. Looking at her, the brunette noticed that she was saying the same thing as Naum. The girl's mouth dropped open in surprise, asking if she had already proposed this to him. The guy replied that she hadn't really, but he would be happy to team up with her, and he thought to himself that he just knew history. Sitting in a timid pose, Rachel asked, really, it's great, but she is in a kind of team. Holding the instruments, the guy asked what she meant. Remembering the guy's face, she asked if he knew Yohun. Looking at her with a smile, Hajin said that she didn't need to worry about him. The hand raised a wooden stick. Words were heard that everything would be fine. A figure with a spear sat on the stone near the bodies. The enraged guy broke the stick with his fingers. The hero told her to just join him. Above the pedestal, a tall gray tower with shining elements hovered. It was the observation tower on the northwest side of the island. Seung-ah stood with her arms crossed. A man approached from behind, calling out to her. Coming closer, the brunette asked her what she was thinking about. Closing her eyes, the woman answered, Hajin. The man scratched his head in surprise and asked who it was, decided to switch from Suho to him. Looking at him, Seung-ah answered that Suho would always be her favorite, but she had received quite interesting information. 2 days ago, she received a secret report from Yonha. She presented a thick folder with the report, saying that in it she reported that Hajin's abilities were superior to Suho's. Of course, there was still a chance that the information was false, but they had observed Hajin's unusual abilities more than once. She imagined the guy shooting at the enemy and continued, for example, how he used light mana. The woman smiled a little, thinking that it was not a sin to let such a cadet deceive them at least once. Their dialogue was heard among the dense foliage. The brunette asked if it was impossible to verify this information. The deputy head replied that she would try when she had time. He asked how she was going to do it. Did she want to have a duel with him? Pointing her finger at the flashing badge with her name, Seung-ah said that she had it. Pointing at it with a confident look, she said that it was a bait worth 200 points. It got dark. Stars appeared in the night sky. Rachel was sitting in front of the tent by the fire. Holding a cartridge case in her fingers, she thought that Hajin was probably the person who saved her. The fire was reflected in the heroine's eyes. She thought, why did he say that it was not him, and how did he know that she was in danger? She imagined the brunette touching her chest and promising that no matter what happened, he would protect the princess. His fingers clenched into a fist. The girl thought that today's ambush was probably his doing too. Thoughtfully touching her chin, the blonde wondered if she should have died with them then. The wind tore leaves from the trees. An animal with red eyes appeared in the clearing. Hajin stretched out his arms. The animal turned around, sensing the movement. The loud sound caused birds to fly away from the trees. The guy stood by the bloody body of the animal. Reloading his pistol, Hajin said that today's hunt was going pretty smoothly. He imagined how he saw the girl hugging her knees sullenly, thinking that Rachel didn't look so good in the morning. Later, she ate at the table with a radiant look. The guy thought that until he fed her meat. The hero shifted his gaze, noticing something. He moved the branch with his hand, looking forward. There was a body of water in front of him, and the boy said that he had finally found a lake. He walked forward with a satisfied grin, thinking that there must be a monster worth a lot of points here. A crocodile monster, he guessed. A glowing ball appeared above the boy's palm. The glow illuminated the hero's face, who said that it would be easy to lure him out with a sphere of light if you shine it over the lake. Suddenly, he turned around sharply, asking who was there. However, there was no one among the trees and bushes. Hajin thought tensely that he did not know who was hiding there, but he was good at tracking others. Shining patterns from his skill appeared in the hero's eye. He thought that it was actually useless, since he could sense that he was being followed. He would not lose the pursuer now. The silhouette of a girl with a bow was glowing. The boy pointed his gun. Naeun screamed as a bullet slammed into the ground next to her with a bright flash. She indignantly called out to the guy who had taken aim, who only yelped. She came closer to the brunette, who asked why she had been following him, and angrily shouted that she hadn't done it. She curled the finger she had been pointing indignantly with and looked away, hesitating from the question. What was she doing here then? Hajin said that if you couldn't come up with an excuse, then he was right. Sparks of light reflected off the surface of the water. The girl shouted that no, it would be better to let her answer what he had just done to her. Hajin indifferently ordered her to answer him first. Why had she been following him? Naeun pointed her finger again, embarrassedly shouting that she had already said that she hadn't been following him, she had been following Seung-ah. The hero thoughtfully lowered his gaze, saying that the same Seung-ah he knew. The girl put her hands on her hips and confirmed, and then asked why he was talking to her so casually. The hand took out a laptop from the bag. The heroine was surprised when she saw the guy sitting with his back to her and asked why he sat down. He asked her to wait, he just needed a minute. The glowing monitor was reflected in his eyes. Hajin thought he knew where Seung-ah should be now according to the plot. Imagining the image of the blue-haired hero, he thought that on the first and second days she was watching Suo. Then he imagined a guy and a girl, thinking that on the third and fourth days she should be watching other promising cadets. The brunette stared at the screen, thinking that since she had turned her attention to him now, it meant. There were images from several surveillance cameras on the screen. One of them showed a woman sitting on a branch. Hajin thought that it meant he was on the list of promising cadets of Seung-ah. The boy looked at the camera footage on his laptop, thinking that he was one of the promising cadets. Naeun pointed at him with displeasure, demanding that he explain how he did it. That thing he created was a sphere of light, right? Slamming the laptop shut, the boy told her that she was right, but not to try to find out more. He said it sweetly, like a character in a flowery melodrama, for her to keep quiet if she understood. The girl grimaced in disgust. Hajin was disconcerted to hear her ask, "Are you completely crazy?" She wasn't interested anyway, so she might as well not even try. He thought that she was the one who started asking about it first. A not very friendly dialogue was heard among the trees. The brunette said that since he came here first, he should look for another place. The girl sarcastically replied that of course, she would follow his orders. The boy touched the back of his head, thinking that maybe she would think he was arrogant after this, but he couldn't reveal the truth. He imagined the many pages of writing in the book, thinking that if he told her about the magic of stigmata, he would have to tell her that this was a world inside a novel. There were bodies of slain beasts lying on the forest path. Standing next to him, Hajin looked at the smartwatch. Touching the device, he thought that it had been 2 hours since he separated from Naeun. Since he was busy killing low and mid-level monsters, he was able to quickly gain 15 points. The light reflected in his eye, he thought that the problem was. Suddenly, there was a sudden movement. The hero looked at the person who greeted him. Seung-ah tucked her hair behind her ear, asking that this was the first time they met after his refusal, right? The surprised boy answered that it was probably so. The woman laughed sweetly, saying that she appeared too suddenly, right? Let him relax. The wind blew the leaves off the trees. She said that actually, it was not only to test the cadet's abilities, but also to hold events. Looking down, the boy asked again and heard that the rule was very simple. The woman standing in front of him said that she would stand in one place and use only her left hand. he could attack as much as he wanted. Raising her index finger, she said that if at least one attack damaged any part of her body except her left hand. The boy listened attentively. The woman touched her chest and continued that or make him take one step. She pointed her finger at her shining badge. The hero excitedly heard her say that she would give it to him. With a smile, she asked, "It was easy, right?" A drop ran down the boy's cheek. He thought that the caretaker's badge was worth 200 points. If he got it, he could immediately become number 1. Of course, this was an attractive offer. He imagined the thin silver badge and thought that however the opponent was the best of the best, the hero Seung-ah. Will he succeed? Standing in front of her, he heard her ask what he would do, surrender right now or accept the challenge. Hajin chuckled, reaching for his holster. Taking out his gun, he said, "What an unexpected event." The bullet surrounded by a glow flew towards the head of the mentor. She thought that she would see how strong he was. The shining bullet was approaching her face. With a sharp wave of her hand, Seung-ah deflected the bullet, leaving a flash. It fell to the ground, broken. Her fingers clenched in tension. She thought that he was able to create spheres of light, and his gun was extremely powerful. The woman smiled, thinking that it seemed that the report was not wrong, and said out loud that it hurt a little. Hajin frowned, thinking that she reflected the enhanced magic bullet without using magic. Taking out 2 blades from behind his back, he thought that direct attacks were useless. With a sharp movement, he threw the daggers forward. Easily dodging them, Seung-ah said that he was a swordsman before he changed his weapon type. A good idea to use both a bladed weapon and a firearm at the same time. Her fingers clutched the pistol. Several bullets flew towards the woman with a glow. She calmly deflected them one by one, leaving bright traces and flashes. With her hand still lowered, she said that the firepower was much higher than that of a training pistol. Closing her eyes, she did not notice something flashing behind her and said that she thought he really was good with a pistol. A blade was approaching the amazed woman. Hajin watched this, thinking that it was too far to reach with his left hand. Everything will work out. Long hair flew up. Seung-ah confidently stood in the middle, surrounded by bright flames. Bent blades, breaking, flew apart. She was left standing in a deep dent in the ground. The brunette closed his eyes in dismay, thinking that in the end, nothing worked. Seung-ah clenched her fist, admiringly saying that it was amazing. To think that he changed the trajectory of the blades with magic. She clasped her hands in joy and asked what kind of technique was that. He really does resemble an onion. He constantly reveals a new side, despite how much she already knew about him. Beaming with delight, she asked what other talents he had. Hajin put his gun in his holster, thinking that since this was the case, he had no choice but to. Turning around, the guy suddenly said that he was leaving her. Seung-ah froze in surprise. Hajin confidently walked away, and the woman called out to him. Taking a step forward, she asked, "Where are you going? The fun has only just begun." Turning around, the brunette said that she lost. She asked again in surprise. Seung-ah froze in her walking pose as she heard the hero remind her that she said she would only use her left hand, but she took a step. Black shadows appeared around the gloomy woman. She asked if he thought she was joking. Turning around, the hero said that he was just trying his luck. It was a waste of time since the difference in their stats was huge. He waved his hand as he walked away and said that he was giving up. As he walked away, he thought that he wasn't serious when he told her that she had lost. Seung-ah frowned, surrounded by a gloomy aura. Hajin chuckled nervously, thinking that she was staring so hard that his insides were shaking in fear. The caretaker who was chasing after him shouted that he would really regret this. Ijin stood on a branch, touching her ear. The interlocutor asked, "Was the implantation operation successful?" The girl, holding her hand to her ear, answered that it was. The boss in the cadet's body heard that she did not think that separating from the team was a good idea. Her friends might decide that she was acting suspiciously. The girl discontentedly remembered her friends who affectionately repeated the name Ijin and said that traveling with them was the worst choice. She froze, hearing a loud sound. Birds flew off the trees. The interlocutor asked, "Is something wrong? What happened?" The blonde answered that she could hear a heartbeat. A glow appeared among the intertwined vines. Veins were visible in the unknown cocoon. A huge purple heart was shining inside the tree trunk. The butterfly seedling will soon wake up. In the center of the huge butterfly's purple wings was a black pattern that looked like roots. The butterfly sapling is a spirit-type monster that clings to a tree like a leech. It appeared on the last day of the final exam and was destroyed by the main characters. The blue-haired man stood next to the blonde girl holding a sword. According to the original, Suho received pollen from the sapling as a reward, and Rachel received a hint to enlightenment. However, she is now on Team Hajin. The girl walked along the path behind the hero. He thought that in order to help her with enlightenment, he needed to push her to participate in the battle with the butterfly sapling. But the problem is, the gloomy guy heard his girlfriend call him. Rachel anxiously asked the hero, "Why are you walking in circles?" The guy mentally exclaimed that even I don't know where and when it will appear. He never wrote such details. The guy who froze in front of him awkwardly mumbled something. The body of the beast fell to the ground. There was already a mountain of monster carcasses lying there. Words were heard that he would probably take first place in the finals with such results. Naeun stood next to the carcass and asked, "Are there only 20 hours left until the end of the exam?" The comrade, leaving, warned that he was going to drink some water. Suho stood up with a sigh. He turned around, hearing his name called. Putting her hand on her hip, the girl asked him what he thought of Hajin. Their conversation could be heard among the foliage. The guy clarified, why was she suddenly asking about him? The answer was heard, just doesn't it seem like he is hiding a lot? The girl remembered the bright glow and said that he was constantly wary both in the museum and in Paris. Besides, it was suspicious that he was quite strong and had a high rank with such a frail body. She remembered how she called out to the battered guy lying there. The blue-haired man said that she was probably right. He looked ahead anxiously, wondering what he was hiding. He remembered how the dark-haired man told him that he knew much more than he did. Naeun looked at the sweetly smiling guy with displeasure and asked what his reaction was. He answered with a smile that it really was obvious that he had many secrets. His friend exclaimed that he knew something and demanded that he tell her immediately. Suho smiled brightly, saying that she should find out everything herself. Why was she asking him questions? Suddenly, the heroes were amazed to see a rapid movement nearby. Black vines were moving forward quickly. A question was heard. What was that? The roots of a tree moving. Thick writhing roots were breaking out of the ground near a large tree. Hajin looked ahead in amazement. The cadets were running away from the roots that were catching up with them. The guy clenched his teeth, trying to hold back the roots' attack with a pole. Rachel froze in fear, listening. She turned her gaze to the brunette who called her. Looking at his friend, Hajin suggested that they go to the source of the tremors to kill the monster. Her job was to protect it when they got there. The blonde looked surprised, but agreed. The boy loaded the clip into his gun, thinking that the cadets who felt the tremors must be heading for the butterfly sapling. He wasn't going to give in to them. The boy ran forward with the gun in his hand. The tree surrounded by roots had a shining cocoon on its trunk that looked like a heart. A question was heard, a butterfly sapling. Seung-ah stood on one of the branches, looking at the tree and heard that no one expected such a monster to appear. Should they pause the exam? Looking ahead, she said that she thought everything would be fine. The courses had enough skills and experience to defeat this monster. The man said that her methods were too Spartan. The woman closed her eyes and asked if he really thought so. While the participants were running away from the roots chasing them, she told Viri not to underestimate them. The cadets are the seeds of heroes. The jump left a mark. She said that heroes always evolve during a crisis. Swinging with a bright flash above her head, Naeun flew into the root. The green beam cut through the thick plant. Landing after the jump, the girl happily asked how he was. Suho exclaimed with a smile that it was incredible. He closed his eyes and cutely said that the cutting power of the sword would increase much more if it circulated energy around the sword. The girl standing on the branch angrily told him to shut up. She would tell him all this later. The blonde boy clenched his fists, asking why they continued to grow no matter how much they were destroyed. Looking forward, Suho said that if simply cutting off the roots did not help, then they would have to destroy the trunk first. In the center of the trunk, a purple heart was glowing. The boy put his hand to his forehead, shouting to his comrades to look there. This tree is strange. Inside the purple organ there were dark stripes, like veins. The cadet said that something was moving inside the cocoon. Suddenly the surface broke and a yellow eye appeared. The butterfly monster spread its wide wings. The boy looked at it in amazement, asking, did a huge butterfly hatch? Thin legs broke away from the tree, and a huge purple butterfly flew over the forest. Its glow was visible among the trees in the sky. The cadets looked there in surprise. Suddenly the girl's eyes opened wide. Naeun coughed, covering her mouth with her fist, and asked, what is this? The comrades nearby fell, while she tried to cover her face with her hand, thinking that she was losing strength because of the pollen. Her legs could not hold her. The girl swayed forward. Suho anxiously held her, not letting her fall. While seating his comrades against a tree, the blue-haired man wondered if they had simply fallen asleep. It didn't look like poisoning. He closed his eyes, touching his puffy cheek, and thought that it was hard to move while holding his breath. Would I be able to defeat her before I took a breath? The purple monster hovered in the sky above the trees. The light reflected in the hero's blue eyes. He was surprised. Thin leaves flew. The guy saw two figures soar into the air from the forest. Hajin and Rachel were running, wearing black masks on their faces. Suho opened his mouth, looking at them in surprise. The heroes quickly moved forward, hearing him calling out their names. People quickly ran forward. Rachel turned around, looking at the lying man, and thought that the cadets were simply unconscious. Did Hajin foresee this and prepare in advance? The brunette standing in front called out to her, and the girl responded. Pointing his finger, he asked if she could see that butterfly monster. He would defeat it, but she needed to protect it from the roots. She shouted that she understood. Hajin aimed his gun. A bright flash of a gunshot appeared next to the butterfly. The monster trembled, making an enraged sound. The roots of the tree immediately rose up and quickly moved towards the heroes. Bright rays cut them. Rachel chopped the roots into pieces with her sword and turned her gaze to the side. The ground under her foot began to collapse. A huge root broke through it, crawling out. The girl pushed Hajin away, saving him from a powerful attack of the plant. The guy flew back in surprise, knocked down by her body. The root swung quickly, a powerful blow through the blonde back, and she hit her back. Hajin turned around in shock, shouting the girl's name. The thick roots began to move again. The brunette screamed in shock as one of them approached him. There was a bright flash. The guy was sitting on the ground. Hajin was surprised to see Suho holding his breath, who protected him and asked what he was doing here. The guy, blue from lack of air, thought that if he took a small breath, he heard a scream demanding that he stay here. The brunette turned his gaze to the girl lying behind him and thought, Rachel unconscious. What to do? She must fight. A small seed appeared from the collar of the jacket. Hajin was surprised to see how it jumped out and jumped forward with an amorous look. The guy, wide-eyed, asked where it was. The seed hit the cheek of the blonde lying on the ground. Hajin looked at it in shock, and Suho, covering his mouth, asked, does he want to defeat the butterfly? He can help him, but he does not think that he will last long. Hajin imagined the bullets, thinking that with the magic of the stigmata, he could make 3 bullets with fire properties. He needed to finish this by then. As he stood up, he told the blue-haired man that he would be grateful for his help. The monster flew over the forest, leaving a shadow on the trees from its giant wings. The boy asked if he saw the bullet fly past just now. Right. The monster moved very quickly, unlike normal spirit-type monsters. The butterfly flew towards a large tree surrounded by roots. The hero said that if he wanted to kill him, he would have to get closer to aim. He wanted the other to distract him while he did it. The boy agreed, clutching his sword. His weapon was spreading out with swirls of light. Hajin looked at them, wondering if the magic of the holy sword had become stronger after what happened at the museum. Suho turned to him with a slight smile and said, how interesting. The brunette was surprised, asking again. The character surrounded by light stood next to his author. The blue-haired one was reflected in Hajin's eyes, who said that no matter what secret weapon he pulled out, the other did not look surprised. He said that it was because he saw through Naeun's talent. Suho smiled sweetly and said that sometimes when he looked at him, he felt like he was looking at someone who knew everything about this world. The brunette was amazed by such insight. The sky was painted in pink and purple colors. Suho jumped up, raising the earth, and said that he relied on him anyway. He jumped on the root, leaving bright traces. The blows of his sword cut the root into several pieces. Hajin watched as they fell to the ground next to the landing guy. The masked guy looked ahead and then sadly lowered his gaze. The brunette ran, thinking how he knew this. Because he created this world. I am its author. His fingers grabbed onto a vine. Hajin clung to them, struggling to climb the trunk of the tree. But there was a problem. Finally, he climbed onto a wide branch. The guy covered one eye from the bright glow. He thought that the world he described in the novel was right before his eyes. Pulling off his mask, Hajin looked at the morning forest stretching out before him. He remembered Suho saying that he felt like he was looking at someone who knew everything about this world. The brunette thought he realized only now that the guy remembered the indignant girl and the laughing guy, Yonha, who pointed her finger and the gloomy Jonghak. Smiling Rachel. He became a character that was not in the original. Hajin clutched the gun, aiming. He is a supporting character in his own story. The bullet flew forward. It pierced the butterfly's body with a bright beam. Suho looked at the burning monster in the sky and thought that it was a fire attack. He felt dizzy with effort, thinking that Hajin hit. That was enough, right? The body of the huge insect was engulfed in flames. Many roots flew out of the forest, rising up. The guy clenched his teeth. Holding the gun, Hajin asked in surprise, there was not enough firepower, then I will shoot again. Lightning emanated from the palm with long fingers. Many lightning struck the body of the monster, and the butterfly with burnt wings began to fall down. The brunette opened his mouth in shock, looking at this. The man came closer. The guy thought, it's there. The girl stretched out her hand, surrounded by many black and purple lightning. A bright flash hit the insect. Hajin's mouth opened in surprise. He saw Ijin stretch out her hand, thinking that she was the boss. Watching the insect fall, he wondered if she wanted to get the pollen of the butterfly. A sound was heard in the air. Suho turned his head away. The butterfly fell next to him. Squinting, the guy looked at it. And then he fell to the ground, saying that she was defeated. Someone approached the body of the butterfly. The blonde stood in front of him, holding out her hand. Hajin demanded that she give it to him. The girl silently turned around. Frowning, he said that she could not take the pollen. He thought that the boss still didn't know the properties of pollen. Perhaps she came for it, since the loot from the spirit can be sold for a high price. With his blade outstretched, Hajin thought that Kim Suho should get pollen to deal with future spirits. Yijin looked at him indifferently. Suho was unconscious. The others were by the tree. Covering his face, Hajin was surprised how a simple cadet was still standing. The girl decided to keep an eye on him. It became difficult for him to breathe. He tried to put on a mask, but it got in the way. Hajin covered his face with his hand. A dark portal opened. The girl asked if he knew who she was. He frowned, asking if she was Xiao Peng. She remembered the business card with that name made up for past meetings. The wind blew the leaves. The girl confirmed that it was her and asked why he was here. Hajin assumed that she was here as an overseer. She asked again how long he had known her real name. Something dark flew past his head. The girl threatened to beat him up if he lied. Confused, he replied that he had realized her true identity when he took off her watch. Pointing to his eye, he claimed to have keen eyesight. She thought that his mana blocked magic, allowing him to see through Jane's abilities. Hajin did not understand her words. She decided that he was a valuable resource. A dark barrier appeared around them. The girl extended her fingers, agreeing to give the pollen, but fell silent. Hajin looked confused. Xiao Peng told him to repeat after her, then asked for a number. The guy almost died from excitement. Clutching the bag of pollen, he thought about how to give it to Kim Soo-ho. Suddenly, he remembered Rachel and the seed. The girl was lying by the tree. Light emanated from her chest. Hajin closed his eyes. Rachel, feeling sleepy, decided to defeat the spirit and become the pride of the imperial family. Opening her eyes, she saw a child. The wounds on her face were disappearing. The girl seemed familiar. Hearing the word dad, Hajin turned around. Seung-ah said something, and the ship set sail. The next day, Hajin stood on the deck. The exam was over, the points were divided among the 4 cadets. He remembered Xiao Peng, wondering why the boss was interested in him. Naeun asked how it ended. He replied that destroying the wings with a gun was nonsense. She agreed, finding it funny. Hajin looked at Naeun again and asked why she used a sword instead of a bow. She stared at him in shock and silence. He spread his hands and clarified that she needed to practice first. Wasn't it dangerous to use a weapon that she was less skilled at? Naeun raised an eyebrow, annoyed, replying that she was not so clumsy that he would worry. The sun's rays illuminated them. Hajin asked how she felt after switching to a sword. The girl turned away. He asked if she was scared. She pretended not to understand. Hajin looked at her carefully. It was obvious when she was lying, one of the unpleasant traits he attributed to her. He smiled and thought that some things never change. He put his hand on the side of the boat and advised her to practice more often, since she was born with the talent of a swordsman. Naeun was surprised. Later at the table, Yona noticed that Hajin seemed interested in her. Naeun frowned, denying it. Yona turned to Suho, asking if he had said anything. Suho remembered Hajin's words about knowing Naeun better and agreed that there was some truth in Yona's words. Yona added that Hajin was cold to everyone except Naeun, where interest showed through. The fork touched the salad. Someone asked if Naeun was Hajin's close friend. Jinoon replied that he needed something, that's why he came. Naeun, adjusting her clothes, denied it. Yona noticed Hajin looking at their table. He said hello and left silently. Yona pointed out that he was staring. Naeun was confused. Later, Hajin returned to the cabin. The girl ran to him, calling him dad. He asked her not to run and not to call him that. Hugging her, he explained that people would misunderstand. He suggested calling her uncle or Hajin. Evangel smiled. The hero remembered how she woke up next to Rachel, calling him mom. Then he asked who she meant. The girl jumped on his shoulders. Seeing a helicopter, Hajin asked her to become a seed again. Evangel asked, "What about mom?" He sighed. Later, the girl, having become a seed, appeared in his room. Hajin thought that it looked like a secret child. He called her to eat. Evangel, holding a spoon, smiled. He reminded her not to rush. Hajin thought about the pollen of a butterfly seedling, clinging to targets with mana, awakening potential. The difficulty is that the target must have a dormant power. He remembered Xiao Peng, which should have gone to Rachel and Suo. He needed to pass the pollen to them. Rachel lay there, thinking about the child whose warmth she remembered. Maybe it was a tree spirit or a hallucination. Closing her eyes, she felt that they would meet again. The bright sun was shining on the statue, and the girl looked at her watch. She noticed someone's footsteps nearby and smiled, saying that he had arrived. Hajin kept his hands in his pockets, and the girl said that she thought he would refuse, then turned to him and said that there was another person who was supposed to join them, but apparently he was late, and they would go first. Looking at her, he agreed, thinking to himself who it could be. At that moment, a black car was driving quickly along the road, and Yona said that she heard that he did well on his final exams this time, to which the hero said that he got 67 points. The interlocutor replied that if he did not want to attract unnecessary attention, he should have scored 20 points less, and looking out the window, he heard that, according to her, other guilds were already interested in him. He showed no emotion when he heard that they were already closed, and suddenly Hajin saw something. The rays of the sun illuminated the girl's face, and she said welcome to him. A tall building rose to the clouds. It was the Strait of Essence, and a notice about a tour of the guild appeared on the bracelet. Looking at the screen, he thought that this event was organized so that the cadets on vacation could personally watch the heroes carry out missions. Several people were standing in front of the big screen, and local guilds had priority in choosing cadets based on their rankings. Wiping his head, Hajin thought that he was actually interested in what the heroes were doing, and he was sure that there would be more missions besides the ones he wrote about. After imagining several representatives from different guilds, he reasoned that each guild could choose a maximum of 3 cadets from the first and second years, and because of this, first years were usually not even looked at if their rank was below 300. Afterwards, he patted Evangel on the head, and according to the ranking he received when he entered the academy, he realized that it would most likely be difficult for him to get into the top 300 even though he did well in the finals, which was a shame. But a loud sound distracted him from his thoughts. Looking at the screen of the bracelet, he was surprised that it would probably be difficult for him to get into the top 300 even though he did well in the finals. And what a pity. A message was reflected in his eyes saying that they had been selected to participate in the guild tour. There were many people gathered in the common room, and our hero and Yonha followed the guy who said that the most important thing for heroes is combat experience, and that they saw that many missions start from here. Missions above a certain level can only be taken on after the management has completed their analysis. Hajin glanced at his smiling companion, and he watched her hair shine, thinking that Yonha probably put his name on the list for the guildmaster's daughter, which is not difficult at all. Standing at the door, the escort said that they had arrived, and the sliding door opened, and there were many people inside. The hero thought that this was the analysis room. He looked around, hearing that he was called the best in theory, and the person escorting him pointed to the side, saying that he wanted to bring him here in the first place. The hero noted that the guy's name was Sangho, and it turned out that the above-average hero was Yonha's left hand. Smiling, he closed his eyes. He was in charge of the guild tour. Looking at how he was interacting with Jin-Yoon, the hero thought that he seemed like a good person. Looking at the friendly Sangho, he thought that he looked so good that if he were the author of a novel, he would never think that he was a villain who would betray Yunha in the future. A woman came up from behind and said that Sangho had brought cadets. She was holding several documents. Jin-Ah, the above-average hero, asked him if he was a cadet of Hajin. The world has definitely become a much better place, since the one who ranked 934 was able to get a tour of the guild. Afterwards, she looked at Jin-Yoon, saying that she was curious about who helped test this. Looking at the woman, the hero thought that she would hardly have a good opinion of him. He could see the tension between the girl and Jin-Ah. Since Jin-Ah supported Yuno as the current vice captain of the Strait of Essence, she probably had a grudge against the guild leader's daughter, who was his rightful heir. But that was only for now. He imagined the woman standing in front of the guild crest, and guessed that in the future she would join Yuno and take the place of vice captain, the most influential person in the guild, on her own. Sangho waved his hand, saying that Jin-Ah was number 1 when it came to theory, but the woman countered, saying that she was also number 1 in theory. The boy thought that she was one of the main characters. He clenched his fist when Jin-Ah said that the theory that the cadets studied was not that important. Afterwards, she looked at Hajin, asking if he agreed, and called him the number 1 child in theory. The hero only frowned and remained silent. But, looking at the papers, she remembered something. Handing them over, she asked, how about sorting this out, since you are so confident in your abilities? Sangho objected that you can't divulge such information so easily, but the woman replied that it was fine, there was nothing important. With a confident smile, the hero looked at the documents, hearing that they should let him try, of course, if such a child could understand anything. He thought that she decided to test him. He extended his hand to her. Looking at the woman, Hajin said that he needed a paper. Giving him a sheet, she asked if he thought that having the paper would help somehow. Jin-Yoon glanced at the bracelet, saying that the last person had arrived on the first floor. Together with Sangho, they left the room to meet him. Hajin was working at his desk. Looking at the paper, he thought that this report was about various situations that could arise during a dungeon raid. It was definitely not something that an ordinary cadet could do, but with a high level of observation, he just needed to write down the calculations he saw in front of him on paper. He quickly wrote something on the paper. Almost reaching the edge of the paper, the hero realized that the work was done. Just as he solved the last part, his paper was suddenly taken away. Casually holding it in her hand, Jin asked, "Why are you still here? Haven't you realized that everyone has already left? Stop messing around and get out of here." Hajin looked angry. Later, he stood in the elevator, thinking about how he couldn't write the last part and that it would be better for her not to ask him about the last part. He took a deep breath. The number 1 was on the screen. The doors opened. Mayun appeared in front of his face. She dropped her mouth in surprise. Pointing her finger at the hero, she asked why he was there, but Yona said she didn't know. Lowering his eyebrows, the hero realized that he was the last person left on Yun and wondered why Yunha hadn't said anything about her. The sign said that this was Jin Hyuk's office. The man was sitting at the desk. He was surprised that after a month of thorough investigation, he He had only found a couple of sheets of information. There were a couple of sheets of paper on the desk. He remembered Hajin and how he had been following him, the number of people he had interacted with so far, information about his parents and how he became an orphan, and no matter how hard he tried to find out about him, he couldn't find out any details. Throwing his head back, the man noted that this was the problem his niece had given him. He looked down again. Among other things, there was a report about the massacre at the orphanage. Jinhyuk stated that the more complicated the situation, the more interested he was, and carefully looked at the line about the woman changing and the unborn child. Standing in front of the others, Sangho stated that they would now be participating in the mission and that they just needed to wait for permission. Naeun awkwardly placed her hand on the back of her head when asked why she was late and replied that she simply met her grandfather on the way. Raising a finger, he clarified that he meant the great hero Kiju Chal. At that moment, Yonha waved at them, saying that they should go ahead since she had to make a call. Entering the restroom, the girl said hello. She lowered her eyebrows when she heard her uncle ask how she was doing with what she asked for. The girl was indignant when she heard that he hadn't started yet since he was very busy and asked if he was kidding her. Holding the phone in his hand, the man asked her why she wanted to find his parents, and then asked if she wanted to find her parents at all. Remembering how the hero looked at the ads, the girl said that he remembered the wanted list and expressed the opinion that his parents were involved in something criminal. Then Jinhyuk, remembering the massacre at the orphanage, replied that it was the massacre at the orphanage that became important to him. Taking the papers in his hands, he heard the question of when he would start work, and he replied that they would talk later since he had a customer coming. Frowning, Yona asked him to wait. Folding his arms, the man thought that he was indeed connected to this crime. He imagined monsters, remembering that 16 years ago, when monsters invaded the territory of Cuba, 87 civilians and 9 heroes who defended this place died in the orphanage. 10 years ago, he tried to investigate this incident, but he was caught. While exhaling the smoke from his cigarette, he also remembered that he had been exiled from the Yu family. At first glance, it looked like it was done by human monsters, and that was the conclusion reached by the government and the association, but the real culprits of this incident were other people. He imagined different people in suits: Kim Sok-ho, the president of South Korea, Chi Ju-chul, the chairman of Daeyeon, and Yu Jin-en, his brother and Yoon-ha's father. Pounding his fist on the chair, the man remembered that they didn't even bother to wash their hands and simply hired killers, and guessed that it wasn't that important to them. Hajin looked angry. Folding his hands again, he knew that this was dangerous and it wouldn't end well. His hands started to tremble. He thought that if he continued digging, when that crazy old man Chi Ju-chul said this, he would die a horrible death. At this time, Naeun looked ahead with a smile. Hajin ran behind everyone. A large group of stone golems appeared on the street. The above-average hero, Pak Sanho, declared that they should go, and turning around, Sangho asked where Hajin was, to which the girl replied that it was okay. He would catch up soon. Yonha looked upset and was asked what happened. She recalled her conversation with her uncle, saying that nothing. However, Sangho noticed that the stone monsters were not easy, the golems were exposed. One of them raised his hands, then aimed a blow downwards, but his hand was tied up. The boy praised Yonha as he walked forward. Throwing a spear, he hit the golem. Hajin was still running towards them. Seeing Naeun, he realized that he had caught up with her. The girl aimed at the golem, thinking that it was 2 meters high. She lowered her bow, thinking that maybe she could deal with it with her sword. She then moved the weapon behind her back, wondering where the golem's weak point was, and looked at her leg, seeing her ankle. The swing of the sword left a bright mark, and the golem's eye glowed. The monster managed to hit her first, blood spurted out of the girl's mouth and she fell to the ground, holding her stomach. Naeun wondered why the golem was so fast, but the monster aimed its fist again. Opening his mouth, Hajin made a sound for her to dodge, and rocks flew into the air. The hero looked down with a confused smile. For a serious moment, he held Naeun, not understanding what had happened. Remembering how he had wrapped the girl in ether because he wanted to help her so much, a silence fell between them, and he thought that he should say something. Looking at her, Hajin said that if she continued to freeze at critical moments, it would be better to fight from a distance. She looked at the hero in surprise when he asked if her sword could become longer, but pointing her finger, Naeun replied that she had simply let her guard down and made a mistake, and now she needed to pay closer attention. As she was leaving, she thanked him anyway, explaining that the reason Chinain had to be a swordswoman was because her mana reserve was several times greater than that of a normal hero. Her sword blade was covered in a bright glow due to her talent and her greater mana reserve, and if she made the sword a mana conductor, it could be used without limitation. Later, the golems' bodies were lying on the street, and they were finally finished off as the rescue team arrived. Hajin felt someone's gaze, turned around, and saw a girl on the roof. There was no need to guess who she was. Naeun and the others were looking in his direction when she asked why he was standing there. Turning his head away from the roof, the hero only thought that he regretted that he had been slower with the ether. A dark aura hovered around the blonde. Meanwhile, Jinna approached the woman, saying that her shoulders hurt a lot. Another woman approached her, asking if she was still calculating, noting that she had offered to send it to the office workers, but the woman replied that she was smarter than them. She then returned to typing when her colleague asked what kind of documents these were. Didn't she use pen and paper for calculations? To which she replied that they were the scribbles of an arrogant asshole. Taking the papers in her hands, she became curious about what was there and was shocked by what she saw. Several messages appeared on Hajin's bracelet. Having received no answer, the interlocutor noted that in any case, if he came to the guild tomorrow, then they would talk, but the guy decided that he would not go. He pressed something on the screen, saying that he already roughly understood how the guild worked. He had no other business there. In the dialogue, he wrote that he would not be able to join the tour of the guild tomorrow. The interlocutor asked why. Then Hajin smiled evilly, thinking maybe he should have some fun and tease her. A message appeared on the screen that someone said that he only got 934th place in the exam. He thought it would be better to give other cadets a chance. He apologized. Jinna and Sangho looked at the screen in shock and then at each other. The guy looked sternly at his colleague. She replied that she didn't want them to suffer like that. Laughing, the hero noted that this should be enough. He could imagine how angry Yang Ha would be. Then he yawned tiredly. Looking at Evangel, he thought that after all, the excursion was accountable. But there was something he needed to do today. Having carried the girl to the bed, he decided not to waste time and do it while Evangel was sleeping. Then he reached for the top shelf, took a bag from there. Having opened it, he looked at the pollen. It was shining brightly. The hero noted that there was much more here than he thought. He heard sounds. He thought about sharing it with Suho and Rachel. Later, there were 3 envelopes on the table. There would be some left for him too. Looking down, Hajin noted that the pollen was important to them, but it would also be useful to him. He would use it as soon as he had the opportunity. Putting his hands on the table, he realized that he had to act quickly, so he shouldn't put it off until later. Folding the package, he realized that it was useless to use it on himself since he had low potential. A bright ball appeared in his hand when Hajin decided to apply it to the ether. The pollen began to fall out onto the ether. Watching the bright glow, he waited for it to be absorbed. A new message from Naeun appeared on the bracelet. In it, she thanked him for what had happened during the day, but wanted to add something. The hero looked at the bracelet questioningly. 10 minutes later, he was also waiting for a message. Then he asked himself, but she only asked what he needed. The guy answered that she should go to bed. Sitting down at the table, Hajin called it stupid. Raising his head, he repeated that it was stupid. Remembering the correspondence, he noted that he would never have thought that he would correspond with Chen Yun like this. These emotions were something new. Imagining himself alone, he reasoned that he started out as an additional character, unrelated to the main plot. But somehow he found himself in the thick of things. Silently looked ahead, still just a supporting character. The pages of the book were turning. He realized that nothing was certain. He could change everything. His fingers pressed the keys of the laptop. Taking a sip of tea, Jinun thought about how much she needed to do. She needed to write a report on the guild tour and a recruitment notice for the guild. There was information about the guild on the screen. The Strait of Essence had an information team, but it was not enough. They needed people who could process information. Everything was ready. All that was left was to hire people. Gritting her teeth, she decided to do everything herself. An incoming call appeared on the bracelet screen. She wondered why Naeun was calling. Continuing to work, she said hello and asked what was wrong. She lowered her eyebrows when Naeun said that she would go to a seminar with Kim Soo-ho next Tuesday, asking if she would join. While typing, she wanted to say no, but when she heard that Jong-hak would be there, she agreed. She put her head on her hand and asked if this was the topic of the call. But Naeun asked if she had seen the recording of the fight with the stone golem from yesterday. Opening the recording on her laptop, Yona confirmed that she had, since she needed to write a report. She asked if she wanted to discuss the moment when Kim Ha-jin helped her. Her friend answered no, frightened. The screen showed the moment when the hero was holding her, and the girl noted that it was filmed from a good angle. It looked like she was throwing herself into his arms. Yona laughed when her friend asked her not to show it to anyone and asked why she liked it. But she was indignant that she was saying such a thing. A loud laugh rang out throughout the room, after which Yona said that it was enough, hanging up. The screen showed that the call was over. Naeun sat with her knees crossed. Continuing to write something, Yona called her a liar and got to work. But she was distracted by a new message again. She stood up from her seat after learning that Kim Ha-jin had refused a tour of the guild. There was cold tea on the table. Yona said again that she was ending the call. Gritting her teeth, she called Jinna a crazy woman, because they barely convinced him to sign the contract. God, Kim Ha-jin is absolutely unpredictable. A new message appeared about receiving 89 SP. Looking at it, the hero did not understand what for, but was glad about it. Sitting down at the laptop, the hero decided that it was high time to distribute them. Looking at the screen, he thought that no matter how hard he tried, over time his physical stats would begin to lag. Therefore, it was better to choose and focus on one thing. Since he used pollen on ether, the random upgrade system was open on the screen. He decided that he would spend the SP not on himself, but on a weapon. Although from the outside this talent is so-so, with his luck, one cannot hope for the best. Afterwards, he thought with a smile that whether what he had planned would be successful was another matter. Frowning, Hajin decided to give it a try. A new window asked if he wanted to rewrite his talent. The guy just hoped for luck, after which he pressed the button. He closed his eyes. Then he looked at the screen with one eye. Not enough SP, quality has dropped. Luck activated. Part of the loss will be compensated. A new window of the random enhancement system opened. Hajin breathed a sigh of relief. Putting his head in his hands, he thought that he was not completely satisfied, but there was no need to hope for the best. He should be grateful for this too. Afterwards, he looked at the screen again. Preparations are complete. The reason he hurried with the preparations was but a bright light distracted him from his thoughts. He received another message, travel club on Friday next week, destination, England. He realized that the main story was about to begin. Walking among the trees, the guy thought about how he spent the entire last week of summer vacation in hellish training. Remembering himself in the gym, he thought that even though he had put all his points into the weapon, it did not mean that he should forget about physical training. He was breathing heavily then, but despite his hard training, his stats were still average. The ether glowed brightly. The ether had completed the upgrade. A new window appeared stating that part of the potential had been revealed thanks to the mysterious power of the spirit. Looking at the screen, Hajin saw that as a result, physical strength had increased by 0.7. Thanks to the additional function concretized realization, you can choose the color and texture. A knife appeared from the ether when the hero thought that it would be difficult to create a gun because it had a complex structure. Looking at the knife in his hand, he thought that it looked and felt like an ordinary knife, after which the hero decided to recognize it. The knife glowed brightly. The window notified that this improves the stats of the recognized weapon by 1-44%. Then the hero decided to throw it. The knife rushed into the stone. The hero noted that it was many times stronger than a normal knife. The blade managed to split the stone. Hajin smiled in surprise. Looking at the trace left by the knife, he thought that it was not as powerful as a relic, but no different from a normal weapon, which means it will not attract unnecessary attention. That's enough. The girl watched the broadcast with admiration. The hero asked her to behave well and not make noise while he was at the club. Okay. Watching the child, he also said that he would buy her some treats. Evangel covered her ears when he said that with the help of a spirit friend you can only create animals, you can't create people. Got it. She replied that she understood. Stop grumbling. Then the hero waved to her. The girl waved back. The bright sun illuminated the walls of the palace. Rachel turned around, hearing that she had nothing to worry about. The man in front of her said that their contract with Cube had expired and they had decided to hire reliable agents. The sun rays were coming through the window. The servant also remembered Kirsten who had saved her. The girl smiled when the man said that he wanted to contact him through the Royal Guild. She said that she liked the idea and asked him to do it. Remembering Hajin, she thought that he definitely shouldn't have been ranked 934, maybe other guilds would want him too. The girl also remembered Yonha, but it was illegal to contact someone in advance, so she would just watch for now. There was a seal on the coil. Even though the Royal Guild was not inferior to the best guilds in Korea, they had the right of priority recruitment. Rachel frowned, thinking that they could legally offer much better conditions than any other guild. Pointing ahead, Hanhan said that it was good, since everyone had come, they would go to England. Naeun was sweating profusely. She lowered her head, saying that she was going to melt. Yona asked why she was wearing a uniform. Then she looked at Hajin, asking if he was hot. He gave her a thumbs up, saying that he was completely comfortable. The boys looked at the Ferris wheel with delight. The girls also looked around, hearing that they were going to an island that was floating in the sky. There was an island above Hanhan's head. He said that they would get there using a portal. The hero looked at this island. This place was created by the English government using floating crystals that were at their disposal. Money rules everything here. Drinks were poured onto the gaming table. All kinds of events and auctions are held here. You can find entertainment for every taste. This is the Golden Island, more like Las Vegas. The next chapter of the main story will begin here. Naeun walked along the street with delight, saying that she hasn't been here for a long time. Suho looked at the girls, asking if they have been here before, and Naeun said that it was her first time here with her brother, and then looked down. After that, she never came here again. Hajin just looked at her. Then Suho said with a smile that it was his first time here and asked if she could be his guide. She happily raised her hands, saying that she was reliable. They entered the hall, and Han said that there would be a big event on the island at 7 p.m. He asked if we could attend it, and they happily agreed. You can safely walk around and have fun until the event starts. Naeun raised her hand when he asked if there were any questions. The girl asked if she could go to the casino, and the guy said yes. The cadets of the Cuba are considered adults. She started pushing the others, asking them to go there quickly. The machine screen showed different icons. Someone was placing a bet. There were a lot of people in the hall. The hero noted that it was much more luxurious than he thought. The hero went to the cashier, and the girl asked to show her ID. Hajin saw the girl's true form and asked if they had been working here for a long time. She smiled and said 6 years, so Hajin thanked her for the chips. The girl smiled widely, and the hero noted that Jane was already here. Several people's eyes were shining brightly. The event Han Hyan was talking about would start at 7 p.m. To be honest, this was a serious problem, since the event was really big, and there would be beasts from all over the world to get it. He clenched his fist, thinking that although he wanted to keep his cool, he couldn't help but be nervous. Imagining a big win, he was only thinking about where else, if not here, he could make a lot of money with just luck. Smiling, the guy reasoned that the incident would happen at 7 p.m. He still had time. The coin flew into the air with a click. Catching it, he noted that it was not for nothing that he started with slot machines. Looking to the side, he wondered where to go next and heard someone say that it was unfair. Naeun was sitting at the gaming table. Across from him, he saw a blonde man. Getting up from the table, the girl said that she was done. Holding out a few chips, Vert said that it was somehow not nice to beat a child. Here, he would return 25%. Naeun looked at him angrily. Slamming the table, she said that he apparently thought that her money was easy to get. Now she would start playing seriously and take it all. Capturing this moment, the hero noted that just 2 hours later, Naeun would be crying in a hotel because she lost all the money she took with her. Watching the dark figures, he realized that all the players here were scammers. He was looking at Vert because he was one of the important characters in his novel. The girl threw down her cards and cursed, and the hero thought she was a fool. She came from a wealthy family in the 4th generation, and for her, losing a lot of money was not such a tragedy. The man had a bracelet on his hand. Naeun turned around when someone told her to get up. Our hero put his hand on the table, saying that he would play in her place. One of the players got up from the table, saying that he was being called. The hero noted how lucky it was for him to have a free seat. The girl asked, "Do you have money? The minimum bet is $100, but the guy asked not to worry about it. Continue." He sat down next to her, and the girl said that he could do whatever he wanted. The dealer explained that it was 7-card stud, now he would deal the cards. The players looked at their cards. One of the players saw something. Hajin's cards were still lying on the table. He asked, "Are you going to look at your cards?" To which the guy replied that he was not. The cards were visible through and through. He pointed at the card, wondering which one to choose, and another player asked if he was a psychopath. Taking a card in his hand, he said he would start with this one. The man in the jacket looked at the hero, asking how dare he talk to him so casually, but Hajin clarified, didn't he start it? The stack of chips almost flew apart, and the dealer asked everyone to calm down. Then Vert smiled, asking if they couldn't see his clothes. It was a uniform of cadets from the cube. He suggested that they observe good manners. The hero looked at his bracelet, thinking that he was also very nervous, but he was good at keeping a straight face. Then he smiled. There were a lot of people in the casino. The girl at the cashier said that there were 6 people from the villains, 3 heroes from the association, 1 swindler, and 1 from the source of light. Perhaps the hero from the light source came just for the tour. Looking at Hajin, she noticed that he was here too. Someone said that I guess everyone is on a low start now. Looking at the hero's face, she noticed that he saw her face, and she wondered if she was found out. She smiled when someone explained that he could only see through if he focused magic on his eyes. There was no reason to do that now. Vert looked confused, and the girl said that she did not feel the magic moving either. Hajin collected a lot of chips. In the 12th round, there was $60,000 at stake. He saw a satisfied man, thinking that Vert's card was the ace of hearts. Considering the previous 5 cards, he had a full house. Vert looked calm. The guy thought that he was still hiding his face, although he had good cards, not bad. There were chips on the table. The players said what they were going to do. The hero presented the cards and chips, arguing that Vert currently had a full house and needed to collect 4 cards of the same rank to win. He would not normally try to do this, since after a full house, the chance of collecting 4 cards of the same rank was very low. Pointing at the hero, the man asked if he had much money. The hero thought that was why he hoped to win here. Pointing to Hajin's neck, the man offered to put the ring. The hero looked at it, and the man clarified that it was an artifact. He could see it with the naked eye. The ring was shining brightly, and Vert asked why he was wearing a ring around his neck. Hajin began to take it off, saying that he had his reasons. Naeun looked worried. Standing up, she offered to just leave. She frowned, saying that she would return his loss to him, but the hero grabbed her hand, asking her to just sit down. Coming closer, he whispered that he definitely won't lose, so he should sit quietly. Holding the ring in his hand, he said that the ring was expensive, so he would put it up, but he wanted him to risk his bracelet. Agreeing, the man took it off. Both items ended up on the table. Reaching for the cards, he said that it was time to open them. He had 3 aces and 2 jacks. Naeun's mouth dropped open in surprise when she saw a full house. Already taking the chips, Vert said that he was sorry, but the hero asked her to wait. He pointed to his cards, saying that he hadn't opened them yet. The man began to get nervous. The hero began to turn over his cards. Putting them on the table, he said that luck was his middle name. The girl looked at him in shock when he said that he had 4 cards of the same value. It looked like he had won. Vert was shocked, and the guy said that there was no need to be so surprised. In poker, everything depends on luck. He opened his eyes wide, not understanding how. Later, the guards held him down when he shouted that the hero was cheating. Naeun asked if he had any proof. Hajin examined the bracelet. Holding it in his hand, he saw that it was an obsidian bracelet of an Athenian. A thin stripe ran through it. Vert still did not know the true value of the bracelet, because although the bracelet can accumulate mana, the owner cannot use it for himself. Looking at it more closely, the hero thought that this problem is very simple to solve. You need to add another magical component to the bracelet. Vert will understand this only in a year. He will add one that will buff physical indicators. Looking at the hero, the girl asked what he would do if he lost. Calmly sitting at the table, he answered that he would jump into Hangen, but she asked him not to say that. The chips were shining brightly and the hero asked if she wanted her money back, but the girl said no. She offered to keep it for herself. He won, not her. She also said that he was very cool. The guy waved when he saw Hajin. Walking in new clothes, he apologized for being late. Looking at him in surprise, Yona asked why he dressed like that. He only asked again, does it really not suit him? He put on dark glasses, saying that he stopped by an antique store on the way. They asked him where so much money came from. Waving her arms, Naeun said that he was simply great, roulette, blackjack, and even baccarat. Suddenly, Junwoo leaned towards her, calling the girl a baby. Everyone looked at the blonde, and Naeun asked what he was doing there, and the guy replied that he just came to have fun. She blushed when he saw Hajin, asked if he was her boyfriend, and she replied that he was just a friend. Yona pointed at him, asking if he was Hunter Kim Junwoo from Light Source. Smiling, the blonde replied that he was, and noted that it seemed like he was still popular. They shook hands, and the girl said her name. Someone was watching them from the alley. A girl with dark long hair was standing by the wall. Our hero was reflected in her eyes. Jane appeared behind her. She said that everything was ready. A red carpet led to the entrance of the building. A reporter held a microphone and said that they were now at the portal on the Thames River leading to Clancy Aylet Island. All the VIPs were gathering here to participate in an event organized by the International Lawton Corporation. The news of the demonstration of the white crystal was shocking and attracted the attention of the whole world. A car was pulling up to the path. The crowd stepped onto the path, and everyone was eagerly awaiting the CEO's speech. Looking in his direction, the guy announced that the princess had arrived. Rachel got out of the car. As she passed the reporters, she heard them asking her to give a few words about today's event. There were many rumors that she had lost first place in the ratings. They asked her if she could comment on this. The security held them back, saying that it was forbidden to go beyond this area. The door slammed shut. The girl stood in front of the portal. She sighed, enjoying the silence. Someone stood nearby and spoke to her. The man in the suit thanked her for coming. Zelen, the CEO of Lawton Corporation, frowned. The girl looked at him. Both stood near the portal, and the princess clarified that they had good protection from human monsters. The man said that it was. Introducing the island, he noted that it could be said that Clancy Island is the safest place in Europe. They had hired a large number of advanced heroes for this event, so they had nothing to worry about. He extended his hand and said that as the largest sponsor of the Royal Guild, they would support the level and reputation of their guild. Rachel looked at him silently, then he smiled widely. People were starting to gather in the hall, and he told her to look forward to it. The hero was sitting at the table. He looked at the time, thinking that there were 30 minutes left before the event, but there were already so many people. Something caught his eye. A red curtain hung above the stage. Letters were burning brightly above the column. In a world teeming with human monsters, it was hard to believe that such a dangerous event was being held. Imagining Zelen sitting under the guillotine, he thought that the Lawton Corporation was one of the most corrupt companies in history. Although there were no human monsters among the leaders, they did evil worse than human monsters. Then he imagined a crystal in a person's hand, saying that such people own the white crystal. Looking at the name of the corporation, He reasoned that although this item should not fall into the hands of human monsters, the Lawton Corporation would also use it for evil purposes. And today, 3 important human monsters would appear. He imagined a boy and a girl, and then a thin man, the leader of the group searching for the artifacts of villains. Now he put his head in his hands, thinking that with his current abilities, there was no chance that he could foil their kidnapping plans. It would be better to just watch the original development of the story. A girl came to his table, surprised that he was here too. Turning to her, he seemed surprised. Xiaopeng said that she was providing security for the event. She frowned when Jane said that the boss had met someone she liked. Clenching her fist, she asked what she was saying, but then made an excuse that her colleague was saying something strange in the earpiece. Suho looked away in surprise. Walking up to the hero, he asked who it was, and the hero said that it was his acquaintance Lai Xiaopeng, an above-average hero. She was here on a mission, and they met by chance. Someone's footsteps were heard. The blonde walked up to their table and said that he was glad to see everyone. He looked at Xiaopeng intently, asking how she knew Hajin. The girl was unperturbed, and the blonde asked what group she was in. At that moment, the spotlights turned on. Everyone turned their attention to the stage. Xiaopeng looked at the blonde, answering that she had to patrol the event. She turned around and wished her well. The blonde looked at her suspiciously, and she only wondered if he had guessed. The princess was watching them from the top floor. She noted with surprise that he was also here. She noticed the artifact she gave him on him and smiled at the thought of him wearing it. Zelen came out on stage, introducing himself as the CEO of Lawton Corporation, a leader in the innovation industry. People watched his performance. He asked what power is the source of all creations. Smiling, he said it was mana. The spotlight fell on an unknown object. As mana naturally accumulates, it can become a treasure with incredible power. And among these treasures, the white crystal is the rarest and most valuable. Bright lights appeared. There are 480 crystals discovered so far, but the method to use them properly has not yet been discovered. The director reached out to the unknown object and prepared to say something. Tearing off the cover, there was a crystal, and he said that the Lawton Corporation will show you how to use the white crystal. People began to applaud. Hajin sat with his hands folded. Rachel watched the scene, listening to how the history of this vacuum cube began in the Persian Empire. She saw several people with a dark aura, thinking that these black puppets had been scurrying around the hall since the beginning. Looking at one of them, she thought that at first she thought they were security, but there were more of them. Clenching her hands into fists, she noticed that something was wrong. She felt danger, but she could not act recklessly. Suddenly, Hajin stood up from his seat. The princess watched him go somewhere. Seeing him leave, she didn't understand where he was going in the middle of the event. Suddenly, her eyes grew bigger. A man who is always at the scene. Hajin was heading for the exit, and the princess thought that there were too many suspicious coincidences to ignore. 2 guards bowed when she told them that she could stand up for herself. She asked them to keep an eye on all suspicious individuals in the hall. The men quickly disappeared. The girl picked up the pendant. It began to glow brightly. Using shadow expansion, a dark aura surrounded her. Rachel walked down from the balcony like a shadow. She quickly moved around the hall. Frowning, she decided that from now on she would follow Hajin. Zelen spread his arms as he spoke. Someone was smiling widely. Our hero was focused, and the girl was sure that something was about to happen in this hall. A man was sitting at one of the many tables. A loud voice said that they had accessed the internal documents of the Lawton Corporation. When the light crystal was shown, he noted that there was no doubt that the artifact currently in Clancy Hall was genuine. The man said that the cube was originally clay, but thanks to their latest developments in mana engineering, they broke it down to its basic components and gave it a new life in the form of a glass container. The leader of the villain community, Kim Hakpyo, crossed his arms when he heard that Zelen dared to bring a genuine relic to such a place, and this mistake would cost him dearly. He thought that Zelen was too fixated on money and made a serious miscalculation, and he wanted to show the big shots that he had a genuine artifact and make money on the rising price of the company's stock. It was said that although his plan was not so bad, the only way to get to Clancy's floating island was through a portal that was under close control. It was noted that the island was floating thanks to mana, so there was no way for human monsters to get here. The man smiled, thinking that no one had thought of using air transport. He announced the start. Footsteps were heard near the balconies. It was Hajin walking, his hands in his pockets. The girl was hiding around the corner, wondering where he was going. She moved, thinking that she would just continue to watch from a safe distance. The blonde continued to spy. The guy started tugging at the door handles. Rachel looked out a little, mentally asking what business he could have on the roof, and thought that ordinary people were forbidden to go up there, so it was usually closed and opened only during patrols. Watching the protagonist think, she realized that he needed a key. Suddenly, he took out a hammer. The girl's eyes widened. Seeing the smile on Hajin's face, she mentally asked if he was really going to knock down the door, adding that it was forbidden to bring weapons to the summer island. As he swung the hammer, the blonde wondered if he was really going to break the iron door reinforced with mana with some kind of hammer. The hammer approached the door. Suddenly, there was a bright white flash. Rachel was sitting on her knees with a puzzled face. Watching the brunette step forward, she said that she did not believe her eyes and did not understand how he could do this with a simple hammer without even using mana. She perked up when she heard the sound. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in the main hall. People in suits attacked the guests. One of them covered the man's mouth. Holding a capsule with a crystal in his other hand, he noted that he finally found out what he was like and that he would take it. Suddenly, a stone rushed at him from behind. An explosion thundered. The brown-haired man, clenching his fist, noted in surprise that he was able to dodge his attack. Looking at many identical people, he noted the unpleasantness of the situation.